I stood in my bedroom doorway watching my son, Michael, and his wife, Patricia, whispering in my kitchen like I was already dead. They thought I couldn't hear them, but 73 years of life had taught me that the most important conversations happen in hushed tones. That's when I knew, really knew, that the facility they kept mentioning wasn't going to be the lovely retirement community they'd been selling me for the past 3 months. "She's getting worse, Mike. Yesterday she asked me 3 times what day it was." I'd asked her once, because she'd changed my calendar while I was napping. "My name is Charlotte Hayes, and I'm calling to you from my lanai in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where the ocean breeze reminds me every single day that I made the right choice. But before I get to the part where I'm sipping Mai Tais and watching dolphins, I need to tell you how I almost lost everything. Where are you watching from today? Drop a comment below. I love hearing from you beautiful souls out there." This story starts 6 months ago in my 3-bedroom house in Sacramento, California, the house my late husband Frank and I bought in 1982, the house where we raised 2 children, the house I'd kept immaculate even after Frank passed 4 years ago. I volunteered at the library twice a week, played bridge every Thursday, and never missed my doctor's appointments. But apparently that wasn't enough for Michael and Patricia. It started small. Michael began showing up unannounced, just checking in. Then Patricia started joining him, her eyes scanning my counters like a health inspector. I'd find my bills reorganized. My medication moved to a more convenient spot. My mail opened before I got to it. "We're just worried about you, Mom," Michael would say, his hand on my shoulder like I was fragile china. I wasn't fragile. I was careful. There's a difference. Then came the big meeting. Michael and Patricia sat me down at my own kitchen table with serious faces and pamphlets. "Sunrise Gardens," the brochure read, showing silver-haired people playing checkers and doing watercolor paintings. It looked like a movie set. Too perfect, too cheerful, the kind of place where they hide the truth behind fresh-baked cookie smells. "It's a beautiful community, Mom. You'd have your own apartment, activities, people your own age." "I have people my own age," I said, "and I have this house." Patricia's smile tightened. "Charlotte, we really think this is best. You're alone here. What if something happens? What if something happens?" Those 4 words that adult children use to strip their parents of independence, wrapped up as concern but really meaning control. I told them I'd think about it. That was my first mistake. Not saying no immediately, because in their minds, "I'll think about it" translated to start planning my move. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in Frank's old recliner, the one I couldn't bring myself to get rid of, and I cried. Not because I was scared of getting older, but because my own son was treating me like a problem to be solved instead of a person to be respected. The next morning, I did something I hadn't done in months. I opened my computer and checked my bank account. Really checked it, not just glanced at the balance. Frank had been meticulous about finances, and he'd taught me well before the cancer took him. What I saw made my blood run cold. $3,000 gone. Transferred to an account I didn't recognize. My hands shook as I scrolled through the statements. It had been happening for 4 months. Small amounts at first. $200 here, $300 there. Then larger chunks. $8,000 total, moved without my knowledge or permission. I called the bank immediately. The representative, a young woman named Jennifer, pulled up my account. "Mrs. Hayes, these transfers were all authorized through your online banking. The account they went to is," let me see, "listed as Michael Hayes, your son." My son. My own son. "I didn't authorize any transfers," I said, my voice barely steady. Jennifer's tone shifted, becoming softer, more careful. "Mrs. Hayes, according to our records, your son was added as a joint account holder 6 months ago. He has full access to make transactions." I didn't remember signing anything, but there had been that day when Michael brought over some paperwork from your insurance company, Mom. "Just sign here and here." I'd been cooking dinner. I trusted him. "Can you remove him from the account?" Of course. I can flag this for our fraud department if you'd like to. No, I interrupted. I didn't want police involved. Not yet, not my son. Just remove him. Today. After I hung up, I sat at my kitchen table for an hour, staring at nothing. This wasn't about money. This was about betrayal. The kind that makes you question every hug, every "I love you, Mom," every concerned phone call. I needed proof. I needed to know exactly what I was dealing with. Over the next week, I became a detective in my own life. I found documents I'd supposedly signed, forms giving Michael power of attorney, healthcare proxy papers, even a preliminary contract with Sunrise Gardens. My signature on all of them, but I had no memory of signing any of it. They'd caught me during busy moments, distracted moments, trusting moments. In my office drawer, buried under old tax returns, I found a folder labeled Mom's Care Plan. Inside were printouts about memory care units, nursing homes, and a letter from Patricia to Michael that made me see everything clearly. Once we get her into Sunrise Gardens, we can sell the house. The market's good right now. Even after the facility costs, we're looking at a nice profit. And honestly, Mike, she's only going to get worse. Better to do this now while we can still say it's her choice. My choice. They were going to take my house, my independence, my life, and call it my choice. I photographed everything with my phone, my hands steadier now, because I wasn't sad anymore. I was angry. And anger, I was learning, could be sharpened into something useful. That night, I called my friend Doris. We'd known each other for 42 years, since our kids were in kindergarten together. She'd been through her own battle with her daughter trying to force her into assisted living. Doris had fought back and won. "Charlotte, you need a lawyer," she said immediately. "Not tomorrow. Today." "I can't afford Bernard Morrison. He does elder law. Tell him I sent you. He'll see you." Bernard Morrison's office was in a strip mall between a nail salon and a tax preparation service, which made me trust him more than if he'd been in some fancy high-rise. He was about 60, with kind eyes and a very unkind way of describing what was happening to me. "Mrs. Hayes, what you're describing is financial exploitation of an elderly person. It's a crime. Your son could face serious charges." "I don't want him arrested," I said quickly. "He's my son." Bernard leaned back in his chair, studying me. "I understand, but you need to understand something too. This rarely stops on its own. Right now, it's $8,000 and a power of attorney you don't remember signing. Next month, it's your house being sold. The month after that, you're in a facility you didn't choose, with no money and no way out." His words hit like a physical blow because I knew he was right. "What are my options?" He outlined them carefully. Revoke the power of attorney. File for an injunction to prevent any sale of my property. Report the financial exploitation to Adult Protective Services, possibly press charges. "There's another option," he added. "You could leave." "Leave?" "Sell the house yourself, on your terms. Move somewhere they can't control you. Take back your life before they take it from you." I thought about my house, Frank's house, the memories in every room. But Frank was gone, and memories couldn't be stolen, only the places that held them. If I did that, how would I mean, they'd try to stop me. Bernard smiled for the first time. "Mrs. Hayes, you're a competent adult. You can sell your property, move wherever you want, and spend your money however you please. The key is doing it before they can legally interfere." I left his office with homework. Get a complete medical evaluation proving I was mentally competent. Get the house appraised, change all my passwords, and secure my remaining accounts. And most importantly, don't tell Michael or Patricia anything. That last part was harder than you'd think. Michael called twice a day. Patricia dropped by with groceries I didn't need. They were circling closer, pushing harder about Sunrise Gardens. "They have an opening in June, Mom. We really should put down a deposit to hold it." June was 2 months away. "I'm still thinking about it," I said, the lie tasting bitter. "Well, don't think. Too long. Good spots fill up fast. After they left, I made a phone call I'd been putting off to Dr. Rachel Chen, my physician of 12 years. I needed her to evaluate me, officially, and document that I was of sound mind, because I was about to do something that would make Michael and Patricia absolutely certain I'd lost it. Dr. Chen's evaluation took 2 hours, memory tests, cognitive assessments, physical examination. She was thorough, and when she finished, she looked at me with concern. "Charlotte, your cognitive function is completely normal. Better than normal for your age, actually. Why did you need this evaluation? Has someone suggested you're not competent?" I told her everything, the money, the documents, the facility they were planning for me. Her expression darkened. "I see this more often than you'd think," she said quietly. "Adult children who convince themselves they're helping when they're really just helping themselves." She printed out the evaluation results and signed them. "You're as sharp as anyone I know. Don't let them tell you otherwise." Armed with that documentation, I met with a realtor Doris recommended. Susan Park was 50-something, efficient, and didn't waste time with small talk. "Your house will sell fast in this market. I can have it listed by next week if you want." "I need it done quietly," I said. "My son can't know." Susan didn't even blink. "I've handled situations like this. We'll do private showings, limit the online presence. But Charlotte, once it goes under contract, it's public record. You'll have maybe a week before he finds out. That's all I need." That weekend, while Michael and Patricia thought I was at a church retreat, Susan showed the house to 7 potential buyers. By Monday, I had 3 offers. I accepted the highest one, $20,000 over asking price, cash buyer, 30-day close. I had 1 month to plan my escape. But here's what I hadn't told Bernard or Susan or even Doris. I had money they didn't know about. Money Frank had left me in an account at a different bank, one he'd set up years ago. He'd called it our adventure fund. Money we'd saved for the travel we'd always planned but never got to do because of his illness. $147,000. I'd forgotten about it after Frank died, lost in grief and the overwhelming task of settling his estate. But when I started investigating my finances, there it was, untouched, unknown to Michael, my ticket to freedom. I opened my laptop and did something I'd never done before. I booked a cruise. Not just any cruise, a world cruise, 117 days departing from Fort Lauderdale in 60 days, circumnavigating the globe, 35 countries, 60 ports of call. The cost made me gasp, $78,000 for a balcony cabin. I clicked Confirm Payment. Then I booked a one-way flight to Fort Lauderdale and a month-long Airbnb rental while I waited for the cruise to depart. Another $8,000. I was hemorrhaging money, and it felt absolutely glorious. My phone rang. Michael. "Hey, Mom, Patricia and I want to take you to dinner tomorrow. We need to talk about Sunrise Gardens. They need an answer by the end of the week." "That sounds lovely, sweetheart," I said, my cursor hovering over a tour description of Santorini. "Tomorrow works perfectly." Because tomorrow I was going to tell them exactly what they wanted to hear, and then I was going to disappear. The restaurant Michael chose was expensive, the kind of place he never took me to unless he wanted something. Patricia was already there when I arrived, wearing what I recognized as a new designer dress. Bought with my money, probably. They ordered wine. I ordered iced tea. I needed to be sharp. "Mom, we're so glad you agreed to dinner," Michael started, using his gentle voice, the one that made me feel like a child. "We know this transition is hard, but we really think Sunrise Gardens is the right choice." I smiled, set down my menu, looked him straight in the eye. "You're absolutely right." Patricia's fork paused halfway to her mouth. Michael blinked. Really? Really? I've been thinking about it, and you're both right. The house is too much for me. I should be somewhere with people around, with activities and support." Every word was true, just not in the way they thought. I want to move forward with Sunrise Gardens." The relief on their faces was almost comical. Patricia actually reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "Oh, Charlotte, I'm so proud of you. This is the right decision. You're going to love it there." "When can we get started?" I asked. Michael pulled out his phone immediately. "I'll call them tomorrow, get the paperwork going. They said they could have you moved in within 3 weeks." "Perfect," I said. "That gives me time to pack, sort through things. I'll need to go through Frank's belongings, donate what I don't need." "We can help with that," Patricia said quickly. Too quickly. No, I need to do this myself. It's important to me. Saying goodbye to the house properly, you know?" They exchanged a glance but nodded. "Of course, Mom. Whatever you need." We finished dinner talking about Sunrise Gardens, the activities they had, the dining options. I played the part perfectly. Interested, resigned, accepting. When Michael paid the check with a credit card I was fairly certain had my stolen money on it, I didn't even flinch. In the parking lot, Michael hugged me tight. "I'm really proud of you, Mom. I know Dad would be too." The mention of Frank, using him to justify this betrayal, that almost broke me, but I held firm. "Thank you, sweetheart, for caring about me." I drove home in the dark, my hands gripping the wheel so hard they ached. The house looked different as I pulled into the driveway, not like a prison I was escaping, but like a shell I was leaving behind. The real home, the one with Frank's laughter and the kids' childhood chaos that was already gone. This was just a building. Inside, I sat at my computer and sent 3 emails. First, to Susan the realtor. "Proceed with the sale. Close date confirmed for May 15th. Second, to Bernard the lawyer. Please prepare revocation of power of attorney documents. I'll sign them on May 10th. Third, to the cruise line. Please confirm my embarkation date of June 18th. I'll be there." Then I started packing, not for Sunrise Gardens, for the rest of my life. The next 3 weeks were a performance worthy of an Oscar. I played the role of a confused, compliant, elderly woman preparing to move into assisted living. I let Patricia help me sort through belongings, watching her mentally catalog what she thought would be hers. I listened to Michael talk about selling the house eventually while I sat on a signed contract that would close in 10 days. I donated clothes to Goodwill, the ones I wouldn't need for tropical climates. I sold furniture to a consignment shop, telling Michael and Patricia I was downsizing for the apartment at Sunrise. What I was really doing was liquidating assets and converting them to cash I could control. The hardest part was watching them pretend to care. Patricia brought over color swatches for my new apartment. I thought maybe a nice sage green for the walls? Very soothing. I smiled and nodded while thinking about the azure waters of the Greek islands I'd be seeing in 4 months. Michael stopped by with legal documents, more papers about the facility, about my care, about their access to my accounts, just in case. I signed nothing. "Let me read them over first, honey. I want to be sure I understand." "Mom, we've been over this. These are standard." I know. I just want to feel like I'm making informed decisions, you know? Makes me feel more in control." He couldn't argue with that without revealing his true intentions, so he left the papers and promised to come back. He never got the chance. May 10th arrived. Bernard's office, 9 a.m. I signed the revocation of power of attorney. Every document giving Michael control was now legally void. "They're going to be very angry," Bernard warned. "I know. They might try to challenge this, claim you're incompetent." I handed him Dr. Chen's evaluation. Let them try. May 15th. The house closing. Susan called me at 3 p.m. "Charlotte, it's done. The money will be in your account tomorrow. Where should I forward your mail?" I gave her the address of a mail forwarding service in Fort Lauderdale. Every trace of my new life was being routed away from Sacramento. May 16th. Moving day, but not to Sunrise Gardens. The moving company I'd hired arrived at 6 a.m. They packed the few belongings I was keeping, photo albums, Frank's watch, my grandmother's jewelry, some clothes, into boxes labeled for a storage unit in Florida. By noon, the house was empty except for the furniture that came with the sale. I walked through each room one last time. The kitchen, where I'd taught both kids to make spaghetti. The living room, where we'd opened Christmas presents for 30 years. The bedroom where Frank had died in my arms. "Thank you," I whispered to the empty walls. Then I locked the door and left the key under the mat for the new owners. I was at the airport when my phone started ringing. Michael, Patricia. Michael again, text messages flooding in. "Mom, where are you?" "The movers just showed up at Sunrise Gardens. They said you're not coming." "Call me now." I turned off my phone, dropped it in a trash can at the gate, and boarded my flight to Fort Lauderdale with a burner phone in my purse that only Doris and Bernard had the number to. The Airbnb I'd rented in Fort Lauderdale was a small efficiency apartment, 3 blocks from the beach. Nothing fancy, but mine. All mine. The first night, I sat on the tiny balcony listening to the ocean and cried. Not from sadness, but from relief so profound it hurt. No one was going to come check on me. No one was going to reorganize my cabinets. No one was going to steal from me while pretending it was for my own good. I'd left a letter, of course. I wasn't cruel. I'd mailed it to Michael the day before I left, timed so he'd receive it after I was gone. Dear Michael and Patricia, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. Not to Sunrise Gardens, not to any facility. I've sold the house and moved away to live my life on my own terms. I know about the money you took. I know about the documents you had me sign without explaining them. I know about your plan to sell my house and profit from my care. I've revoked your power of attorney. You no longer have access to any of my accounts. If you try to find me or interfere with my life, I will press charges for financial exploitation. I don't hate you. I'm disappointed in you. There's a difference. Maybe someday we can repair this, but that day isn't today. Mom. My new phone rang on day 3. Doris. Charlotte, he called me. He's frantic. Wants to know where you are. What did you tell him? That you're safe. Sound of mind and none of his damn business. He threatened to call the police and report you missing. I'd anticipated this. He can try. I'm 73, not 13. And Bernard has documentation that I'm competent and left voluntarily. He's not taking this well. Patricia called too. She was crying, saying they were just trying to help you. They were trying to help themselves, I said flatly. Over the next month, the calls and messages to Doris continued. Angry, then pleading, then angry again. Michael hired a private investigator who got exactly nowhere because I'd covered my tracks well. Patricia tried to access my bank accounts and got locked out, triggering fraud alerts I'd set up. They filed a missing person report. The police did a welfare check. Bernard had prepared me for this. An officer called my burner phone. I confirmed I was fine and had left voluntarily, and that was the end of it. "Are you sure about the cruise?" Doris asked me during one of our calls. "That's a lot of money, Charlotte." "It's my money, and Frank would want me to use it. We always talked about seeing the world together. I'm just doing it a little later than we planned." The truth was, some nights I'd look at the cruise itinerary and panic. 117 days alone on a ship. What if I got sick? What if I hated it? What if I'd made a terrible mistake? But then I'd remember Patricia's face as she talked about the profit from selling my house. I'd remember Michael's hand on my shoulder, treating me like a burden, and I'd know I'd made the right choice. If you're still watching, would you do me a favor? Hit that subscribe button. I want to know my story is reaching people who understand. June 18th dawned clear and bright. I stood at Port Everglades watching my ship, the Ocean Voyager, looming like a floating city. 17 decks, 2,000 passengers, 117 days ahead of me. I was terrified. At the check-in desk, a young woman in a crisp uniform smiled at me. "Welcome aboard, Mrs. Hayes. Traveling solo?" "Yes, first cruise." "Oh, how exciting. You're going to have the most amazing time. Your cabin is ready. Balcony on deck 7. Let me get someone to help with your luggage. My cabin was small but perfect. A real bed, a desk, a balcony with 2 chairs and a view of the ocean. I unpacked slowly, hanging up the new clothes I'd bought. Sundresses and comfortable shoes, nothing like the practical, boring outfits I'd worn in Sacramento. That first night at dinner, I was seated at a table for 8. Solo travelers, the maitre d' explained, were grouped together for those who wanted company. Charlotte Hayes, I introduced myself to the table. Helen Morrison, Boston, retired teacher. Robert Chen, San Francisco, widower, 2 years. Marie Dubois, Montreal. This is my third world cruise. We were all over 65, all traveling alone, all with stories. Over wine and Chilean sea bass, those stories started to emerge. Helen had left her daughter's house after being treated like a live-in babysitter. Robert's son had wanted to put him in memory care after he forgot one appointment. Marie's family had expected her to finance their lives indefinitely. I sold my house and bought an RV, Helen said. Drove around the country for a year. My daughter didn't speak to me for 6 months. And now? I asked. Helen smiled. Now she calls every week and actually listens when I talk. Funny how respect returns when they can't control you anymore. Robert raised his glass. To children who need to learn we're people, not projects. We drank to that. The first week at sea was an adjustment. The ship's routine. Meals at set times, activities scheduled, announcements over loudspeakers. But it was a routine I'd chosen. Every morning I'd sit on my balcony with coffee and watch the sunrise over the ocean, and I'd think, this is mine. This time, this peace, this freedom, all mine. We crossed the Atlantic to Portugal. I walked the streets of Lisbon with Helen, eating custard tarts and not worrying about what time I needed to be anywhere. In Barcelona, Robert and I toured Gaudi's Sagrada Familia, and I cried at the beauty of it. Not sad tears, but tears of gratitude that I'd lived long enough to see it. In Rome, I stood in the Sistine Chapel, craning my neck to see Michelangelo's ceiling, and I thought about Michael and Patricia in Sacramento, probably still angry, probably still convinced I was the one who was wrong. Maybe I was. Maybe good children don't abandon their parents, but maybe good parents don't steal from their children either. In Greece, something shifted. We docked at Santorini, that postcard-perfect island with white buildings and blue domes perched on cliffs above the Aegean Sea. I took the cable car up from the port with Marie. "Charlotte, you've been quiet lately. Everything okay?" I looked at Marie. This woman I'd known for 6 weeks, but who felt like an old friend. "I keep waiting to regret this," I admitted. "The money, the cruise, leaving my son behind, but I don't. Does that make me a terrible mother?" Marie stopped walking and turned to face me, the brilliant blue ocean behind her. "Let me tell you something. I was married for 42 years to a man who told me every decision I made was wrong. After he died, my children did the same thing. They said I was too old to travel alone, too old to spend their inheritance, too old to make my own choices. You know what I finally realized?" "What?" "They didn't want a mother. They wanted a convenient grandmother-shaped ATM who'd babysit for free and leave them money when she died. You're not a terrible mother, Charlotte. You're finally being a good one. To yourself." That evening, I sat at a taverna overlooking the caldera, drinking wine and eating moussaka while the sun set in impossible shades of pink and gold. A musician played bouzouki, and couples danced, and I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Joy. Pure, uncomplicated joy. My phone, I'd gotten a new one that could make international calls, buzzed with an email from Bernard. "Charlotte, Michael has hired an attorney. They're threatening to sue for return of the stolen money from the house sale. I need you to call me." I stared at that email for a long time. Then I deleted it and ordered another glass of wine. The next day, I called Bernard from the ship. "They're claiming you were incompetent when you sold the house," he explained, "that you were coerced or confused. I have Dr. Chen's evaluation. dated 2 weeks before the sale. I know, and they know that too, which is why this is posturing. But Charlotte, they could make this expensive. Legal fees, depositions, court appearances. You might need to come back to California. I watched the Mediterranean slide past my balcony, endless and blue and free. How much would it cost to make them go away? Realistically, if you offered them $50,000, they'd probably take it. It's about the money, not principles. $50,000, almost a year of the cruise cost. But also, my peace of mind. Counteroffer, I said, $25,000. Final offer. If they refuse, I'll see them in court and I'll bring documentation of every dollar Michael stole from my account. I'll press charges for financial exploitation. I'll make sure everyone in their social circle knows exactly what they did. Bernard was quiet for a moment. You've changed, Charlotte. No, I said. I've just stopped pretending to be someone I'm not. 3 days later, while we were docked in Croatia, Bernard called back. They took the deal. $25,000, and they sign a release agreeing to no further legal action. They also agree to no contact unless you initiate it. Send me the papers. I signed them in the ship's business center, scanned them back, and transferred the money. Then I went to the pool deck, ordered a Mai Tai, and watched us sail away from Dubrovnik. The cruise continued through the Suez Canal, down the Red Sea, across the Indian Ocean to India, Thailand, Vietnam. Each port was a revelation. In Mumbai, I ate street food that made my tongue burn and my heart sing. In Bangkok, I got a massage that nearly put me to sleep. In Singapore, I marveled at the gardens and the efficiency and the absolutely stunning modernity of it all. Helen, Robert, Marie, and I became inseparable. We called ourselves the Escape Committee. We'd compare notes on our families, the angry calls that had tapered off, the grudging acceptances, the slow rebuilding of relationships on new terms. Helen's daughter had apologized and was planning to visit her when she got back. Robert's son had finally accepted that his father was healthy, happy, and perfectly capable. Marie's family still didn't speak to her, but she'd made peace with it. Some people can't handle it when you stop being useful and start being happy, she said. As we crossed the Pacific, heading toward Hawaii and then through the Panama Canal and back to Fort Lauderdale, I realized I'd changed. My skin was darker from the sun. My body was stronger from all the walking. My smile came easier. But more than that, I'd stopped apologizing for taking up space in the world. The last night on the ship, our table of 8 had a farewell dinner. We'd added 4 others over the months. Another widow, a retired nurse, a former accountant, and a woman who'd spent her life caring for her disabled sister and was now, at 71, traveling for the first time. What's next? Robert asked me. I'd been thinking about that. I'm going to stay in Fort Lauderdale. I've already put a deposit on a condo. Small, but it's mine, near the beach. And your son? I sent him an email last week. Told him where I was, that I was safe, that I hoped we could rebuild our relationship someday, on equal terms. Did he respond? Not yet. Maybe he won't. But I meant what I said. I hope we can fix this. Just not by me giving up everything I've fought for. We disembarked in Fort Lauderdale on a bright October morning. I'd left in June as Charlotte Hayes, frightened and angry. I returned as Charlotte Hayes, free and whole. My condo overlooked the ocean. I furnished it simply. No clutter, no memories of the past, just space for the present. I joined a book club, started taking watercolor classes, volunteered at a women's shelter for domestic abuse survivors. One Tuesday in November, my doorbell rang. I opened it to find Michael standing there, older somehow, uncertain. Hi, Mom. Hello, Michael. Can we talk? I looked at my son, this man I'd raised, who'd hurt me, who'd tried to control me, who was now standing on my doorstep asking for a chance. Yes, I said, we can talk. Because here's what 117 days at sea had taught me. Holding on to anger is just another form of letting someone control you. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean going back to how things were. It means choosing peace over punishment. We sat on my lanai, that's what they call balconies here in Florida, drinking iced tea and watching the ocean, and slowly, carefully, we started to rebuild. Not as mother and child, but as two adults who'd both made mistakes and were trying to do better. Michael apologized. Really apologized, not the fake kind where they're sorry you're upset. He'd started therapy, he said, realized that his fear of losing me had made him try to control me, and that his financial stress had made him rationalize stealing. "I've paid back every penny," he said, with interest. "I deposited it into your account last week." I'd seen it. $8,400. "Thank you," I said. We talked for 3 hours that first day. He came back the next week, then the next. Patricia came once, stiff and formal, but she came. We're not close. Maybe we never will be. But we're honest now, and that's better than the illusion of closeness built on control. Sometimes people ask me if I regret the cruise, if I regret wasting that money. I tell them this: I regret the years I spent thinking I had to be small to make others comfortable. I regret believing that being a good mother meant sacrificing everything, including my dignity. I regret letting fear make my decisions. But the cruise? The $78,000 I spent circumnavigating the globe while my son thought I was going to rot in a facility? Best money I ever spent. Because it wasn't about the ports or the food or even the friends I made. It was about proving to myself that at 73 years old, I was still the author of my own story, that I could write a new chapter that didn't include betrayal or control or playing small. I'm 74 now. I'm planning another trip, river cruise through Europe this time, just 8 weeks. Helen's coming with me. We're going in spring when the tulips bloom in Amsterdam. Michael knows about it. He asked if the money would be better saved for emergencies. I told him I'd lived through enough emergencies to know that the biggest one is reaching the end of your life, with regrets and money still in the bank. My life isn't perfect. I still have hard days. I miss Frank every single day. Some mornings I wake up and wonder what I'm doing in Florida, so far from everything I knew. But then I walk down to the beach or call Helen to plan our next adventure, or sit on my lanai watching the dolphins play in the surf, and I remember, this is what freedom feels like. This is what it means to choose yourself. And if that makes me selfish, if that makes me a bad mother, if that makes me ungrateful or difficult or any of the other words people use to describe women who refuse to disappear quietly, well, I can live with that. I lived 73 years being what everyone else needed me to be. These next years, however many I have left, these are mine.
I was standing there at the water cooler when I heard Vance bragging about his new beach house. Literally bragging, hands gesturing wildly, voice just loud enough for everyone to hear, while 20 of us had just been told to pack our desks. 20 people. People with families and mortgages and sick parents and student loans. I remember how the paper cup crumpled in my hand, water spilling down my wrist and onto my watch. The same watch my dad gave me when I graduated. Always be on time for what matters, he'd said. And what mattered right then was that Vice President Vance Mercer had just eliminated 20 positions, including mine, while his pet project had burned through $500,000. $500,000, with nothing to show for it. Nothing except apparently a down payment on his Malibu dream home. What made it worse? I'm the one who designed the financial tracking system that proved his project was failing. I'm the one who built the dashboard showing the money hemorrhaging month after month. I'm the one who flagged it. And I'm the one who got fired for budget constraints. I stood there, water dripping from my fingers, as his eyes met mine across the break room. He smiled, actually smiled, then had the audacity to wink before turning back to his audience of yes men. That's when I decided I wasn't just going to walk away. I was going to burn his perfect world to the ground. Sorry, I should introduce myself. I'm Talia Reeves, 32, Senior Systems Analyst. Well, former Senior Systems Analyst as of last Friday. Everyone says I'm the steady one. the friend who thinks before she speaks, who plans everything, who never causes trouble, the responsible one, the reliable one. They don't know this side of me. I didn't either, until Vance pushed me there. Honestly, I can't believe I'm actually doing this. Telling this story, I mean. But after everything that's happened, I feel like people need to hear it. If you're watching this, wherever you are, drop a comment letting me know where you're from. I'm curious how far this story reaches. And if anything like this has happened to you, hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. Trust me, you'll want to see how this ends. I never wanted to work at that company. It was one of those mid-sized tech firms that pretended to be all about innovation and disruption, but was really just a boys' club with ping pong tables and kombucha on tap. I took the job because the pay was good and my mom's medical bills weren't paying themselves. From day one, Vance had his eye on me, not in a sexual harassment way. That would have been too obvious, too actionable. This was subtler. He'd call on me in meetings to explain my analysis, then interrupt halfway through. He'd take my ideas, repackage them, and present them as his own. Classic stuff, really. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. But I needed the job, so I smiled through it, worked harder, stayed later, documented everything. Then came Phoenix. That's what Vance called his pet project, this supposedly revolutionary client management system that would change everything. The board gave him $500,000 and 12 months to deliver. He assembled his dream team, all men, all from prestigious universities, all with the right connections. I wasn't invited to a single planning meeting. 8 months in, our quarterly numbers weren't looking great. The CFO asked me to create a financial tracking system for all current projects. When I got to Phoenix, things didn't add up. Expenses were categorized weirdly. Deliverables were vague. Milestones kept shifting. I pulled an all-nighter mapping everything out. By morning, I had my answer. Phoenix was a disaster. At the current burn rate, they'd blow through the budget with nothing functional to show for it. I triple-checked my analysis, prepared my presentation, and scheduled a meeting with my direct supervisor, Lorelei. She listened carefully, looked at my charts, and sighed. "This is concerning, Talia. Really concerning. I'll take it to Vance." 2 days later, she came to my desk, face pale. "Vance says your analysis is flawed. He says you don't understand the complexities of Phoenix. Did you show him my dashboard? The numbers speak for themselves." She wouldn't meet my eyes. "He's the VP, Talia. He has the board's confidence." That night, I made a decision. I started copying documents, screenshots, email trails. I set up an anonymous cloud account and uploaded everything. Every expense report, every missed deadline, every revised projection. I documented conversations, took notes after meetings. For 6 months, I built my case in secret, all while watching Phoenix crash and burn in slow motion. The company's stock started slipping. Whispers of budget cuts filled the hallways. That's when I discovered Vance's solution. Cut 20 positions from departments unrelated to Phoenix, claim it was part of a strategic restructuring, and use the freed-up salary budget to cover Phoenix's overruns. My position was on that list. So were 19 others. Mostly women, mostly people of color, mostly those who didn't play golf with Vance on Sundays. The announcement arrived on a Friday afternoon. At 3 o'clock, a company-wide email dropped into everyone's inbox, terse and cold. Then came the individual meetings with human resources. Mine was set for 4:15. I sat across from Heather from HR. She didn't say much, couldn't even meet my eyes. Instead, she slid the severance package across the table with both hands, like it weighed more than it should have. 2 weeks' pay for every year of service, she said quietly, and a non-disclosure agreement. We'll need you to sign before receiving any benefits. I scanned the NDA. It was comprehensive. I couldn't discuss the terms of my separation. I couldn't disparage the company or its leadership. I couldn't reveal any proprietary information about internal projects, including Phoenix. "What if I don't sign?" I asked. Heather finally met my gaze. "Then no severance, no recommendation letters, and potentially legal action if you violate confidentiality in any way." I nodded, took the papers, and said I'd think about it over the weekend. Then I went to my desk, packed my plants and photos, while my now former colleagues awkwardly avoided eye contact. That's when I overheard Vance by the water cooler, talking about his beach house. That weekend, I didn't call my mom. I didn't tell my friends. I sat in my apartment surrounded by printouts, sticky notes, and my laptop, building the case that would destroy Vance Mercer. Monday morning, I should have been applying for jobs. Instead, I was outside board member Imani Washington's favorite coffee shop, not stalking researching. I knew from company events that she arrived every morning at 7:30 for her almond milk latte. I knew she sat at the corner table and spent 30 minutes reviewing her day before heading to her first meeting. I knew she was the only board member who had ever questioned Vance's methods. I ordered the same drink and approached her table. Ms. Washington, I'm Talia Reeves. Until Friday, I was senior systems analyst at the company. She looked up, confused but not dismissive. You were part of the layoffs. Yes. May I sit for just 2 minutes? Then I'll never bother you again. She gestured to the chair opposite her. I placed a sealed envelope on the table. Inside is a USB drive with documented evidence that Phoenix has burned through its entire budget with no viable product. There's also evidence that Vance Mercer deliberately misled the board about its progress and used the recent layoffs to cover the financial shortfall. Her expression didn't change, but her hand stopped halfway to her cup. I haven't signed the NDA, I continued. I'm not asking for my job back. I'm not asking for anything except that you look at the evidence. What you do with it afterward is your decision. She studied my face. Why are you doing this, Ms. Reeves? I thought about the 19 other people who'd lost their jobs, about Daria in accounting who was pregnant with her first child, about Marcus in customer support who was putting his brother through college. Because it's right, I said simply, and because someone like Vance Mercer shouldn't get to fail upward while the rest of us fall. I stood up to leave. She didn't touch the envelope. Ms. Reeves, she called as I reached the door. I can't promise anything. I know, but now you can't say you didn't know either. I spent the next week in a strange limbo, applying for jobs during the day, obsessively checking my email at night, no word from Imani Washington, no unusual activity on the company's social media, nothing. Then Wednesday night, my phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Ms. Reeves. Imani Washington's voice was clipped, professional. There's a board meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Your presence is requested. My heart slammed against my ribs. In what capacity? As a witness. The information you provided has raised significant concerns. We'd like you to walk the board through your findings. I gripped the phone tighter. Will Vance Mercer be there? A pause. Yes, all senior leadership will be present. This was it, the moment I'd either been waiting for or the elaborate setup for my complete professional destruction. It could go either way. I'll be there, I said. I didn't sleep that night. I rehearsed my presentation, anticipated every possible question and objection. By morning, my eyes were red-rimmed but clear. I put on my sharpest suit charcoal gray with a subtle pinstripe and my dad's watch. Always be on time for what matters. The security guard did a double take when I walked into the lobby. Ms. Reeves? I thought you. I have a meeting with the board, I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. He checked his list, then nodded. 14th floor. They're expecting you. The elevator ride felt eternal. With each floor, I questioned myself. Was I doing this for justice or revenge? For the others who lost their jobs or for my wounded pride? Did it matter if the outcome was the same? The doors opened to reveal Imani Washington waiting for me. They're assembled, she said without preamble. You'll have 15 minutes to present. Then they'll ask questions. Vance has been told this is a project review. I nodded, clutching my portfolio. Has he seen the evidence? Not yet. Her expression was unreadable. That's your job. She led me into the boardroom, all glass and mahogany and quiet power. 12 people sat around the table, including Vance. He froze mid-sentence when he saw me, confusion quickly morphing into something harder. What is this? He asked, looking at the chairperson. Not me, as if I wasn't worth addressing directly. Ms. Reeves has some information about Project Phoenix the board needs to hear, Imani said, gesturing for me to take the empty seat at the presentation end of the table. I connected my laptop to the display system, acutely aware of Vance's eyes boring into me. The room fell silent as my opening slide appeared. Project Phoenix, Financial Analysis and Timeline. Thank you for this opportunity. I began, my voice finding its strength. I've been asked to present my findings regarding Project Phoenix's budget allocation, expenditures, and deliverables over the past 12 months. I clicked to the next slide, a simple graph showing the projected budget versus actual spend, with a glaring gap between promised deliverables and reality. As you can see, Phoenix has exceeded its budget by 32% while achieving only 15% of its stated goals. Vance shifted in his seat. This is absurd. Where are you getting these numbers? I met his gaze directly. From the company's own financial system, Mr. Mercer. The same system I designed at your request. For the next 12 minutes, I laid out everything. The missing funds, the falsified progress reports, the diverted resources. With each slide, the atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Then I reached the final section. In March, when it became clear that Phoenix would not meet its goals within budget, alternative funding was sought. This came in the form of department cuts. I displayed the list of eliminated positions alongside their salaries, then overlaid it with Phoenix's budget shortfall. The numbers matched almost exactly. 20 people lost their jobs not because of company-wide financial necessity, but to cover the failure of a single project. The chairperson leaned forward. These are serious allegations, Ms. Reeves. Do you have documentation to support all of this? I nodded and distributed folders to each board member. Everything is sourced from internal systems, emails, and meeting notes. I've included the original files and their locations on the company servers for verification. Vance's face had gone from red to white. This is a vindictive attack from a disgruntled ex-employee. She's violating her NDA. I never signed it, I interrupted calmly. And every document here was obtained while I was still employed, as part of my official duties tracking project finances. The board members were flipping through the folders, expressions grim. The CFO looked physically ill. Ms. Reeves, the chairperson said after a long silence, would you please wait outside while we discuss this matter? I gathered my things and walked out, legs somehow supporting me despite feeling like water. In the anteroom, I sank into a chair and finally allowed myself to tremble. 45 minutes passed before the door opened again. Imani Washington gestured for me to return. The room had transformed. Vance was no longer seated at the table, but standing against the wall, his attorney beside him. Several board members wouldn't look at me. The chairperson cleared his throat. Ms. Reeves, the board has reviewed your evidence and finds it compelling. We're initiating a formal investigation into Project Phoenix and the recent restructuring decisions. I nodded, waiting for more. Mr. Mercer has been placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of this investigation. He hesitated. We owe you our gratitude for bringing this to our attention. Vance made a choked sound. His attorney whispered something to him. What about the people who lost their jobs? I asked, not ready to accept gratitude when 19 others were still unemployed. The chairperson and CFO exchanged glances. That will be part of our review, the CFO said carefully. If positions were eliminated improperly, we'll need to address that. Not good enough. Not nearly good enough. I have one more thing to show you, I said, pulling a final document from my portfolio. This is a list of the 19 other employees terminated last Friday. Next to each name, you'll find their performance reviews, project contributions, and cost-benefit analyses of their roles. I handed it to Imani, who passed it to the chairperson. Reinstating these employees would cost less than the remaining budget allocated to Phoenix. And unlike Phoenix, they've all proven their value to this company. The room fell silent again. I had pushed as far as I could. Now it was up to them. The chairperson finally spoke. Thank you, Ms. Reeves. You've given us much to consider. We may need to contact you as our investigation proceeds. I recognized a dismissal when I heard one. I gathered my things and walked toward the door, passing close to Vance. He didn't look at me. but I heard his whispered words clearly. "You've made a very powerful enemy today." I paused, turned slightly toward him, and replied just as quietly, "No, Vance. I've exposed one." Then I walked out, my dad's watch ticking steadily on my wrist. Always be on time for what matters. And destroying Vance Mercer's carefully constructed world of privilege and corruption, that mattered more than anything. But walking out of that boardroom wasn't the end. It was barely the beginning. Because what happened next would change everything. Not just for me, not just for Vance, but for every person who'd ever been stepped on by someone who thought they were untouchable. Wait until you hear what happened when I got to the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and there stood Lorelei, my former supervisor. Her eyes widened as she took in my presence in the executive floor. "Talia, what are you doing here?" she whispered, glancing nervously down the hall toward the boardroom. "Just finished a meeting," I said, stepping into the elevator beside her. "How are things in the department?" Her shoulders slumped. "Terrible. Everyone's scared. Productivity's crashed. Nobody knows who's next." The doors closed, sealing us in together. She turned to me, really looking at me for the first time. "You did something, didn't you?" I just saw Vance's assistant rushing in with his attorney. I kept my face neutral. I showed the board the truth about Phoenix and the layoffs. She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. "Talia, do you have any idea what you've done? Vance has friends everywhere. Board members, executives at other companies, investors. He's been in this industry for 20 years. You've been in it for what? 5? He'll destroy you." I gently removed her hand. "Maybe, but right now, he has bigger problems." When I got home, the adrenaline crash hit me hard. I kicked off my heels, collapsed onto my couch, and stared at the ceiling, replaying every moment of that meeting. Had I done enough? Too much? Would those 19 people get their jobs back? Would Vance somehow twist this around, make me the villain? My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "This isn't over." No name, no context needed. My stomach clenched, but I deleted it without responding. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. That night, my LinkedIn profile was flooded with profile views from executives at companies throughout the industry. My email filled with messages from former colleagues, some supportive, others accusing me of destroying company morale for my own vendetta. By morning, I discovered I'd been locked out of my industry networking groups. 3 job interviews I had scheduled suddenly canceled. My professional reference from my previous job before that company called to awkwardly explain he couldn't in good conscience recommend me anymore. Vance was making good on his threat, faster than I'd anticipated. His reach was longer than I realized. I called Imani Washington. No answer. I emailed her. No response. I tried the company HR department about my final paycheck. My messages went unanswered. 3 days after the board meeting, I received a certified letter. Inside was a lawsuit naming me as defendant in a case alleging corporate espionage, theft of proprietary information, and defamation. The plaintiff, Vance Mercer personally, not the company. The amount he was suing me for, $3 million. I sat on my bathroom floor, letter clutched in my shaking hands, and finally let myself cry. He was going to win. Even if the lawsuit was baseless, even if it eventually got thrown out, the legal fees alone would bankrupt me. My savings would last maybe 2 months without income. My mother's medical bills kept coming. And now I was apparently unhireable. I had sacrificed everything to do the right thing, and Vance was still going to walk away unscathed. Worse, he was going to crush me in the process. That night, my doorbell rang. When I checked the peephole, I saw Daria from accounting, one of the 19 who'd been laid off, standing there with a pizza box. I opened the door, confused. "Daria?" "You look terrible," she said, pushing past me into my apartment. "When's the last time you ate something?" I couldn't remember. She set the pizza down on my coffee table and turned to face me. "I heard what you did. We all did." My chest tightened. "I'm sorry it didn't work. He's counterattacking, and I don't think—" "Stop," she interrupted. "You stood up when nobody else would. That matters." She pulled out her phone and showed me a group chat with 18 other people, all the laid-off employees. The screen filled with message after message of support, determination, and strategy. "We're not letting you fight this alone," Daria said. "Marcus's sister is a lawyer. Aiden's roommate is a journalist. Priya has connections at 3 competing firms. We've all been documenting our experiences with Vance for years." I stared at her, uncomprehending. "But he's suing me for millions. He's blackballing me in the industry. He's a bully who's never been challenged," she finished. "And bullies don't know what to do when their targets join forces." That night changed everything. We transformed my living room into headquarters for what we jokingly called Operation Phoenix Rising. 19 people with nothing left to lose, plus me. 20 careers Vance had damaged or destroyed. 20 people with unique skills, networks, and knowledge. And one common enemy. Marcus's sister, Zora, the lawyer, reviewed the lawsuit and found critical weaknesses. "He's claiming you stole proprietary information, but everything you gathered was part of your job duties. He's claiming defamation, but truth is an absolute defense. He's filed this as a personal lawsuit, not a corporate one, which means he can't even argue you violated company confidentiality." "So I'll win?" I asked hopefully. She grimaced. "Eventually, maybe. But he knows you can't afford a lengthy legal battle. This isn't about winning for him. It's about draining you until you break." "Then we change the battlefield," said Aiden, who'd worked in strategic communications. "Vance filed this as a personal lawsuit, which means the company isn't officially involved. Their legal team isn't protecting him. That's a mistake." We all looked at him. Corporations hate bad publicity. They hate it more than they hate losing money, because bad publicity makes them lose more money long term. Right now, they're conducting an internal investigation, probably hoping to handle this quietly. "So we don't let them," I said slowly, understanding dawning. "Exactly," Daria agreed. "But we need to be smart about it. Strategic. If we just start making noise, we look like disgruntled ex-employees." Priya, who'd been in product development, leaned forward. "We need to flip the narrative. Right now, it's angry laid-off workers versus successful executive. We need to make it whistleblower exposes corruption, faces retaliation." For 2 weeks, we gathered more evidence, built our case stronger, made connections. I continued receiving threatening texts. My car was keyed. Someone tried to hack my email. Vance was escalating, growing desperate. Then came our first victory. Zora filed a countersuit alleging retaliation against a whistleblower, backed by documentation of the canceled job interviews and mysterious professional blacklisting. The judge granted a temporary restraining order preventing Vance from contacting me or interfering with my employment prospects. The same day, Aiden's roommate published the first article about the situation in a respected industry blog. The headline, "Whistleblower Faces Multi-million-dollar Lawsuit After Exposing Mismanaged Project That Led to Layoffs." The article didn't name names or companies, careful to avoid any legal issues, but included enough details that industry insiders would recognize the players. It ended with a pointed question. In an era when tech companies claim to value transparency and accountability, what message does it send when those who provide that transparency face personal ruin? The piece went viral within industry circles. 2 days later, a larger tech publication picked it up, adding new details and quotes from anonymous sources familiar with the situation. Vance's attorney sent me a settlement offer. If I signed an NDA, admitted wrongdoing, and issued a public apology, he'd drop the lawsuit. I forwarded it to Zora with a one-word response: no. That weekend, I received another unexpected visitor. Imani Washington stood at my door, looking nothing like the poised board member I'd met with. She seemed tired, conflicted. "May I come in?" she asked. I hesitated, then stepped aside. "The internal investigation confirmed everything you presented," she said without preamble. "The board voted yesterday. Vance has been terminated." Relief flooded through me, quickly followed by suspicion. Why are you telling me this in person? And why now, after ignoring my calls for weeks? She sat on my couch, hands clasped tightly. "Because there's more, and it's complicated." The company wants to offer all 20 laid-off employees their jobs back, with back pay and a formal apology. I waited for the catch. But they're concerned about the countersuit and the media attention. They want this handled quietly. They want us to sign NDAs. I guessed. She nodded. And they want the countersuit dropped. I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. So Vance is gone, but everything else stays buried? The corruption? The mismanagement? The way he targeted specific people for layoffs? All swept under the rug so the company's stock doesn't take a hit? It's a generous offer, Talia. It's not about money. I stood up, suddenly angry. It's about accountability. 20 people had their lives upended. I'm being sued for $3 million and blackballed from my industry. And the company wants to throw some cash at the problem and pretend it never happened? Imani looked at me for a long moment. What do you want then? That was the question, wasn't it? What did I actually want? Justice, yes. Accountability, absolutely. But something else too, insurance that this couldn't happen again. To anyone. I want structural change, I said finally. I want the company to implement new project oversight protocols so no executive can hide failures behind layoffs again. I want an external audit of all executive-led projects from the past 3 years. I want diverse hiring panels and transparent promotion criteria. I took a breath, then continued. I want a company-wide commitment that whistleblowers will be protected, not punished. And I want Vance's personal lawsuit against me dropped, not settled, dropped. Imani stared at me. You're asking for fundamental changes to how the company operates. Yes, because what happened to us wasn't one bad executive. It was a system that enabled him. That's what needs to change. She stood to leave. I'll present your counter offer to the board. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. 3 days later, she called. The board had agreed to most of my terms, with modifications and a timeline for implementation. They'd also pressured Vance to drop his personal lawsuit against me. In exchange, we would accept our old jobs back if we wanted them, sign very limited NDAs covering only specific financial details, and drop the countersuit. I convened our group in my living room. 20 people, 20 votes. I don't trust them, Marcus said immediately. They're only doing this because we forced their hand. Maybe, Daria countered. But these changes would help everyone still working there, and any future employees too. The debate lasted hours. In the end, we agreed to a modified version of the company's offer, with one critical addition: an employee-led oversight committee with real power to review executive decisions. To my surprise, the board accepted. 1 month later, I walked back into the company building, not as a vanquished former employee, but as the newly appointed head of project governance. 19 others returned too, many to better positions than they'd left. Vance's office had been cleared out, his name removed from the website. The Phoenix project was officially terminated. The money spent on it was written off as a strategic learning experience. But the real victory came 6 months later, when the first executive-led project came under review by our new oversight committee. The VP presenting looked nervous as we dissected his budget, timeline, and contingency plans. This all looks in order, I said finally, but I have concerns about your staffing allocations. You've assigned junior team members to critical path tasks without senior support. He started to argue, then stopped, reconsidering. You're right. I'll restructure the team assignments. That moment watching an executive actually listen, actually change course based on feedback felt better than any revenge fantasy I'd ever had. As for Vance, last I heard, he was struggling to find a new executive position. Turns out, companies are hesitant to hire someone with his particular history. His LinkedIn still lists him as executive consultant, but industry gossip says he's basically unhireable at his former level. His precious beach house was put on the market 3 months ago. I still have moments of anger when I think about what he put us through, but mostly, I feel something unexpected: gratitude. His actions forced me to discover a strength I never knew I had. To build alliances I wouldn't have otherwise formed. To create real, lasting change instead of just getting by. Sometimes the best revenge isn't destroying your enemy. It's building something better from the ashes they left behind. That's the thing about people like Vance. They're so focused on protecting their power that they never see the real threat. People who care more about doing what's right than about winning. People who work together instead of tearing each other down. People who understand that real strength comes from lifting others up, not pushing them aside. Do I miss the person I was before all this? The quiet systems analyst who never caused trouble? Sometimes. That life was certainly easier, but this one matters more. If you're watching this and you're facing your own Vance Mercer, someone who seems untouchable, who's built a fortress of power and connections around themselves, remember this. No one is actually untouchable. Systems can change. Power can shift. The key is finding your people, the ones who will stand with you when it matters. And sometimes, the person you need to become to fight that battle is exactly the person you were always meant to be. That's it. That's my story. If it resonated with you at all, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. I'd love to know where you're watching from, and if you've ever had to stand up against someone who seemed too powerful to challenge, drop a comment below. Your story might help someone else find their courage. Because that's how change happens. One story, one person, one moment of courage at a time. And trust me, it's worth it, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. I've valued working alongside each of you to transform hearing accessibility across. Enough, Rainer cut in, his voice sharp as he gestured toward the door. We don't have time for this. Leave now. 23 faces stared at me in stunned silence. My research team, brilliant audiologists and engineers who'd stood beside me for years, looked down at their laps or glanced at each other with wide eyes. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. The presentation slides behind me still displayed our achievements. 83% improvement in speech recognition for individuals with moderate hearing loss. Over 5,000 people helped through our community clinics. Recognition from 3 international health organizations. I swallowed hard, feeling heat crawl up my neck. 7 years of dedication dismissed in 7 seconds. I understand, I said quietly, gathering my notes with trembling fingers. My heart hammered against my ribs as I closed my laptop, unplugged it, and slipped it into my bag. Rainer checked his watch impatiently. He'd been installed as technical director just 6 weeks ago, and this was clearly the moment he'd been waiting for. I looked at my team one last time. Lena, our signal processing genius, had tears streaming down her cheeks. Gustav, our oldest engineer, removed his glasses and wiped them furiously, unable to meet my eyes. Even Jace, always stoic and reserved, clenched his jaw so tight I could see the muscle twitching. It's been my greatest honor, I managed before walking out, my footsteps echoing in the absolute silence. Outside, spring sunshine felt like mockery. I made it to my car before the first sob escaped, pressing my forehead against the steering wheel as my shoulders shook. Everything I'd built, the technology that was helping thousands hear their loved ones clearly again, was now in the hands of someone who saw only profit margins and quarterly reports. I started the engine and drove away from Audiovance headquarters for what I thought was the last time. I didn't know then that in less than 4 hours, they'd be desperately calling me back. But first, I had somewhere more important to be. Before we continue with what happened next, I want to thank you for joining me on this journey. If you're enjoying this story so far, please hit that like button and subscribe to hear more stories like this one. Your support means everything, and I read every comment. Now, let's get back to what happened after I left Audiovance that morning. My name is Vienne Rhodes. I'm 36, obsessively detail-oriented, and passionate about sound. I grew up with a grandfather who slowly lost his hearing in his 60s and watched him withdraw from family gatherings because hearing aids only made everything louder, not clearer. The technology failed him, and it was failing millions like him. After getting my double doctorate in audiology and electrical engineering, I turned down lucrative offers from major tech companies to work at Audiovance, a mid-size hearing technology firm willing to let me pursue my unconventional theories about adaptive sound processing. When I arrived at the weekend hearing clinic I'd established in Riverdale, a neighborhood most corporations wouldn't consider worthy of attention, I pushed everything else away. The clinic operated out of a renovated community center, nothing fancy, but equipped with everything we needed to help people who fell through the cracks of the medical system. Mrs. Amelia Gonzalez waited for me, her weathered hands folded neatly in her lap. At 78, she'd spent 40 years as a violinist in the city orchestra before gradually losing the higher frequencies in her hearing range. "I missed the appointment time, didn't I?" she asked, voice wavering. "My bus was late." I glanced at my watch. It was 10:15, and her appointment had been for 10. "You're right on time," I lied gently, leading her into our testing room. "I have something special for you to try today." My phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it. "Your granddaughter's recital is tomorrow, right?" I asked, retrieving a small case from our prototype cabinet. Mrs. Gonzalez's eyes lit up. "Yes, little Isabella, first chair violin at 8 years old. I haven't heard her play clearly in 2 years." I opened the case, revealing 2 tiny devices. These use our newest adaptive processing algorithm. Instead of amplifying everything, they identify musical tones and enhance their natural qualities. My phone buzzed again, and again. I switched it to silent. For the next hour, I worked with Mrs. Gonzalez, fine-tuning the settings as she listened to violin recordings. When I played a piece by Vivaldi, her favorite composer, tears welled in her eyes. "I can hear the bow on the strings," she whispered. I had forgotten that sound. It was during this moment that my phone, though silenced, lit up repeatedly on the counter. 23 missed calls, 14 voicemails, 39 text messages. As Mrs. Gonzalez practiced inserting and removing the devices herself, I quickly scanned the messages. International Consortium arrived early, asking specifically for you. Board in emergency session. $80 million funding decision happening today. Where are you? Call immediately. The most recent one, from the board chair himself. Critical situation. Your presence required urgently. I put the phone down and returned my attention to Mrs. Gonzalez. "How does that feel? Comfortable?" She nodded, beaming. "Perfect. What do I owe you for these?" "They're part of our community testing program. All I ask is that you come back next week and tell me how Isabella's recital goes." After Mrs. Gonzalez left, I had 3 more appointments. A retired construction worker with noise-induced hearing loss, a teenager with auditory processing difficulties, and a bus driver struggling with directional hearing. Each one represented why I'd built my research program the way I had. Real people, with real needs that standard hearing aids couldn't address. It was 2:30 p.m. when I finally checked my voicemails. "VN, this is Harold Bennett." The board chair's voice sounded strained. "The Global Accessibility Consortium representatives arrived this morning instead of next week. They're specifically asking for you. They won't speak with anyone else. Call me immediately." The next message: "This is urgent. The consortium has an $80 million funding initiative, and they're making their decision today." Rayner tried presenting to them, but they cut him off. "They want to see your community integration model." And the most recent: "Whatever happened this morning was a misunderstanding. Your position remains open. Please come to headquarters as soon as possible." I leaned against the wall, processing what was happening. The Global Accessibility Consortium represented disability advocates and medical systems across 16 countries. They'd visited our community sites and testing labs last month, impressed by our approach, prioritizing affordability alongside innovation. And apparently, they'd made their decision. I called Bennett back. "Where have you been?" he demanded. "Working with patients at the Riverdale Clinic, the one Rayner called a waste of resources yesterday. We need to discuss priorities later." The consortium representatives refuse to meet with anyone else. They've made it clear their funding depends on your involvement. "I'm no longer with the company," I reminded him, feeling a strange calm settle over me, as was emphatically demonstrated this morning. "A regrettable miscommunication," Bennett said quickly. "What would it take to bring you back immediately?" The question hung between us. I had prepared for many scenarios following my dismissal, but not this one. In my mind, Audiovance had chosen its path, prioritizing hospital contracts and expensive solutions over accessibility for ordinary people. But now, with the consortium's interest, I held unexpected leverage. "I'm listening," Bennett pressed when I didn't immediately answer. I thought of Mrs. Gonzalez hearing violin strings clearly for the first time in years. I thought of my team, who believed in our mission. I established an independent accessibility division. I finally said, "Community-based testing and distribution continues as our primary approach. My team reports directly to me, not through technical management. We can't restructure the entire company because..." The consortium seems particularly interested in organizations with proven community integration. I cut in. Perhaps they'd prefer to back my independent venture instead. There was a long silence on the phone before Bennett spoke again. Come to the office in 1 hour. We'll discuss specifics. I ended the call and sat alone in the quiet clinic room, surrounded by the tools and technology I'd helped develop. A wild mix of emotions surged through me: vindication, uncertainty, and something darker I wasn't ready to name. As I locked up the clinic, my phone buzzed with a text from Lena. What's happening? Board members running around like scared chickens. Rainer looks like he's about to explode. I simply replied, I'm coming back. Tell the team to wait for me. The drive to Audiovan's headquarters took 30 minutes in afternoon traffic. I used that time to center myself, to remember what mattered. This wasn't about winning a corporate battle. It was about protecting the work that could help millions. Walking through the lobby felt surreal. The same security guard who'd watched me leave in tears hours earlier now nodded respectfully. In the elevator, I noticed my reflection, hair slightly disheveled, wearing jeans and a casual blouse from my clinic work, rather than my usual business attire. I hadn't dressed to impress anyone. Perfect. As the elevator doors opened on the executive floor, I saw Bennett waiting with 2 board members, Adira and Wilson. Their faces betrayed thinly veiled panic. They're in the demonstration lab, Bennett said without preamble. We told them you were at a community outreach event, which apparently impressed them even more. Who exactly is here? I asked as we walked briskly down the corridor. Teresa Ling, head of the consortium. Representatives from healthcare systems in Germany, Brazil, and Japan. 2 patient advocacy directors. They've been evaluating technologies for their next major funding initiative. I nodded, processing this information. And Rainer? Bennett winced. He attempted to present our new hospital-focused direction. Miss Ling stopped him 15 minutes in and asked specifically where you were. We reached the lab door, and Bennett placed his hand on my arm. Vienne, the company needs this funding. Whatever happened this morning was not a miscommunication. I cut him off. It was a deliberate choice, and now you're making another one. I pushed open the door to find 6 people gathered around our demonstration table where my newest prototype sat. The 3rd-generation adaptive processor, designed to map individual hearing profiles and adjust in real time to different sound environments. Teresa Ling, a petite woman with keen eyes and a formidable reputation in accessibility advocacy, looked up first. Dr. Rhodes, she said, extending her hand. Your absence was concerning. I apologize. I was fitting one of our community members with a prototype. An elderly musician hearing her granddaughter's violin playing clearly for the first time in years. Teresa's expression warmed. That's precisely what we want to discuss. While your colleagues were showing us revenue projections, we'd rather hear about impact. Over the next hour, I demonstrated our technology, explaining how our approach differed from traditional hearing aids. Unlike standard amplification, our system analyzed sound patterns and enhanced clarity based on individual needs. I showed research data from our community testing, tracking improvements in quality of life. The most significant innovation isn't technical, I explained, pulling up results from our neighborhood clinics. It's distribution. By establishing community testing sites, we've reached people who would never access traditional audiological services. Dr. Himura from Japan nodded. This matches what we observed during our visit to your Westside clinic last month. The participants spoke highly of your personal involvement. From the corner of my eye, I caught Rainer shifting uncomfortably. He clearly hadn't known about their previous visit. We're interested in your plans for scaling this model, Teresa said. Our funding initiative aims to improve hearing accessibility across diverse populations and income levels. I took a deep breath. Actually, I've developed a comprehensive expansion strategy for community-based distribution and training local technicians. I'd be happy to walk you through it. Excellent. Teresa smiled. We have time now, if you're available. Bennett stepped forward. Perhaps we should discuss internally first. Dr. Rhodes appears capable of presenting her own work, Teresa interjected coolly. Unless there's a reason she shouldn't? The tension in the room thickened. Bennett retreated with a tight smile. No reason at all, he conceded. For the next 2 hours, I outlined my vision for expanding our community approach while the consortium members asked thoughtful questions. When Teresa finally stood, signaling the end of our meeting, she turned to Bennett. We'll be making our decision by the end of the day. Dr. Rhodes's approach aligns perfectly with our mission of making assistive technology truly accessible. After they left, the executive team gathered in the conference room. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically from this morning. Clearly, we need to revisit our strategy, Bennett began diplomatically. Rayner leaned forward. With all due respect, chasing foundation money is short-sighted. The real profit lies in medical partnerships. The consortium's $80 million would fund operations for 2 years, Adira pointed out, and open doors to their international healthcare networks. The debate continued while I sat quietly, letting them talk around me. Finally, Bennett turned to me. Vienne, what are your terms? I slid a document across the table. I've outlined them here. Independent division with direct board reporting. My team restored to previous roles. Community program expansion. And Rayner removed from any oversight of my work. Rayner's face flushed. This is absurd. You can't restructure leadership based on one potential grant. It's not about the grant, I said calmly. It's about the vision for this company. Do we exist to help people hear better, or to maximize shareholder returns? Those aren't mutually exclusive, Wilson argued. They are when you're targeting only those who can afford premium prices, I countered. Our technology can help millions who've been ignored by traditional hearing aid manufacturers. Bennett studied my document. Some of these terms exceed reasonable accommodations. Then decline them, I said simply. The consortium seemed very interested when I mentioned potentially launching an independent venture. The room went silent. You wouldn't, Rayner challenged. I met his gaze steadily. I built this technology. I established the testing methodology. I trained the team. Do you really want to test what I would or wouldn't do? An hour later, after intense negotiation, Bennett signed the agreement establishing my autonomous division with protected methodology and funding. The official announcement would come tomorrow, but effective immediately. I was back with expanded authority. As I walked toward my old laboratory, I passed Rayner in the hallway. He stepped directly into my path. Enjoy your victory lap, he said quietly, but understand something. This company will eventually answer to shareholders, not charity cases. Your approach is unsustainable. I regarded him calmly. Is that why you tried to destroy 7 years of my work in 6 weeks? I was hired to make this company profitable. No, you were hired to be the board's instrument when they got nervous about quarterly numbers. But you overplayed your hand. His eyes narrowed. This isn't over, Vienne. On that we agree, I replied before walking past him. When I entered the lab, my entire team was waiting. Their faces lit up as I walked in, and Lena rushed forward to hug me. What happened? Gustav asked, adjusting his glasses. 1 minute we're watching you get forced out, the next the board's in crisis mode. I explained about the consortium, watching their expressions shift from confusion to delight. So we're back? All of us? Asked Jace, our quietest team member. Yes, and with more independence than before. We'll report directly to the board, not through technical leadership. Lena grinned. Meaning not through Rayner? That must be killing him. He's been reassigned to regulatory compliance, I confirmed, effectively removed from product development. The celebration that followed was cathartic, laughter mixed with lingering disbelief. We were back, stronger than before. Later, as the team dispersed, Lena lingered behind. I heard what Rayner was doing behind the scenes, she said quietly, trying to patent modifications to your original designs under his name, telling investors our community approach was being phased out. I nodded. I suspected as much. Aren't you angry? He nearly destroyed everything. I looked around the lab, our testing equipment, prototypes, the wall covered with letters from people whose lives we'd improved. Anger isn't productive, I said carefully. Understanding motivations is. Lena studied me. You seem different. More strategic? I suggested. She nodded slowly. Should I be worried about what happens next? I smiled. Not if you're on my team. As the days passed, we fell back into our work rhythm. The consortium officially announced their $80 million funding, with Audiovance as the primary recipient. My division expanded, hiring new audiologists and engineers focused on accessible technology. From the outside, it appeared I'd gotten everything I wanted. My team, my research, my approach validated. The business magazines even ran profiles calling me the accessibility innovator changing how we hear. But beneath the surface, I hadn't forgotten what almost happened. How easily 7 years of work could be dismantled. How disposable I'd been made to feel. Rainer remained at Audiovance, diminished but not defeated. I occasionally caught him watching me during board meetings, his expression unreadable. We maintained professional distance, though tensions simmered whenever we occupied the same space. 3 months after my triumphant return, as Lena called it, Teresa Ling invited me to speak at the Global Accessibility Conference in Singapore. The invitation included a private note. "We should discuss your future beyond Audiovance." I kept the note to myself, not sharing it even with my team. Some decisions needed to mature in silence. The night before my departure for Singapore, I worked late in the lab, finalizing presentation materials. A notification popped up on my computer, a calendar reminder for the quarterly board meeting scheduled during my absence. Out of habit, I clicked to view the agenda Bennett had distributed. The last item made my heart stop: strategic realignment, evaluation of autonomous division structure, and integration options. I checked the recipient list. My name wasn't on it. This version of the agenda had been sent only to board members, and I noted with a chill, Rainer. They were planning to use my absence to reevaluate my division's independence. 3 months of success meant nothing against corporate instincts. I closed my laptop slowly, a strange calm settling over me. All this time, I'd been playing chess while believing the game was over. But the board, with Rainer's influence, was still moving pieces. My phone buzzed with a text from Gustav. Strange meetings happening in finance department. Overheard discussion about we're structuring autonomy and streamlining innovation channels. Something's coming. I texted back. Noted. Say nothing. See you tomorrow before my flight. That night, as I packed for Singapore, I added one extra item to my suitcase. A small external hard drive containing information I'd been quietly gathering since my return. Insurance, I told myself. Just insurance. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. It was the foundation of something that had been forming in my mind since the moment Rainer had interrupted my goodbye speech. Because sometimes, the only way to protect what matters is to be willing to burn everything else to the ground. The next morning, I arrived at the lab early to finalize preparations before my flight. Gustav was already there, his silver-rimmed glasses reflecting the blue glow of his monitor. "You should see this," he said, pulling up an email chain he'd been inadvertently copied on. The messages between Rainer and the finance director discussed reallocating resources from community programs and streamlining decision-making processes. "They're waiting for you to leave the country," Gustav said, his voice tight with concern. "I expected this," I replied, surprising him with my calmness. "They were never going to let our division remain truly independent." "What are you going to do?" I checked my watch. "Right now, I'm going to catch my flight to Singapore. But first, I need your help with something." For the next hour, Gustav and I prepared what I called contingency materials. When Lena arrived, I brought her into our confidence as well. By the time I left for the airport, my small but loyal inner circle understood their roles perfectly. On the 14-hour flight to Singapore, I refined my presentation while my mind continually returned to the board's betrayal. It wasn't surprising. Corporations protect themselves first. The truly disappointing realization was how quickly they'd reverted to type, even after the consortium's validation of our approach. Teresa Ling met me at the hotel lobby the evening before the conference. "Your presentation materials arrived safely?" she asked after we exchanged greetings. "Yes, everything's ready for tomorrow." Over dinner in a quiet corner of the hotel restaurant, Teresa broached the subject from her note. "I've been following Audiovance's stock movements since our funding announcement." "Interesting pattern." I nodded. The initial surge when our partnership was announced, followed by a gradual decline as investors realized our community-first approach meant slower growth than projected. "Shareholders often have shorter vision than innovators," Teresa observed, which brings me to what I wanted to discuss. The consortium is establishing an independent research entity, focused exclusively on accessibility technology development without shareholder pressures. My chopsticks paused midair. A non-profit research institute? With sustainable funding models through licensing and partnerships, Teresa clarified. But yes, mission-driven rather than profit-driven. We need a founding director with both technical expertise and unwavering commitment to accessibility. The implication hung between us, unspoken but clear. "That's an interesting proposition," I said carefully, "especially given certain developments at Audiovance." Teresa's eyes narrowed slightly. "Problems with your autonomous arrangement?" Let's just say autonomy means different things to different people. We discussed the consortium's vision further, with Teresa outlining a structure that would protect research integrity while ensuring financial sustainability. By the end of dinner, I had a formal offer to consider, to build something entirely new, free from corporate constraints. Take some time, Teresa advised. It's a significant change. Actually, I replied, my decision may come sooner than you think. The Global Accessibility Conference opened the next morning with over 2,000 attendees from 60 countries. My presentation, Adaptive Hearing Technology, Community Integration Models, was scheduled just before lunch. As I waited backstage, my phone vibrated with a message from Lena. Board meeting started. Rainer presenting now. Document attached. I opened the attachment to find the presentation Rainer was currently delivering to Audiovance's board. The title slide read, Optimization Strategy, Maximizing Return on Consortium Investment. Scrolling through, I saw exactly what I'd expected. Proposals to centralize decision-making, shift focus to hospital sales channels, and streamline community programs. The final slide laid it out explicitly. Recommendation, reintegrate autonomous division under technical leadership. My hands didn't shake. My heart didn't race. Instead, I felt an odd serenity as I closed the document and prepared to take the stage. My presentation to the conference began with data and technical explanations. How our adaptive processing improved speech recognition. How community testing provided superior real-world optimization. The audience nodded along, impressed but not yet moved. Then I shifted. Technical specifications matter, I said, clicking to a slide showing Mrs. Gonzalez at her granddaughter's violin recital. But this is why we do this work. I shared stories from our community sites. The retired teacher who could participate in book club again. The young man with processing issues who could finally handle workplace conversations. The grandmother hearing her grandchild's voice clearly for the first time. The room grew silent, completely engaged. These successes happened because we prioritized accessibility over profitability, I continued. Because we built technology with communities, not just for them. I paused, looking out at the rapt audience, knowing that what I said next would irrevocably change my path. Which is why today I'm announcing the establishment of the Adaptive Hearing Initiative, an independent research and development organization dedicated to creating accessible hearing technology for everyone, regardless of economic status. A murmur ran through the audience. With initial funding from private donors and a licensing structure that prioritizes accessibility, we'll expand our community-based model globally, partnering with local health providers to reach populations currently underserved by traditional hearing aid manufacturers. Teresa, sitting in the front row, gave me a subtle nod. We had finalized the details over breakfast. She'd fast-tracked the consortium's plans based on my information about Audiovance's intentions. The initiative launches next month with research labs in 3 countries and community testing sites in 12 cities worldwide, and I'm honored to serve as its founding director. The audience erupted in applause. As I wrapped up my presentation, my phone silently collected messages from Audiovance, increasingly urgent communications from Bennett and other board members. At the reception afterward, industry leaders and healthcare representatives surrounded me with questions and partnership offers. I navigated these conversations while keeping an eye on my phone, watching the drama unfold back at Audiovance headquarters. Lena's updates came steadily. Board meeting interrupted by consortium representatives. Bennett looks like he's seen a ghost. They're asking for emergency session with full leadership team. 3 hours later, as I was discussing implementation strategies with healthcare providers from rural India, my phone rang with Bennett's number. I excused myself to take the call. "What have you done?" he demanded without preamble. I gave a presentation about accessible hearing technology. I replied calmly, "Which part concerns you?" You announced a competing organization without notice. The consortium representatives just informed us they're redirecting 40% of their funding to your new initiative. 50%, actually. I corrected him. The announcement goes out tomorrow. "This is a breach of your contract," Bennett sputtered. "Our legal team should review Section 12.8 of my employment agreement," I interrupted. "The non-compete clause specifically exempts nonprofit research organizations focused on accessibility, a provision I insisted on during our renegotiation." Silence stretched between us. "You planned this," he finally said, his voice hollow with realization. "No, You planned to dismantle my division the moment I left the country. I simply prepared for that eventuality. The board never voted on any changes, he protested weakly. Yet Rayner's presentation to the board today clearly outlined those exact changes. Curious timing. Another lengthy pause. What do you want? Nothing from Audio Vance. My resignation letter has already been delivered to Human Resources, but my team deserves better than what you planned for them. What does that mean? It means 16 of Audio Vance's top audiologists and engineers have already received offers from the initiative. Competitive salaries, research freedom, and genuine commitment to their work. I could almost hear Bennett calculating the damage, the loss of talent, the reduced consortium funding, the inevitable questions from shareholders when this became public. You've been planning your exit since the day you returned, he said, anger finally breaking through his shock. No, I corrected him. I gave Audio Vance every chance to honor our agreement. But while I was building hearing devices for people who needed them, Rayner was building a case to undermine everything we'd accomplished. You chose your path. Now I'm choosing mine. I ended the call and returned to the reception, where Teresa introduced me to additional consortium members, eager to support the initiative. By evening's end, our funding was secure, our initial research sites confirmed, and our leadership team taking shape. Later that night, alone in my hotel room, I received one final message from Lena. Rayner just cleared out his office. Board asked for his resignation after emergency session. Gustav and I accepted our offers. 14 others did too. When do we start? I smiled, feeling the weight of years lift from my shoulders. We already have. 2 weeks later, I stood in our new headquarters. A renovated warehouse with research labs, meeting spaces, and an open concept design that facilitated collaboration. The Adaptive Hearing Initiative's mission statement hung in the entrance. Clear sound for every ear, accessible to every person. Our team, expanded now to 30 researchers and technicians, buzzed with energy as they set up equipment and testing stations. Many had followed me from Audio Vance, but others came from universities, competing companies, and healthcare systems. Drawn by our mission, Audio Vance's stock had dropped 18% since my announcement. Industry analysts questioned their ability to fulfill the consortium's requirements with their depleted research team. Rayner had disappeared from the industry entirely, his reputation tarnished by what financial news delicately called strategic mismanagement. As I walked through our community testing area, where real people would help refine our technology, Teresa joined me. The first community sites open next week, she noted. Impressive timeline. We're building on proven methods, I replied. And motivated people work quickly. She studied me for a moment. You never wanted revenge against Audio Vance, did you? I considered this as we watched my team calibrating equipment, their excitement palpable. No, I wanted to protect the work. The people who need this technology don't care about corporate politics. Still, I can't help but appreciate the poetry, Teresa observed. They tried to silence you twice, and each time, it only amplified your voice. And now, the hearing of thousands more people. I smiled at the metaphor. In acoustics, we call that constructive interference, when waves align to create something stronger than either could alone. 2 days later, we welcomed our first community participants, including Mrs. Gonzalez, who'd agreed to help test our newest music-focused algorithms. As she settled into our testing area, she noticed our mission statement. This is why I followed you here, she said, adjusting her hearing device. At Audio Vance, I was a patient. Here, I'm a partner. In that moment, watching her eagerness to contribute, I knew with absolute certainty that I'd made the right choice. Not just for me, or for my team, but for everyone who deserved to hear the world clearly. Thank you so much for staying with me through this entire story. If you connected with Vienne's journey of resilience and purpose, please hit that like button and subscribe for more stories about people who refuse to be silenced. I'd love to hear in the comments about a time when you turned a setback into something even better than what you originally had. Remember, sometimes the most powerful response to being interrupted isn't to raise your voice, it's to change the conversation entirely. The coffee mug shattered against the break room floor, spraying hot liquid across the tile. Landry had Piper backed against the counter, his arm blocking her escape route, body leaning uncomfortably close to her trembling form. Her eyes darted around the room, landing on me with a desperate plea I'd seen too many times on too many faces. Need something? Landry asked without turning, his voice dripping with irritation at the interruption. I placed myself between them, forcing him back a step. Actually, yes. I need you to stop cornering women in this office. The silence felt electric. Piper seized her chance to slip away, clutching her folder against her chest like a shield. Excuse me? Landry's signature smirk appeared, the one that said he knew exactly what game he was playing. I stepped closer. You heard me. I need you to stop trapping women in corners. Stop whispering things that make their skin crawl. Stop touching them when they've made it clear they don't want it. His eyes narrowed, that smirk momentarily faltering. Who exactly do you think you're talking to? I know exactly who I'm talking to, I replied, my voice steady despite my racing heart. The question is, do you know who you're talking to? Landry glanced around the break room, reassuring himself no one else was watching. Look, Sybil, I don't know what your problem is. Barcelona, I said quietly, maintaining eye contact. The color drained from his face. I know about Barcelona, I continued. About what happened on the hotel balcony with Mina. About the elevator incident with Jeanette. About how you followed Krista to her room. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. You're bluffing. The board meeting starts in 30 minutes. I've requested to speak. Want to walk there together? He bolted from the room. Before I continue this story, I want to ask, have you ever witnessed someone getting away with terrible behavior just because they had connections? It happens more often than we think. If this story resonates with you, please hit that like button, leave a comment below with your thoughts, and subscribe to hear more stories that need to be told. Now, back to what happened next. My name is Sybil Moreau. I'm not someone who stands out in a crowd. Average height, brown hair usually pulled back in a no-nonsense ponytail, and the kind of face people sometimes think they've met before, but can't remember where. This invisibility had become my greatest asset. I worked as a compliance analyst, a job title most people's eyes glaze over when I mention it. My role involved reviewing internal processes, looking for inconsistencies, gathering data, and identifying patterns. I was good at my job precisely because I noticed things others didn't. 8 months ago, I joined the company fresh from a similar position at a smaller firm. During my first week, I watched Landry isolate Daphne, a marketing coordinator, in the copy room. His body language, the way he leaned in, the unmistakable discomfort in her posture, it triggered alarm bells. Don't, my manager Whitney whispered when she caught me watching. We were sharing lunch in the courtyard. He's the VP's nephew. Untouchable. For your own career, stay quiet. Whitney's warning wasn't unique. Over the next few weeks, I heard variations of the same advice from long-term employees. That's just how things are. Nothing can be done. Best to keep your head down. What these well-meaning colleagues didn't realize was that keeping my head down wasn't in my nature. Not anymore. 3 years earlier, at my previous job, I'd experienced similar behavior from a senior executive. I'd reported it through proper channels, trusted the system, and ended up being the one pushed out while he received a promotion. The betrayal taught me that official processes often protect predators, not victims. So I began watching Landry with methodical attention. His pattern emerged clearly. He calculated the timing of his advances, always ensuring they were just private enough to avoid witnesses but not so isolated as to seem deliberate. He chose vulnerable targets, new hires without established workplace allies, contract workers afraid for their job security, single mothers who couldn't risk unemployment. Most revealing was how he leveraged the company's unspoken politics. His uncle Harmon, the vice president of operations, had built a protective fortress around his nephew through strategic hiring and promotions of loyalists. HR complaints mysteriously disappeared. Women requesting transfers were labeled difficult. Those who pushed too hard often found themselves with negative performance reviews. I made myself invisible, blending into the background of meetings, lingering in hallways, becoming the forgettable face people spoke freely around. I built relationships with administrative assistants, maintenance staff, and security personnel, the eyes and ears of any organization who see everything while remaining unseen themselves. The company retreat to Barcelona 4 months ago provided my first real opening. 3 women had separate incidents with Landry during that trip. What he didn't know was that I spoke fluent Spanish, having lived in Madrid for 5 years as a teenager. I befriended the hotel staff who had witnessed his behavior, who shared details about how they'd been called to handle situations involving the American executive. I also began connecting with former employees who'd left because of Landry. coffee meetings, lunch conversations, building a network of women with similar experiences. Not for gossip, but for truth. For pattern recognition. For months, I gathered information methodically. I wasn't building a legal case. I'd learned the hard way those could be dismantled. I was assembling something more powerful, a collective truth too consistent to dismiss. Then Piper arrived. 22 years old, first corporate job, supporting her younger siblings while their mother battled cancer. I recognized Landry's predatory interest immediately during her introduction meeting when her hands trembled as she spoke. The way he lingered after, offering to show her around, his eyes tracking her movements in the hallways. I'd warned her subtly, as I had others, but Piper's vulnerability made her an ideal target. When I walked into the break room and saw her trapped against the counter, something inside me finally snapped. After Landry fled the break room, I helped Piper collect herself. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Nobody's ever. They all just look away." "Not anymore," I promised, squeezing her hand. I returned to my desk, heart pounding. I'd accelerated my timeline, forced my hand. The company network pinged with a notification, emergency board meeting at 2 p.m. I hadn't actually requested to speak. That had been a bluff. But Landry clearly believed me capable of it. My phone buzzed with text messages from Whitney. "What did you do?" Followed by, "Harmon is furious." Then, "Landry's saying you threatened him." I didn't respond. Instead, I sent out the message I'd prepared months ago, ready for this exact moment. A group text to 17 current and former employees who had shared their experiences with me. "It's happening. Today, 2 p.m., boardroom." By 1:30, my office phone rang. The board assistant's voice was clipped. "Miss Moreau, your presence is requested in the board meeting." "I'll be there," I replied calmly. I spent the next 20 minutes reviewing my notes, not for preparation but for reassurance. Then I locked my computer, straightened my blazer, and headed to the elevator. The boardroom occupied the top floor, with windows overlooking the city. 12 people sat around the massive table, their faces arranged in various expressions of concern and annoyance. Harmon sat at the head, his resemblance to Landry unmistakable in their shared jawline and cold eyes. "Miss Moreau," he began as I took the sole empty chair. "My nephew claims you've created a hostile work environment, that you're spreading malicious rumors and making threats." My heart sank even as I'd anticipated this exact scenario. I'd risked everything, and now faced termination. Possibly worse if they decided to pursue legal action for defamation. Harmon continued, "Such behavior violates numerous company policies." "Before you continue," I interrupted, my voice steadier than I felt. "You should know, I'm not alone in this." Confusion flickered across Harmon's face. Before he could respond, the boardroom door opened. Devra, the chief financial officer, the only woman in senior leadership, entered first, followed by Whitney. Behind them came Piper, still visibly shaken but standing tall. Then more faces appeared. Jeanette from accounting, Mina from graphic design, Krista from client relations. 5 current employees, standing together in silent solidarity. Behind them came 7 more women I'd connected with over the past months. Former employees who had coordinated their schedules and traveled from as far as 3 hours away to attend. Then came 2 women clients who had experienced Landry's behavior during business dinners. The board members' expressions transformed from annoyance to shock as more and more women filed in, lining the walls of the room. "What is the meaning of this?" Harmon demanded, half rising from his chair. I stood to face him. "You wanted to discuss hostile work environments. We all have stories, and we're all prepared to tell them, here today, or publicly, if necessary." The atmosphere in the boardroom shifted instantly. Harmon's expression hardened, but Devra, the CFO who had remained largely silent in previous meetings, spoke up. "Perhaps we should listen before deciding anything," she said, her calm voice carrying an unmistakable undercurrent of authority. "This is highly irregular," protested Thurston, the general counsel, his fingers nervously adjusting his tie. "We can't just have random employees bursting into a board meeting making accusations without—" "Without what?" Devra interrupted. "Without enough women to fill this entire room? Without potential legal liability that could sink this company's reputation permanently? Without clear violation of every ethics policy we claim to uphold?" A tense silence followed. The board members exchanged uncomfortable glances. "I move that we hear what these women have to say," said Bennett, the oldest board member, his weathered face grave. If there's truth here, we need to address it, now. For the next hour, woman after woman spoke. No dramatic evidence, no secret recordings, just raw, painful truths that painted an undeniable pattern. Mina described the Barcelona incident, how Landry had cornered her on the hotel balcony during the company retreat. He told me my promotion was being considered, and that he had significant influence with his uncle. Then he put his hand on my lower back and said he had a nice view from his room he wanted to show me. Jeanette spoke next. In the elevator, he pressed against me when we were alone. When I objected, he laughed and said I should learn to take a compliment. The next day, I found my project reassigned. Former employees shared similar stories spanning 3 years. A pattern emerged of isolation, proposition, and retaliation. Women who rejected him found themselves with poor performance reviews, lost opportunities, or suddenly not fitting company culture. Throughout the testimonies, I watched the board members' faces transform. Some showed shock, others displayed growing anger. A few, including Harmon, maintained carefully neutral expressions that betrayed nothing. Harmon tried interjecting several times. These are serious allegations without. I wasn't finished, said Krista, cutting him off with surprising force for someone who normally spoke so softly. After Barcelona, I reported the incident to HR. 2 weeks later, I was put on a performance improvement plan for communication issues. The HR report, mysteriously missing from the system. Whitney stepped forward then. As a manager, her testimony carried particular weight. I've witnessed Landry's behavior for years. I'm ashamed to admit I advised women to keep quiet for their own protection. I was complicit in this culture of silence, and I'm here today because I refuse to be part of it anymore. Piper spoke last, her voice trembling but determined. I've only been here 3 weeks. 3 weeks, and already I've been cornered twice. Today wasn't even the first time. I need this job to support my family while my mom fights cancer. He knew that. He mentioned it specifically when he said, I hope nothing jeopardizes your position here. The room fell silent when she finished. 17 women, 17 stories, all pointing to the same conclusion. Thurston cleared his throat. While these accounts are concerning, they remain allegations without. If you say without evidence one more time, I interjected, I'll have to wonder why you're so invested in dismissing consistent testimonies from nearly 20 women. Dever nodded. The pattern here is unmistakable, and patterns are evidence. Harmon finally spoke, his voice carefully controlled. These are serious claims requiring proper investigation. We'll need to convene HR and legal teams to review. No, I said simply. All eyes turned to me. No more internal investigations that disappear. No more HR reports that vanish. No more women pushed out while Landry remains protected. I placed a folder on the table. This contains the names and contact information of every woman in this room, plus 12 others who couldn't be here today. We're prepared to take this public, all of us, if appropriate action isn't taken immediately. You're threatening the company? Harmon's voice rose sharply. I'm promising transparency, I corrected. Something this company claims to value in every mission statement and annual report. Bennett leaned forward. What exactly are you asking for? Immediate suspension of Landry pending a third-party investigation. Policy changes to protect employees from retaliation, and a commitment to take every harassment claim seriously, regardless of who it involves. I paused. We've prepared a detailed proposal. This feels like extortion, Harmon said. His face flushed. It's accountability, Devra countered. She turned to the other board members. I move that we immediately suspend Landry Mitchell pending investigation, and that we hire an independent firm to conduct said investigation. I further move that we establish a committee to review and strengthen our harassment policies. I second, said Bennett immediately. This requires further discussion, Harmon protested. Then let's discuss, Devra replied coolly. Shall we start with potential legal liability? Or perhaps the PR nightmare if 30 women go public with consistent harassment claims? Or maybe we should discuss the fiduciary responsibility this board has to protect the company from precisely this sort of exposure? The vote was taken. 9-3 in favor of Devra's motion. Harmon and 2 of his closest allies were the only opposition. Miss Moreau, Devra said as the meeting concluded, please have your group submit your policy recommendations by the end of the week. I'll be heading the committee personally. As we filed out of the boardroom, Whitney caught my arm. How did you do this? How did you get all these women to speak up? I listened. I replied simply, and I believed them. The next 3 days passed in a blur of meetings, statements, and tension. Landry was noticeably absent. having been escorted from the building immediately after the board vote. Harmon remained in his office, door closed, emerging only for essential meetings. On Thursday afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Parking garage. Level 3. Now. I hesitated, showing the message to Whitney. "Don't go alone," she advised, concern etched on her face. "I won't," I promised, texting Devra and security simultaneously. The parking garage was dimly lit as always. I stepped off the elevator onto level 3, Devra and a security officer flanking me. Landry stood beside his luxury car, his usually impeccable appearance disheveled, eyes bloodshot. "You've ruined everything," he said when he saw me, voice slurring slightly. "Happy now? My uncle can't protect me anymore." "You ruined yourself," I replied calmly. "I just made sure people knew the truth." He laughed bitterly. "Truth? You don't know anything about me." "I know enough." He took a step toward me, but the security officer moved forward. Landry stopped, swaying slightly. "The investigation starts tomorrow," Devra said coldly. "I suggest you cooperate fully, and I strongly advise you to leave the premises immediately. Your access has been revoked." Landry's eyes narrowed. "This isn't over." "Actually, it is," I replied. The next morning, I arrived at work to find people gathered around monitors, whispering. Piper rushed up to me. "Have you seen? It's everywhere." On the screens were news reports. Tech executive dismissed following harassment allegations. Landry's face appeared next to corporate statements about zero tolerance and thorough investigations. More shocking was the second headline. VP of Operations resigns amid nephew's harassment scandal. Harmon had resigned that morning, effective immediately. His departure statement mentioned taking responsibility for oversight failures and personal reasons. Whitney appeared beside me. "Did you know this would happen?" I shook my head. "I expected resistance, stonewalling, not this." "Something doesn't add up," Whitney murmured. Harmon wouldn't just step down. She was right. The sudden resignation felt wrong. Too easy. Too clean. Harmon had built his career on never admitting defeat. This capitulation was out of character. Later that day, Devra called me into her office. "The third-party investigators start tomorrow," she said without preamble, "but there's something you should know." She slid a tablet across her desk. On it was an internal email from Harmon to the board, sent minutes before his resignation. The language was formal, the tone resigned, but one line stood out. "In light of information, Miss Moreau apparently possesses regarding Barcelona, I believe my continued leadership would only further damage the company." I stared at the words, confused. I never said I had information about Harmon in Barcelona, only about Landry. Devra's expression was unreadable. Interesting. Yet Harmon clearly believes otherwise. A chill ran down my spine. What had happened in Barcelona that Harmon thought I knew about? What connection did it have to Landry's behavior? "The investigation just got more complicated," Devra said. "Whatever happened there, Harmon was willing to resign rather than have it exposed." I left her office with more questions than answers. In the hallway, my phone buzzed with a notification from a secured messaging app I'd installed months ago. The sender was one of the hotel staff from Barcelona I'd befriended. The message was brief. "You should see this. Deleted from our security archives yesterday, but I made a copy." Attached was a video file. My hands trembled as I found an empty conference room to watch it. The timestamp showed 2:14 a.m. during the company retreat. The footage showed a hotel corridor. Landry appeared, supporting a clearly intoxicated woman. Not an employee, but someone I recognized as the wife of a major client. Moments later, Harmon appeared from another direction, looking agitated. Words were exchanged. No audio, but the body language showed clear tension. Then Harmon grabbed the woman's other arm. Together, uncle and nephew half-carried, half-dragged her toward an elevator. The video ended there. I sat frozen, my mind racing. This wasn't just about Landry. This was about Harmon too, and possibly others. My phone buzzed again. Another message, this time from Whitney. "Emergency board meeting called for tomorrow morning. Something big is happening." The next day dawned with a sense of foreboding. Whatever came next would change everything, not just for me, but for every woman who had stepped forward, for the company itself. As I dressed for work, I received another text, this one from a number I didn't recognize. "Be careful what you wish for. Not all monsters die when exposed to light. Some just change their hunting grounds." I stared at the message for a long moment, a knot forming in my stomach. Someone was trying to intimidate me, someone who knew what was happening. I took a screenshot and forwarded it to Devra before heading to work. The office atmosphere had transformed overnight. Groups of employees whispered in corners, conversations abruptly ending when others approached. Nobody knew exactly what was happening, but everyone sensed the ground shifting beneath their feet. Whitney intercepted me at the elevator. The boardroom is packed. Legal team, outside counsel, executives I've never even seen before. Any sign of Landry or Harmon? No, but rumor has it Landry hired one of those crisis management firms, the kind celebrities use after scandals. The emergency board meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m. By 8:30, I was in Devra's office along with the company's head of security, a stoic woman named Ariel. The video you received is concerning, Devra said without preamble. Ariel has been investigating separately since yesterday. Ariel nodded. The woman in the video is Ivy Lambert, spouse of Gregory Lambert from Lambert Solutions. They're one of our biggest clients. Is she okay? I asked. That's where it gets complicated, Ariel replied. I contacted Mrs. Lambert. Initially, she denied anything happened in Barcelona. When I mentioned the video's existence, she became extremely distressed and hung up. Devra interjected. An hour later, Gregory Lambert called demanding to know why we were harassing his wife about ancient history. He threatened to pull their business. But the retreat was only 4 months ago, I pointed out. Exactly, Ariel said grimly. When I tried following up with hotel staff, they suddenly claimed no knowledge of any incidents. Someone got to them. That's not all, Devra added. The bank called this morning. Someone attempted to access confidential company financial records using my credentials. My mind raced. They're trying to cover their tracks. This goes beyond harassment. The question is how far beyond, Devra said, checking her watch. It's time. The boardroom was indeed packed. The entire board was present, along with the executive team, legal representatives, and several faces I didn't recognize. Notably absent were Landry and Harmon. Bennett called the meeting to order. As you're aware, serious allegations have emerged regarding Landry Mitchell's conduct. The third-party investigation begins today. However, new information has come to light that expands the scope considerably. Thurston, the general counsel, looked distinctly uncomfortable. Before we proceed, I must advise that what follows involves sensitive matters, potentially extending beyond workplace harassment into other areas. Bennett nodded to Devra, who stood. Yesterday, miss? Moreau received footage from the Barcelona hotel showing Landry Mitchell and Harmon Wade escorting an intoxicated female client to an elevator at 2:14 a.m. When contacted, the woman denied any recollection of events, but became distressed when informed of the video. Murmurs rippled through the room. Subsequently, Devra continued, attempts were made to access our financial records, particularly those relating to the Barcelona retreat and client entertainment expenses. Thurston cleared his throat. While disturbing, none of this constitutes proof of. I wasn't finished, Devra said sharply. This morning, I received this from an anonymous source. She tapped her tablet, and the screen behind her lit up with financial records, company credit card statements, showing unusual charges during multiple client events and business trips over the past 3 years. Barcelona was just the most recent. These expenses were coded as client entertainment, but lack proper documentation. All were approved by Harmon Wade. All involved events where Landry Mitchell was present, and all coincide with dates where female clients or their spouses later reported feeling unwell or having memory issues the following day. The room fell utterly silent. Bennett broke the silence. Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything, Devra replied carefully. I'm presenting financial irregularities that warrant investigation alongside the harassment claims. This is absurd, said Palmer, one of Harmon's allies on the board. You're trying to turn workplace harassment allegations into some sort of criminal conspiracy. I don't believe Miss Devra is making accusations, I interjected, standing. She's presenting patterns, and as she pointed out yesterday, patterns are evidence. The meeting dissolved into heated discussion. Legal advised caution. Some board members wanted to contain the situation. Others insisted on full transparency. Through it all, I watched the faces, noting who seemed genuinely shocked versus those who appeared merely concerned about damage control. After nearly 2 hours, Bennett called for order. We have no choice but to expand the investigation to include these financial irregularities and their potential connection to the harassment claims. If crimes were committed, we have a legal obligation to report them. And in the meantime, Palmer demanded, in the meantime, we cooperate fully with investigators, secure all relevant records, and ensure the safety of everyone involved, Bennett replied firmly. As the meeting concluded, Devra pulled me aside. Be careful. This just got much bigger than workplace harassment. I know, I said quietly. Landry was scheduled for his investigative interview this afternoon. His lawyer just called to cancel. He's running, I said. Maybe, Devra replied. Or maybe he's regrouping. Over the next 2 days, the investigation expanded rapidly. The outside firm brought in additional specialists. More women came forward, not just employees, but clients and vendors who had interacted with Landry and, in some cases, Harmon. The pattern became clearer and more disturbing. The harassment wasn't random, it was systematic. The worst incidents occurred at client events where alcohol flowed freely, and certain women, usually those with some connection to valuable accounts or partnerships, found themselves unusually affected by seemingly modest amounts of alcohol. I was working late Thursday evening, reviewing documents the investigators had requested, when Whitney burst into my office, pale-faced. Landry's back. He just walked into the building with 2 men I've never seen before. They went straight to the executive floor. My phone buzzed with a text from Devra. My office. Now. I found Devra standing at her window, staring out at the city lights. Landry demanded an emergency meeting with the executive team. Claims he has information that will change everything. What kind of information? He wouldn't say, just that it involves you. She turned to face me. Is there anything I should know? I shook my head. I've been completely transparent with you and the investigators. Good, she said, because they're here. Landry entered flanked by 2 men in expensive suits. His appearance had transformed, immaculate again, confident, with a smile that chilled me. Miss Moreau, he said smoothly, still leading your little crusade? I didn't respond. You know, he continued, setting a folder on Devra's desk. When someone comes after me, I get curious about them, about their past, about what might motivate such vindictiveness. He gestured to one of his companions, who opened the folder. Miss Sybil Moreau. Except that wasn't always your name, was it? 3 years ago, you were Sybil Markham at Vertex Industries. My heart stopped. No one here knew about that time in my life. You filed harassment claims against a senior executive. Claims that were investigated and found to be, he paused dramatically, without merit. That's not what happened, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. The official record says otherwise, Landry continued. It says you fabricated claims after being passed over for promotion. It says you were let go for creating a hostile work environment. Ironic, isn't it? It says you tried to extort a settlement before leaving. That's a lie, I said, feeling my careful composure beginning to crack. They covered it up, just like you and your uncle have been doing. Landry smiled. The difference is we have documentation, official findings, court records from when your lawsuit was dismissed. What do you have? Stories? Coincidences? A grainy video showing my uncle and me helping an intoxicated woman to her room? Devra studied me carefully. Is this true? You filed previous harassment claims that were dismissed? I felt the ground shifting beneath me. The exact scenario I'd feared was unfolding. My credibility under attack. My past weaponized against me. Yes, I filed a claim, I admitted. And yes, it was dismissed. Because the executive I reported was the CEO's son. Because HR buried it. Because witnesses suddenly couldn't recall what they'd told me in confidence. Just like what's been happening here, Landry smirked. Or perhaps because you have a pattern of making false accusations. That's enough, Devra said sharply. Whatever Miss Moreau's past, we have testimony from nearly 20 women about your behavior, Landry. That stands on its own. Does it? One of Landry's companions spoke up. Because 4 of those women have already contacted us to recant their statements. Seems they were pressured by Miss Moreau to exaggerate incidents. We have signed affidavits. My blood ran cold. That's not possible. Jeanette, Krista, Daphne, and Lisa, the man read from his notes, all now say they felt coerced by you to paint normal workplace interactions as harassment. They're lying, I said, even as doubt crept in. Had they been threatened? Bribed? Talk to the others. We intend to, Landry said smoothly, but the pattern is already emerging. You orchestrated this witch hunt based on your own past grievances. Devra remained impassive. We'll need to see those affidavits and verify them independently. Of course, Landry replied. In the meantime, We believe Miss Moreau should be suspended pending investigation of her manipulation of company processes and coercion of colleagues. The room spun around me. Everything I'd worked for was unraveling, just like before, history repeating itself with merciless precision. This meeting is over, Devra said. Leave the documents. We'll review them and respond appropriately. After they left, I sank into a chair, my hands shaking. They're trying to discredit me to save themselves. I know, Devra said quietly, and it might work. 4 women recanting? They must have been threatened or paid off. Probably, Devra agreed. But proving that is another matter. This is exactly how these situations typically play out. Attack the whistleblower, divide the victims, create enough doubt to escape consequences. She paused. Unless what? A gleam appeared in Devra's eyes. Unless the whistleblower anticipated exactly this response. Did you? For the first time since Landry entered the room, I felt a flutter of hope. Actually, yes, I did. The next morning at 8 a.m., the board reconvened. Landry sat confidently at the table, his crisis team beside him. Harmon had returned as well, though he was no longer acting as board chair. That position now belonged to Bennett. This emergency session is called to address new developments in the Mitchell investigation, Bennett began. Mr. Mitchell has presented evidence suggesting Miss Moreau manipulated the process and coerced testimony. Landry nodded smugly. Sadly, this appears to be a pattern with Miss Moreau, a vendetta carried over from her previous employment. Miss Moreau, Bennett turned to me. Do you wish to respond to these allegations? Yes, I said, standing. I do. I took a breath, looking around the room at the board members, at Landry's smug expression, at Harmon's tense posture. When you've been silenced before, I began, you learn to prepare differently the next time. At Vertex Industries, I trusted the system. I reported through proper channels. I believed truth would prevail. I was wrong. I moved to stand at the center of the room, where everyone could see me clearly. So yes, I have a past. One where I witnessed harassment, reported it correctly, and was systematically discredited and pushed out. Not because my claims weren't true, but because the truth threatened powerful people. Landry leaned toward his crisis manager, whispering something with a self-satisfied smile. When I joined this company and saw the same patterns emerging with Landry, I knew reporting through normal channels wouldn't work. The system was designed to protect him. So I approached things differently. I nodded to Devra, who distributed folders to each board member. What you're receiving is a detailed timeline. Every interaction I've had with the women who came forward. Every conversation, every meeting, all meticulously documented from day one. Landry's smile faltered slightly. You'll notice each interaction had at least one witness, someone else who was present or aware of the conversation. You'll find contact information for each witness. You'll also find that I never once suggested to any woman what to say or how to characterize her experiences. I simply asked, would you be willing to share what happened? I turned directly to Landry. You claim 4 women have recanted, that they felt coerced by me. Interesting, since I was never alone with any of them during our discussions. Bennett flipped through the documents, frowning. These are quite thorough. Page 12, I continued. You'll find emails from Jeanette dated yesterday morning, expressing fear after being contacted by an associate of Landry's, who mentioned her upcoming performance review and her daughter's college tuition. Murmurs rippled through the room. Page 17. Text messages from Krista describing a similar approach with references to her mortgage application currently under review at a bank where Harmon serves on the advisory board. Harmon shifted uncomfortably. I anticipated this, I said clearly. I knew if women came forward, there would be attempts to silence them. So I advised everyone to document any contact from Landry, Harmon, or their representatives. Bennett looked up sharply. Are you suggesting these women were pressured to recant? I'm not suggesting anything, I said, echoing Devra's words from earlier. I'm presenting patterns. Landry's crisis manager stood abruptly. These are serious accusations without foundation. Our clients have affidavits. Signed under duress, I interrupted, and we have contemporaneous documentation of that duress. I nodded again to Devra, who tapped her tablet. The screen behind me lit up with a video. Jeanette sitting in a coffee shop, openly recording on her phone as a man in an expensive suit sat across from her. So just to be clear, Jeanette's voice came through clearly. If I sign this paper saying Sybil Moreau manipulated me, my performance review next week will reflect exceptional achievement, and the tuition assistance program will suddenly find room in the budget for me? The man's response was measured but damning. Let's just say certain obstacles would disappear with your cooperation. Silence fell over the boardroom. That's Todd Beckman, Harmon said quickly. He doesn't work for me. I've never seen him before. Actually, Deborah replied, according to company payment records, Mr. Beckman received 3 consulting payments from your discretionary budget in the past year. The most recent was Tuesday, the day after the board voted to suspend Landry. The crisis managers exchanged glances. Landry's confident demeanor cracked visibly. This is just one example, I continued. Each of the 4 women who supposedly recanted has similar documentation. They contacted me immediately after being approached. We prepared together. I placed my own folder on the table. But that's not all. Remember the video from Barcelona? It raised questions about what exactly happened that night with Ivy Lambert. Landry paled. Mrs. Lambert initially denied anything happened, then became distressed when the video was mentioned. Mr. Lambert threatened to pull their business. Classic signs of damage control. I paused, making eye contact with each board member in turn. Yesterday, Mrs. Lambert called me directly. Not the investigators, not HR, not legal, me. She found my contact information through a support group for harassment victims that I've been part of since my experience at Vertex. She was referred by another woman, a former client who had a similar experience at a company retreat last year. Harmon's jaw tightened. Mrs. Lambert doesn't remember much about that night in Barcelona. She remembers having 2 drinks at the client dinner. She remembers feeling strangely disoriented. Then, nothing until she woke up in her room the next morning, confused and physically uncomfortable. Her husband dismissed her concerns, told her she'd simply had too much to drink and embarrassed herself. He insisted they never speak of it again. The room remained utterly still. When the video surfaced, when our investigators contacted her, the fragments started coming back. She's now speaking with authorities in Spain. She's not alone. 3 other women connected to client accounts have come forward with similar experiences at events where both Landry and Harmon were present. Bennett looked directly at Harmon. Is this true? Harmon's face had become a mask. These are outrageous insinuations without the toxicology reports. I cut in. Mrs. Lambert had blood work done after our investigator contacted her. She found traces of a substance consistent with certain drugs known to cause memory loss. This is absurd, Landry finally exploded. You can't possibly believe. What I believe, Bennett interrupted, is that this situation has moved well beyond internal company matters. This board has a fiduciary and ethical responsibility to cooperate with proper authorities. He turned to the company's outside counsel. Contact the police immediately. We will turn over all information we have. You can't do that. Landry stood, panic, replacing his earlier confidence. Actually, we must, Bennett replied coldly. And you should both retain criminal defense counsel immediately. Harmon rose slowly. This isn't over. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Actually, came a new voice from the doorway. I believe they do. A woman in a dark suit entered, flanked by 2 uniformed officers. Detective Natara Reed. I have warrants for Landry Mitchell and Harmon Wade. The next 30 minutes passed in a blur of legal language, Miranda rights, and the surreal sight of Landry and Harmon being escorted from the building in handcuffs. As the boardroom emptied, Devra approached me. How did the police get involved so quickly? I contacted Detective Reed 3 days ago, I admitted. After I received the Barcelona video, I recognized the pattern from cases I'd studied after my experience at Vertex. I didn't know if it would lead anywhere, but I wanted someone in law enforcement to be aware, just in case. You've been 3 steps ahead this whole time, Devra said with newfound respect. I had to be. It was the only way to make sure they couldn't silence the truth again. The aftermath unfolded over the following weeks. Landry and Harmon were charged with multiple offenses. Several former clients came forward with similar experiences, expanding the investigation. The company instituted sweeping policy changes, with Devra heading a new ethics committee. My role transformed too. Bennett offered me a position leading a newly created department focused on workplace culture and ethics. We need someone who understands these dynamics from the inside, he said. Someone who knows how to listen. 1 month after the arrests, I stood before a room of employees, conducting the first of many training sessions on recognizing and addressing harassment. The most important thing to understand, I told them, is that harassment thrives in environments where power goes unchecked, where complaints disappear, and where victims are isolated. Our job is to create the opposite kind of environment, one where concerns are heard, where patterns are recognized, and where no one is considered untouchable. Piper, now thriving in her role, approached me after the session. "I never thanked you properly," she said, "for standing up that day in the break room." "You don't need to thank me," I replied. "Just do the same for someone else when the time comes." She nodded seriously. "I will." That evening, I sat alone in my new office, reflecting on the journey. My revenge hadn't been what people might expect. I hadn't set out to destroy Landry or Harmon personally. I'd focused on systematically dismantling the protection that made them untouchable. The true revenge wasn't in their public humiliation or legal troubles, satisfying as those might be. It was in creating a coalition too powerful to silence. It was in transforming a culture that had protected predators into one that protected victims. It was in knowing that every woman who came after me would enter a workplace where her voice mattered. My phone buzzed with a text from Detective Reed. "Thought you'd want to know. 3 more victims came forward today. Cases dating back 5 years. Your work made that possible." I smiled. That was the revenge that mattered most. Not destruction, but reconstruction. Not punishment alone, but change that prevented others from suffering the same fate. The most brutal revenge isn't loud or violent. It's when someone realizes that everything they thought protected them has vanished, and everyone now sees them exactly as they are. If you've ever experienced or witnessed harassment in your workplace, know that you're not alone. Stories like this one happen every day, and it takes courage to stand up and speak out. If this story resonated with you, please hit that like button and share it with someone who might need to hear it. Subscribe to our channel for more stories of resilience and justice in the face of adversity. And leave a comment below. Have you ever had to stand up against someone who seemed untouchable? Your experience might give someone else the courage they need to take that first step. Remember, the most powerful weapon against injustice is our collective voice. No one is truly untouchable when we stand together.
For 10 years, I was the secret ATM for my parents' medical bills, sacrificing everything until I lost my job. When I begged my mother for support, her cold response changed everything. I stopped paying, and the chaos that followed revealed the shocking truth about my family. My life changed forever. Before I go on, please take a moment to like and subscribe. But only if you genuinely connect with this story. Drop a comment and let me know where you are watching from and what time it is there. I always love knowing who's listening. My name is Beth Bowe, 43 years old, and for a decade, I have been the silent engine keeping my parents' lives running. Every single month, like clockwork, I transferred $1,800 to cover their mounting medical bills. It started when my father's heart condition worsened, and then my mother's chronic issues began piling up. I was the one who handled the prescriptions, the dental work, and the expensive specialists that Medicare flatly refused to acknowledge. I lived in a small, cramped apartment, working endless hours at a job that drained my soul. Also, my parents could live in comfort in their suburban house. I rarely bought new clothes, never took vacations, and pushed aside my own dreams of opening a small bookstore. I thought I was being a good daughter. I believed that sacrifice was the ultimate currency of love. My siblings, meanwhile, lived their lives unbothered, contributing absolutely nothing, not a single penny or a moment of their time, while I shouldered this crushing weight alone. I was the reliable one, the one who never complained, the one who could be counted on to fix every disaster. But deep down, a quiet resentment was beginning to take root, a slow-growing poison that I ignored because I was terrified of being the one who abandoned family. I told myself that one day they would realize what I had done for them, that they would finally say thank you, and that the sacrifice would all be worth it. That was the lie I told myself every night while staring at my empty bank account. But the universe has a way of shattering even the most carefully constructed illusions, and my reality was about to come, crashing down in a way that I could never have imagined or prepared for. Everything changed the day the pink slip arrived at my office. The letter was thin, impersonal, and devastating. After 15 years of unwavering loyalty to the company, my department was being phased out due to corporate restructuring. I sat at my desk, the silence of the office deafening, feeling the floor dissolve beneath my feet. My first thought was not for my own survival, but for the $1,800 due in 3 days. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded my veins. I reached for my phone, my hands trembling as I dialed my mother's number. I needed comfort, or at least a moment of human connection to anchor me in this sudden, terrifying instability. I poured my heart out, telling her about the layoff, the uncertainty, and the crushing weight of the future. I expected a gentle voice, some reassurance that we would get through this, or perhaps even an acknowledgement of the struggle I had endured to keep them afloat for so long. Instead, I heard a heavy, impatient sigh on the other end of the line, as if I were a child who had inconvenienced her with a trivial problem. My mother's voice was icy, stripped of any maternal warmth or empathy. "Get another one faster this time," she snapped, her words cutting through the air like a razor blade. There was no inquiry about my well-being, no recognition of the decade I had spent sacrificing my own life to ensure theirs was comfortable. It was as if I were merely a function, a machine that had briefly malfunctioned and needed a quick repair. That single, cold sentence was the exact moment, the final thread holding my loyalty together snapped. I felt the heat rise in my chest, not of anger, but of a chilling, sudden clarity. The woman I had been trying to please for 43 years did not care about me. She only cared about the money. And in that hollow, agonizing second, the decision was made. I wiped my tears, stared at the wall, and realized that my life as their personal ATM had finally reached its end. I did not respond to my mother's demand. I simply hung up the phone, the silence of my apartment feeling suddenly like a sanctuary rather than a prison. I sat there in the dark for a long time, watching the clock tick, feeling the rhythm of a life that was finally mine again. The following days were a blur of practical decisions. I contacted the insurance companies, the pharmacy, and the specialist clinics, formally updating the payment information to reflect a change in status. It was surprisingly easy to sever the lifeline I had spent 10 years maintaining. I did not notify my parents. I did not explain that I had lost my job. I let them live under the assumption that the money would continue to flow, that I would continue to sacrifice, and that their comfortable world was untouchable. There was a dark, exhilarating thrill in this newfound secrecy. For the first time in my adult life, I was putting myself first, guarding my meager savings for my own survival instead of their convenience. I spent my days updating my resume and looking for work, but I also started planning for a future. That did not involve paying for anyone else's mistakes. My siblings remained blissfully unaware, still operating under the delusion that I would always be the one to solve their problems. They continued to post pictures of their lavish weekend trips on social media, oblivious to the fact that the person who paid for their parents' medical security was currently counting every single cent to ensure she could afford groceries. My parents, meanwhile, continued their usual routine, calling me occasionally to ask for something extra, never once asking if I had found a new job or how I was managing. It was the ultimate test of their character, and they were failing it with every passing day. The anticipation of their reaction was a heavy, intoxicating weight in my chest. I knew the storm was coming, but I was finally ready to face it with eyes wide open and a heart made of cold, tempered steel. The first month of silence was a psychological battlefield. I received several frantic, increasingly aggressive voicemails from my mother, but I kept my phone on silent, watching the notifications pile up like fallen leaves in autumn. Her initial confusion quickly devolved into irritation, and then into a venomous, unadulterated rage that leaked through her messages. She was not worried about me. She was worried about her next prescription refill, which had been unceremoniously declined at the pharmacy counter. The sheer entitlement was breathtaking. I could picture her standing there, fuming, waiting for me to swoop in and resolve the issue as I always had. but I remained tucked away in my small apartment, carefully managing my remaining funds and focusing on my own professional path. The weight of the responsibility I had carried for a decade began to lift, replaced by a strange, quiet strength. I started researching my rights, looking into financial aid programs for seniors, and educating myself on the very systems I had been trying to outrun for years. It was as if I were finally waking up from a long, fevered dream. I realized that by shielding them from the reality of their expenses, I had actually been enabling their neglect, allowing them to remain ignorant of the consequences of their financial choices. They had never once asked me to join them for a meal, never asked how my day was, never treated me like anything more than an extension of their bank account. I was a ghost in their lives, present only when a bill needed to be paid. That perspective shift was necessary. It hurt, but it was a crucial part of my transformation. I was learning to draw lines in the sand, to define what I was willing to sacrifice and what I was absolutely finished with. I was no longer a victim of their demands. I was becoming the architect of my own life, and the foundation I was building was finally solid, resilient, and entirely, defiantly mine. By the second month, the consequences of my inaction began to ripple outward, touching the lives of everyone in the family. My sister, who had previously occupied a space of blissful ignorance, finally called me, her voice shrill with an indignation that made my skin crawl. She demanded to know why our mother was suddenly complaining about being unable to access her medications and why I hadn't stepped in to fix the situation as I always did. It was a moment of true revelation. Even when they were finally forced to confront their own problems, their instinct was not to solve them or to take responsibility, but to locate me and demand that I return to my role as the family's savior. I let her speak, letting her accusations wash over me without resistance. She accused me of being selfish, of lacking compassion, and of failing my duty to our aging parents in their time of need. She sounded exactly like our mother, a chilling echo that solidified my resolve. I realized then that this entire family dynamic was built on the foundation of my exploitation, a system designed to keep me under their control by preying on my sense of guilt. I didn't defend myself. I didn't explain the layoff or the years of financial abuse I had suffered. I simply told her that my circumstances had changed, that I was no longer the one responsible for their medical bills, and that she was more than welcome to step up and take over the payments herself, if she was so concerned about the outcome. The silence that followed was heavy and satisfying. She was speechless, clearly having never considered the possibility that she would have to contribute her own money to the family's survival. It was a beautiful, devastating truth that she was entirely unprepared to handle, and I relished the moment her world began to shift. After the conversation with my sister, the frantic energy shifted. She finally saw the reality of the situation. The money was not coming from an endless, mysterious well of my own making, but from the sacrifices I was making every single day. She had to scramble to cover a portion of the arrears, a task that clearly annoyed her. She called me back, not to apologize, but to complain about the cost, as if she were a victim of an unexpected tax. I listened to her grievances, her tone dripping with the same entitled expectation that had defined my life for 10 long years. It was enlightening to witness this from the outside. The way they spoke about money revealed everything about their values. To them, my income was a communal resource, one they were entitled to drain at their discretion, and my desire to save for my own future was seen as a personal betrayal. I remained firm, calmly stating that I could no longer assist with these costs, and that they would need to find other ways to manage their affairs. My brother, who had spent his life living in the shadows of their favoritism, eventually reached out as well. He was more aggressive, hurling insults and calling me names, trying to shame me into returning to my role. It was the classic reaction of someone who had grown accustomed to being pampered and was now being asked to face reality. The more they pushed, the more my resolve hardened. I felt a surge of strength I had never known before. I was standing in my truth, refusing to be the scapegoat for their financial incompetence any longer. The anger they directed at me was proof that my boundary was finally working, that I had successfully disrupted a toxic cycle that had been strangling my existence for an entire decade. Every harsh word was a confirmation that I was finally free from the invisible chains that had held me down. I was no longer the girl who feared their disappointment. I was the woman who demanded respect for her own hard work and life. The tension in the family reached a breaking point as the weeks dragged on into months. The reality of their financial situation was no longer a theoretical threat, but a stark, undeniable truth that began to dismantle the facade they had maintained for years. My father, who had always been the silent, complicit observer, finally contacted me directly. He didn't speak with warmth or regret, but with the cold, calculated tone of a businessman whose primary asset had suddenly liquidated itself. He asked me how long I intended to keep up this game, as he called it, suggesting that I was simply being spiteful to punish them for some perceived slight. His words were a poignant reminder of how little they actually knew me, or perhaps how much they refused to see me as a person with my own needs and struggles. I told him plainly that there was no game, only the exhaustion of a woman who had given everything she had to give, and who had nothing left to provide. I expressed my frustration regarding the years of being treated as an infinite resource, while my own personal aspirations and stability were consistently pushed to the absolute periphery of our collective life. He was stunned by my candor. He had expected me to fold, to apologize, and to resume my duties the moment things got too difficult. But I refused to play that part any longer. The interaction was brief, but it signaled a permanent shift in our power dynamic. For the first time, I felt that I was speaking to him as an equal, rather than as a dutiful servant. He was clearly flustered, not knowing how to navigate a conversation where I was no longer seeking his approval. It was an empowering realization that I didn't need their permission to reclaim my autonomy, and that the discomfort they were currently feeling was not my problem, but the long overdue consequence of their own choices. And for the first time in my life, I felt truly ready to move forward. The silence from my parents finally broke in the most public way imaginable, manifesting as a collective family ambush. They had arranged a Sunday gathering at my aunt's house, an event I was pressured into, attending under the guise of resolving family matters. As I walked through the door, the atmosphere was thick with resentment. My siblings were whispering in corners, and my mother sat in the center of the room like a queen who had lost her throne. They wanted a public confrontation, a venue where they could shame me into submission in front of our extended family. It was a classic tactic of emotional abuse, using social pressure to bypass my logical boundaries. But I walked into that room with a newfound sense of clarity. I saw the faces of my relatives, some looking at me with pity, others with suspicion, all of them having been fed a version of the story where I was the heartless daughter who abandoned her sick parents. I didn't rush to defend myself, nor did I lower my eyes in shame. I stood in the middle of the room, listening to the accusations flow, watching them unravel as their rehearsed narrative fell apart under the weight of the truth. They spoke about family duty and honor, using these words as weapons to keep me shackled to their needs. I waited for a lull in the noise, then began to speak. I didn't yell and I didn't plead. I simply laid out the facts. I detailed the thousands of dollars I had poured into their lives over 10 years while I struggled to pay my own rent. I spoke about the isolation, the missed opportunities, and the crushing realization that my value to them was entirely tied to my bank account. The room went deathly silent. The look on their faces shifted from indignation to a mix of shock and dawning horror. They had never considered the numbers, never cared to know the weight I was carrying. They expected a quiet victim, but they were staring at a woman who had finally found the strength to say no. The silence that followed my admission was a heavy, suffocating blanket that pressed against the chest of every person in the room. I watched the expressions on my siblings' faces shift. The initial anger they had carried softened into a reluctant, uncomfortable realization. They had always assumed my money was abundant, that my lifestyle was modest by choice rather than by necessity. By laying out the cold, hard math of my decade-long sacrifice, I had stripped away their favorite illusion. My father sat slumped in his chair, his usual authoritative posture failing him as he processed the reality of his own dependence. My mother, however, was not so easily swayed. Her face hardened into a mask of pure defiance, her eyes darting around the room, desperately seeking an ally to restore her narrative of victimization. She tried to interrupt, to spin a new story about my unpredictability and cruelty, but my voice cut through her protests like a sharp blade. I was no longer the quiet daughter who absorbed their verbal barbs to keep the peace. I was a force of nature, finally expressing the truth that had been suppressed for years. I didn't care about their judgment anymore. I was only interested in the liberation of my own identity. My aunt, usually the mediator of all family drama, looked at me with a newfound respect. Or perhaps it was simple shock. The power dynamic of the entire room had been permanently altered. I had reclaimed my voice, and in doing so, I had taken back the authority over my own life. I looked at each of them in turn, refusing to blink, refusing to apologize for surviving. It was a terrifying, exhilarating experience to stand in the center of their collective judgment and realize that their words no longer had the power to wound me. I was finished with their manipulation, and for the first time I felt like a fully realized, independent human being, capable of charting my own future without the heavy, crushing anchor of their relentless expectations. The aftermath of that confrontation was a slow, painful shedding of my old life, but it was also the beginning of a genuine recovery. My siblings, forced to confront the financial void I had left behind, finally started contributing their fair share, a process that revealed how much they had been avoiding their own responsibilities. The family duty they had so loudly defended was revealed to be a fragile concept that only applied when someone else was doing the work. Watching them scramble to adjust to their new reality was a strange form of justice, a quiet satisfaction that I had finally allowed them to see the world as it actually was. I stopped attending their gatherings not out of malice, but out of a need for self-preservation. I focused on rebuilding my career, channeling the energy I had once wasted on their needs into my own professional growth. I found a new job, one that valued my skills and offered a level of compensation that allowed me to save for my own future. Every paycheck was a victory, a tangible sign that my hard work was now serving my own dreams rather than their comfort. I started reading more, reconnecting with the interests I had abandoned, and building a community of friends who valued me for who I was, not for what I could provide. The transition from victim to survivor was not linear. There were days of doubt and lingering guilt, but I reminded myself that I had carried their burden long enough. The transformation was profound. I felt lighter, more focused, and fundamentally more resilient than I ever had been. I was no longer the reliable ATM that people took for granted. I was a person with boundaries, someone who understood the value of her own time, her own money, and her own peace. The life I was constructing was mine, and the pride I felt in that achievement was a constant, steady flame that kept the darkness of my past at bay. Months have passed since that day at my aunt's house, and the distance I created has become a permanent protective barrier. I have moved into a new apartment, one that is bright, spacious, and entirely mine. The constant gnawing anxiety that used to follow me like a shadow has vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant calm. I speak to my parents occasionally, but the conversations are strictly limited to pleasantries. The power to demand, the authority to guilt, and the expectation of my labor have been permanently revoked. They have had to learn the hard way how to navigate the social services and financial aid programs I had once researched. And while it was a difficult transition for them, it was a necessary one for their own maturity. They are now forced to face the reality of their own lives, without the safety net of my exploitation. My siblings have stopped calling me to complain, having realized that their complaints no longer elicit a response from me. I have learned that the people, who only loved me for what I provided, never actually loved me at all. This discovery, while painful, was the key to my ultimate freedom. I spend my evenings working on my own projects, saving for a future that I am designing from scratch, and reveling in the quiet joy of a life that is governed by my own desires. I look in the mirror and I do not see the tired, worn-down woman of 43 who felt she had to pay for her family's affection. I see a survivor, someone who weathered the storm and emerged on the other side with her integrity intact. I have learned to protect my peace with the same ferocity that I once protected their comfort. I am finally living for myself, and the beauty of this newfound independence is a treasure I will never, under any circumstances, allow anyone to steal from me ever again. I look back at the past decade not with bitterness, but with a profound sense of gratitude for the woman I have become through the fire of this experience. The path was agonizingly steep, and there were many nights when I felt the crushing weight of their expectations would finally break me. Yet I held on to a flicker of hope that I would eventually find my way out. I have reclaimed my worth, proving to myself that my value is not defined by how much I can give to those who refuse to see me, but by the quiet strength I discovered within when I chose to stand up for my own existence. I have walked through the tragedy of my own making, endured the coldness of their betrayal, and risen with a resilience that I never thought possible. Justice was not found in their apologies, which never came, but in the peaceful reality of a life that is truly and exclusively my own. My story serves as a testament to the fact that you can stop the cycle of abuse at any moment, and that you have the absolute power to dictate the terms of your own happiness regardless of blood or expectation. As I look toward a horizon that is finally clear, I find myself filled with a sense of purpose and a burning desire to continue this journey of self-discovery, fueled by the knowledge that I am finally truly free. I am no longer that exhausted, silenced daughter. I am the hero of my own survival, and every step I take now is a defiant reclamation of the life that was always meant to be mine. This journey of transformation is just beginning, and I invite you to walk this path with me, to learn the lessons I have fought so hard to understand, and to see how deep the strength of a woman can truly go when she finally decides to put herself first. If you found yourself in this story, please make sure you hit that like and subscribe button to follow my journey and watch how I transformed my life from victim to stronger self.
They stood in my driveway with their architect's plans rolled under their arms, my son and daughter-in-law, looking at me like I was already a ghost, haunting a house that no longer belonged to me. "Don't act like this is your family anymore, Helen," my daughter-in-law said, her voice sharp as January wind. Those words hung in the air between us like poison. I was 68 years old, standing on land my late husband Frank and I had bought 43 years ago, when it was nothing but scrub brush and possibility. My name is Helen Parker, and this is the story of how I learned that blood doesn't always mean loyalty, and how sometimes the sweetest justice comes from simply taking back what's yours. Before we go any further, I'd love to know where you're watching this from. Drop your city and state in the comments. It helps me know I'm not alone in this world, and maybe my story will resonate with someone out there who needs to hear it. Now let me take you back to where this all started, or really where it all fell apart. Frank died 3 years ago. Heart attack, sudden as lightning, devastating as thunder. We'd been married 46 years, raised 2 boys in our modest home in Asheville, North Carolina. The house sat on 12 acres of beautiful mountain land that Frank and I had scrimped and saved to buy when we were just kids ourselves. We'd always talked about dividing it up someday, maybe letting the boys build their own homes on portions of it. Family land, we called it. A legacy. I should have known better than to trust in legacies. My oldest son, David, married Brittany 6 years ago. She was 32 to his 43, blonde and ambitious with a smile that never quite reached her calculating eyes. I tried to like her. God knows I tried. But from the moment she joined our family, she started measuring everything, our furniture, our traditions, our land, like she was taking inventory of what would eventually be hers. After Frank died, I was drowning in grief. David and Brittany were attentive at first. They'd come by for dinners, help with yard work, sit with me on the porch. I thought I was blessed to have them nearby. I thought wrong. About a year after Frank's funeral, they started talking about their dreams of building a custom home. They'd found this architect, showed me glossy renderings of a massive modern farmhouse, 4,000 square feet of glass and steel and stone. It was beautiful. I'll give them that. And expensive. Way beyond what a high school teacher and a dental hygienist could afford. That's when Brittany started the campaign. "You know, Mom," she'd say, that term of endearment sounding like sandpaper in her mouth, "this house is really too much for you to maintain alone. All these acres. The upkeep. What if you fell and no one found you for days?" She'd plant these seeds of fear like they were doing me favors, watering them with fake concern until I started questioning whether I really could manage on my own. The suggestion came on a cold Tuesday in March, delivered over coffee at my kitchen table. David did most of the talking while Brittany nodded along, her hand resting possessively on his arm. "Mom, we've been thinking," David began, and my stomach clenched because nothing good ever follows those words. "What if we built our new home on the back 5 acres of your property? You'd have family right there. We could check on you daily, and when the time comes—" He paused delicately. "When you're ready to downsize or move into assisted living, the property would stay in the family." I sat there, Frank's coffee mug still in my hand. I couldn't bring myself to use any other, and felt the trap closing around me like a steel jaw. "We'd take care of everything," Brittany jumped in, her voice honey-sweet. "The permits, the construction, all of it. You wouldn't have to worry about a thing. And think about your future grandchildren playing in your backyard." They didn't have children yet, but she wielded that possibility like a weapon, knowing how much I dreamed of being a grandmother. "I'll think about it," I said, because I was raised to be polite, even when my instincts were screaming warnings. Over the next 3 months, the pressure intensified. They brought lawyers to my house, "just to help you understand the options, Mom," and presented me with papers that would deed the back 5 acres to them for $1. A gift, they called it, an investment in family. My younger son, Thomas, lived in Seattle with his husband, Marcus. When I called him uncertain and afraid, he urged caution. "Mom, don't sign anything until I can come home and review it with you. Something feels off about this." But David and Brittany had an answer for everything. The construction loan was time-sensitive. The architect's schedule was filling up. They'd already started planning, dreaming, investing emotionally. Didn't I want to be part of their future? In a moment of weakness, grieving and lonely and desperate to feel needed, I signed. The paperwork was handled so quickly it should have been my first clue. Within a week, they owned 5 acres of what Frank and I had built together. They were effusive with gratitude, bringing me flowers and wine, promising Sunday dinners and holiday traditions. That lasted exactly as long as it took for the ink to dry. The first change was subtle. They stopped asking before coming onto the property. They'd survey their land now, measuring and marking, bringing contractors and engineers. My opinion went from requested to tolerated to ignored. Then Brittany started commenting on my house. "This old place really clashes with our vision," she said one afternoon, standing in my living room like she was already planning its demolition. "All this dated wood paneling and those ancient appliances. When we have events in our new home, it's going to be awkward having this eyesore right in front." "This is my home," I said quietly. "Frank and I built our life here." She smiled that cold smile. "Of course, Mom, for now." The construction started in May with the violence of heavy machinery tearing into earth that had been undisturbed for decades. I'd wake at 6 a.m. to the sound of excavators and bulldozers, the peaceful mountain mornings I'd cherished replaced by diesel engines and shouted instructions. They'd promised to be respectful of my space, but their contractors parked in my driveway, blocked my garage, used my outdoor spigot without asking. When I complained to David, he sighed like I was being difficult. "Mom, we're building our dream home. There's going to be some inconvenience. Can't you be supportive?" Supportive. That word became a bludgeon they used whenever I expressed the slightest concern. The foundation went in, then the framing. I watched their house rise from my kitchen window like a monument to my own foolishness. It was even bigger than the rendering suggested, looming over my modest home like a judgment. Brittany started bringing her mother around, a sharp-faced woman named Sandra, who looked at me like I was the help. They'd walk the property, planning gardens and outdoor kitchens, discussing where they'd put the pool and the guest house, on land I'd given them out of love. "You know, Helen," Sandra said to me one afternoon, not even bothering with the pretense of calling me Mom, "once they're settled in here, you really should think about moving somewhere more appropriate for your age. There are some lovely senior communities in Hendersonville." I was 68, not 90. I still hiked 3 miles every morning, tended a garden that fed me year-round, and had a sharper mind than Brittany on her best day. But in their eyes, I was already obsolete, a problem to be managed and eventually discarded. Thomas called every week, and I could hear the worry in his voice. "Mom, how bad is it, really?" "It's fine," I'd lie, because admitting the truth felt like admitting defeat. "They're just stressed with the construction." But it wasn't fine. David had stopped coming by unless Brittany was with him, and when he did, he avoided my eyes. My son, who I'd rocked through nightmares and cheered through baseball games, who'd cried in my arms when his first marriage fell apart, was disappearing into someone I didn't recognize. The house was finished by October, a sprawling masterpiece of modern architecture with floor-to-ceiling windows and a chef's kitchen that probably cost more than Frank and I spent on our entire home. They threw a housewarming party and invited half of Asheville. I wasn't invited. I watched from my window as cars lined the driveway, as people I'd never seen before walked across land that used to be mine, drinking champagne and admiring my son's success. The lights from their house blazed into my bedroom that night, and I lay awake feeling like a stranger in the only home I'd ever known. The next morning, Brittany knocked on my door at 7 a.m. She didn't wait for me to invite her in, just pushed past me into my kitchen with a folder of papers. "We need to talk about your future here, Helen," she said, spreading documents across my table. The papers were from an attorney. Not the friendly one who'd helped with the land transfer, but a different one whose name was embossed on expensive letterhead. I recognized the firm. They handled complex real estate negotiations in Asheville. "What is this?" I asked, my voice steadier than my hands. Brittany settled into my chair like she owned it. "David and I have been discussing the situation, and we think it's time to address the elephant in the room. This property arrangement isn't working. Your house is affecting our property value, and frankly, having you here is creating complications we didn't anticipate." I stared at her. This woman who'd called me Mom while convincing me to give away my land, who'd promised family dinners and grandchildren, who'd smiled and hugged me while planning my removal. "Complications," I repeated. "You have to understand from our perspective," she continued, as if she was being reasonable. We've invested over $800,000 in our home. When we eventually sell, and property like this, properly developed, could go for $2 million or more, your house brings down the entire value. Plus the land you're still sitting on, that's prime real estate being wasted. The land I was sitting on was my 7 acres, the portion I'd kept when I gave them their 5. The portion with my house, my memories, my life. This is my home, I said. She slid a paper toward me. We're prepared to offer you $300,000 for the remaining acreage and your house. That's very generous, Helen. It's well above market value for a property this old. You could buy a nice condo in town, something easy to maintain. No more worrying about upkeep or being alone out here. $300,000 for 12 acres of mountain land that was currently valued at minimum $200,000 per acre. They were offering me roughly 1/8 of what my property was worth and calling it generous. No, I said simply. Her face hardened. Think carefully about this. We're being kind by making an offer at all. The easement agreements for the driveway access, the shared well system, these things can become very complicated if we're not cooperating as a family. The threat was clear. The driveway that led to my house crossed through what was now their property. The well that supplied my water was technically on the boundary line. They could make my life very difficult if they chose to. Where's David? I asked. Does he know you're here? Something flickered across her face. Guilt, maybe, or irritation at being questioned. David and I make decisions together. He agrees this is best for everyone. I stood up, gathering the papers into a pile and handing them back to her. Tell David if he has something to say to me, he can come say it himself. And tell your attorney I'm not selling. She stood too, her pleasant mask cracking to reveal the calculation beneath. You're making a mistake. We tried to do this the nice way, but there are other options. Don't force us to pursue them. After she left, I sat at my kitchen table for an hour, Frank's absence like a physical ache in my chest. He would have known what to do. He would have seen through Brittany from the start, would have protected me from my own grief-driven mistakes. But Frank was gone, and I was alone with the consequences of my choices. I called Thomas that night. When I told him everything, the offer, the threats, the casual cruelty of it all, the silence on the other end of the line stretched so long I thought we'd been disconnected. I'm coming home, he finally said, his voice tight with anger. This weekend. Don't sign anything, don't agree to anything, and Mom, it's time to fight back. That Friday, Thomas and Marcus arrived from Seattle. My younger son had always been quieter than David, more thoughtful, less concerned with appearances. But as he walked through my house, seeing how close their massive home loomed over mine, watching their security cameras that now pointed toward my property, his jaw set in a way that reminded me of Frank. This is elder abuse, Marcus said bluntly. He was an attorney specializing in corporate law, but he knew enough to recognize predatory behavior when he saw it. Everything about this situation is designed to pressure you into giving up your home and your land. I already gave them 5 acres, I said, the shame of it burning in my throat. Under duress, while you were grieving, Thomas countered. But that's done. The question is what happens now. That evening, David finally appeared at my door. He looked tired, older somehow, shadows under his eyes that hadn't been there a year ago. For a moment, I saw my son, the boy who'd held my hand on his first day of school, who danced with me at his father's funeral. Then Brittany's car pulled up behind him, and the moment shattered. Mom, we need to talk about the offer, he started. No, Thomas said, appearing behind me. You need to talk about what the hell you're doing to your mother. The confrontation that followed was ugly. Brittany stood on my porch, her voice rising as she detailed all the ways I was being unreasonable, selfish, standing in the way of their future. David said nothing, just stood there like a man drowning, unable or unwilling to choose between his mother and his wife. You gave us that land, Brittany spat. You can't take it back now just because you're having regrets. She's not trying to take anything back, Marcus interjected calmly, but she's also not giving up her home because you want to flip this property for a profit. That's when Brittany made her mistake. In her anger, she revealed the truth. We already have buyers interested, she snapped. A developer who wants the whole 12 acres for a luxury subdivision. We could clear $4 million, easy, once we acquire the remaining parcel, but not with her and that shack sitting in the middle of it. The silence that followed was deafening. If you're watching this, and you've ever been betrayed by someone you trusted, hit that subscribe button. You're going to want to see how this ends. David's face went pale. Brittany! What? She challenged. She was going to find out eventually. This was never about family, Helen. This was about investment. Good land doesn't stay good when you've got a 60-year-old house dragging down its potential. I looked at my oldest son, this man I'd raised to be honest and kind, and saw him for what he'd become, a coward who'd traded his integrity for his wife's ambitions. Get off my property, I said quietly. Both of you. It's our property too, Brittany shot back. And you're going to sell us the rest, or we'll make your life so miserable you'll beg to leave. They made good on that threat. The next week, I received a cease and desist letter claiming I was trespassing on their portion of the driveway. The shared well suddenly needed emergency repairs that required shutting off my water access for days at a time. Their landscaping crew began work at 6 a.m. every morning, running chainsaws and wood chippers right along the property line. Then came the code enforcement complaints, anonymous reports that my house was a safety hazard, that my septic system was failing, that I was running an illegal home business. None of it was true, but each complaint meant inspectors, paperwork, stress. Thomas and Marcus stayed for 2 weeks, documenting everything, the harassment, the threats, the systematic campaign to force me out. Marcus made calls to attorneys in Asheville, trying to find someone who specialized in elder law and property rights. That's when we found Rebecca Chen. She was 45, sharp as a blade, with a reputation for taking on cases other attorneys wouldn't touch. She came to my house on a Tuesday, walked the property, reviewed all the documentation, and listened to my story without interrupting. When I finished, she sat back in her chair and smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. It was the smile of a predator who'd just spotted prey. Mrs. Parker, she said, I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to think very carefully before you answer. How badly do you want to keep this house? It's my home, I said. Frank and I built our life here. I'll fight for it until my last breath. She nodded. Good. Because what I'm about to propose is going to be expensive. It's going to be ugly, and it's going to destroy whatever relationship remains with your son. But if we do this right, we won't just protect your property. We'll make sure they never profit from what they've done. She spread a map of my land. Across the table, marking parcels and boundaries, access roads and easements. As she talked, explaining the legal strategy she had in mind, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Hope. The deed transfer you signed, Rebecca said, tapping the document. It has a problem. Several problems, actually. The attorney who drew it up, he represented both parties, which is an ethical violation. The language around the well rights and driveway access is ambiguous at best, fraudulent at worst, and the consideration paid, $1, could be challenged as unconscionable, given your emotional state at the time. Can we reverse it? I asked, my heart pounding. Maybe, but that's not what I'm recommending. Rebecca's eyes gleamed. If we try to undo the transfer, we'll be in court for years, and the outcome is uncertain. But there's another option, one that hits them where it really hurts. She pulled out another document, a survey map of the full 12 acres, including detailed easement information I'd never seen before. When your husband bought this land 43 years ago, he was very careful about the deed structure. The property has legal access through what's called a flag lot configuration. Your 7 acres at the back have guaranteed easement access through the front 5, but she paused meaningfully. The current access road they're using, the one they paved and improved at great expense. It's actually not the legal easement route. I stared at the map, seeing what she meant. The legal easement ran along the western boundary, a rough path Frank and I had never developed because the main driveway was more convenient. But legally, that western route was the only access they were required to maintain. The road they're using crosses your property, Rebecca continued. Property you still own. They've been treating it as a shared driveway, but legally, without a formal easement agreement, they're trespassing every time they use it. What about my access? I asked. I need that driveway too. You have legal access through the western route. It needs work, but it's viable. Or, she smiled that predatory smile again. We could offer them an easement agreement for the current driveway at fair market value. The number she wrote down made my breath catch. $300,000, the same amount they'd offered me for my entire property. Now the price for a simple driveway easement. They'll never pay that, I said. No, Rebecca agreed. They won't. Which means we revoke their access to the current driveway and require them to use the legal easement, the one that runs through heavy woods and would cost them another $100,000 to make passable. Or, she paused for effect, they could try to prove they have prescriptive rights to the driveway, which would require proving continuous use for 20 years. Hard to do when they've only owned the property for 6 months. This would trap them, I said, slowly. Their beautiful home, accessible only by a rutted forest road. It would certainly impact their property value, Rebecca said neutrally, make it much harder to sell to those developers they're courting. But Mrs. Parker, before we proceed, you need to understand something. This will end your relationship with David. There's no coming back from this kind of legal warfare. I thought about my son, the boy I'd raised, and the man he'd become. I thought about Frank, who'd worked himself to exhaustion to give us this land. I thought about all the years I had left and whether I wanted to spend them displaced and discarded or fighting for what was mine. Do it, I said. The lawsuit was filed on a Monday morning. By Monday afternoon, my phone was ringing off the hook. David showed up at my door that evening, his face flushed with anger, waving the legal papers like they were a personal betrayal. What is this? He demanded. You're suing us for using the driveway, your own son? The son who tried to steal my home, I replied, standing in my doorway but not inviting him in. The son who stood by while his wife threatened me and harassed me. We made you a fair offer. You offered me a fraction of what my land is worth, so you could sell it to developers for millions. Don't insult me by calling that fair. Brittany appeared behind him, and for the first time since I'd known her, she looked rattled. This is insane. We have a mortgage on that house based on its access and value. You can't just cut off our driveway. I'm not cutting off anything, I said calmly, channeling Rebecca's coached response. You have full legal access through the western easement. I'm simply declining to grant you free use of my private property. That driveway has been there for 40 years. And it's been my driveway on my land for 40 years. You don't get it just because you built a house next door. The legal battle that followed consumed the next 4 months. They hired expensive attorneys who filed motion after motion, arguing for emergency access, claiming hardship, suggesting I was being vindictive and unreasonable. Rebecca met every motion with airtight responses. She documented every threat they'd made, every piece of harassment, every attempt to pressure me into selling. She showed a clear pattern of elder abuse and financial exploitation. The judge was a woman in her 70s named Margaret Thornton, and when she reviewed the case file, I saw her expression harden. During one hearing, Brittany made the mistake of complaining about how my old, ugly house was ruining their property value. Judge Thornton looked up from her papers with ice in her eyes. "Let me make sure I understand, Mrs. Parker," she said, addressing Brittany. "You convinced your husband's elderly mother to gift you 5 acres of land worth over $1 million for $1. Then you built an expensive home on that gifted land, and now you're arguing she should be forced to grant you additional free use of her remaining property because otherwise your investment might not be as profitable as you'd hoped. Brittany stammered something about family and expectations. "I see a lot of exploitation cases in this courtroom," Judge Thornton continued, "but the audacity of this one is remarkable. Motion denied. Mrs. Parker has no legal obligation to grant you easement access across her property without compensation. If you want to use her driveway, negotiate a fair price. If you can't reach an agreement, use your legal access route." The victory was sweet, but it was just the beginning. Because while we were fighting over the driveway, Rebecca had been digging into the original land transfer, and what she found changed everything. The attorney who'd handled the deed, the one who'd rushed the paperwork and represented both parties, had lost his license the previous year for ethics violations in another case. The deed transfer was void. "The transfer is legally invalid," Rebecca explained in her office, her voice barely containing her excitement. "Which means the 5 acres still belong to you, everything on it, including their $800,000 house, was built on land they don't own." I sat in stunned silence as the implications washed over me. Their dream home, their investment, their entire scheme, all of it built on land that was still legally mine. "What are my options?" I asked. Rebecca laid out 3 scenarios. 1. I could validate the transfer retroactively, essentially giving them what we now knew was obtained through fraud. 2. I could demand they remove the house, a legal right but practically complicated and expensive. 3. I could offer to sell them the land at current fair market value. "What's fair market value?" I asked. $1.2 million, Rebecca said. "That's what comparable acreage in your area sells for. They'd have to buy the land their house sits on or forfeit the house." I thought about the $300,000 they'd offered me for my entire property. I thought about Brittany's sneer when she called my home a shack. I thought about David's silence when I needed him to speak up. "Let's make them an offer," I said. The letter Rebecca sent was professionally brutal. It detailed the invalid transfer, outlined my legal ownership of the disputed 5 acres, and offered them 2 options: remove the house within 90 days or purchase the land for $1.2 million. They had 30 days to respond. The call from David came at 2 a.m. He was crying, the sound of it breaking something in my chest despite everything. "Mom, please," he sobbed. "We'll lose everything. The house, our savings, everything we've worked for. You can't do this." "You were willing to take everything from me," I said quietly. "My home, my land, my dignity. Why should I show you mercy you never showed me? I'm your son. Then act like it. Come to my house tomorrow without Brittany and tell me the truth about everything. Why you really did this, when you stopped seeing me as your mother and started seeing me as an obstacle." He showed up the next morning looking like he hadn't slept. For 2 hours, we talked, really talked, for the first time since Frank died. He admitted Brittany had pushed for everything, that he'd been weak and desperate to make her happy, that he'd convinced himself I'd be better off in a smaller place anyway. "I told myself we were helping you," he said, his voice hollow, "that we were planning for your future. But the truth is we were planning for ours, and you were just in the way." "Yes," I said simply, "you were." "What do I do now, Mom? We can't afford to buy the land. We can't afford to move the house. We're going to lose everything." I looked at my son, really looked at him, and saw genuine remorse for the first time. But I also saw weakness, the same weakness that had let him participate in trying to steal my home. "You're going to learn," I said, "that actions have consequences." The final settlement took 6 weeks to negotiate. Thomas and Marcus flew back to help me navigate the decisions, and together we crafted terms that would protect me while not completely destroying David. Here's what we agreed to. I would sell David the 5 acres for $800,000, 2/3 of market value, a significant discount but more than double what they'd paid me. They had to secure financing within 60 days, or the sale was void, and they'd have to remove the house. They barely made the deadline, taking out a massive second mortgage that would strain their finances for years. The home that was supposed to be their dream became an anchor around their necks, but that wasn't the end of it. I also required them to sign an agreement. No contact with me except through attorneys for any reason. Immediate cessation of all harassment and public acknowledgement in writing that they had attempted to defraud me of my property. Brittany refused at first, but faced with losing everything, she signed. The look on her face when she put her signature on that document was worth every sleepless night I'd endured. With the $800,000, I did something they never expected. I had the Western Access Road properly developed, paved, graded, and landscaped. Then I commissioned a survey of my remaining 7 acres and had it subdivided into 2 parcels. One parcel, with my house, I put in an irrevocable trust for Thomas. The other 3 acres, prime building land with mountain views they could only dream of, I sold to a lovely retired couple from Florida for $600,000. That couple built a beautiful home that made David and Brittany's modern monstrosity look cheap by comparison. And because the new house sits on higher ground, it blocks their sunset view entirely. The developer Brittany had been courting lost interest once the property couldn't be assembled as one package. The subdivision scheme died, and with it, their dreams of a massive profit. I still live in my home, the one Frank and I built together. I wake up every morning to mountain views and the sound of birds instead of bulldozers. Thomas visits every few months, and we sit on the porch talking about his father, keeping his memory alive in a place he loved. David and I haven't spoken in over a year. I hear things sometimes, that they're struggling with the mortgage, that Brittany pushes him to try again to buy my remaining land, that their marriage is strained under the weight of their debts. I don't take pleasure in their suffering, but I won't rescue them from consequences they earned. Some people might say I should have forgiven them, that family matters more than money or land. But those people never had their son look them in the eye and see dollar signs instead of love. They never had someone try to steal their home while calling it help. I'm 71 now, and I learned something important through all of this. Kindness without boundaries is just permission for people to use you. And sometimes the most loving thing you can do is teach people that you can't be taken advantage of anymore. My land is mine. My home is mine. My dignity is mine. And nobody, not even my own son, gets to take that away.
You're not bored material. Stay home. I read the message 3 times before my brain could process what my eyes were seeing. Not a phone call, not a meeting. Just 7 words sent at 9:43 on a Thursday night, like he was telling me to pick up printer paper. 7 words that erased everything I'd built. I was sitting in my apartment, still in the clothes I'd worn for 16 hours straight, reviewing the quarterly projections that would be discussed at the retreat. The retreat I'd been preparing for. The retreat where I was supposed to present the expansion model I'd spent 4 months developing. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. I could feel my heartbeat in my fingertips. Not from panic, from something colder. I typed, understood, sent it. Then I opened my banking portal and pulled up the documents I'd signed 3 years and 2 months ago. Most people don't know how investment firms actually survive when they're drowning. They don't know about the gaps between what banks will lend and what companies actually need. They don't know about personal guarantees, about using family assets as collateral, about the invisible architecture that holds up buildings everyone thinks are solid. I knew, because I'd been that architecture, and I was about to remove every supporting beam. But before I go any further into what happened next, I need to pause here, because if this story is hitting you the way it's hitting me right now, do me a favor. Tap that like button. Drop a comment telling me if you've ever been made invisible by someone who couldn't succeed without you. And subscribe, because what comes next is the kind of story that doesn't get told enough. The story of what happens when the person holding everything together finally lets go. Thank you for being here. Now let me tell you exactly who I am and how I ended up holding the keys to someone else's kingdom. My name is Pharaoh, not a name you forget easily, which is exactly why my mother chose it. She wanted me to be unforgettable in rooms where women like us were supposed to blend into the furniture. I grew up watching my grandmother build something from nothing. She started with a single textile loom in a warehouse space she rented for almost nothing. 43 years later, she owned the building, the block, and had a trust fund that made banks sit up straight when they heard our family name. She taught me something most people never learn. Money isn't about how much you have, it's about how much you can leverage. I studied finance at a state school nobody's heard of, graduated with honors nobody cared about, spent 5 years at regional firms where I learned the actual work while everyone else learned how to take credit for it. Then I met Caspian. That's what the CEO called himself, not a nickname, his actual legal name. His mother had been obsessed with the sea, apparently, and decided her son should sound like a luxury resort. He had the kind of charisma that made people forget to ask questions. Tall, with silver hair he'd gone prematurely gray at 35 and decided to lean into. He wore suits that cost more than most people's monthly rent and spoke about market trends like he was narrating poetry. When I met him, his investment firm was 3 months from total collapse. He'd started the company 7 years earlier with family money and big promises. He'd attracted clients through charm and confidence, convinced them he had secret strategies, revolutionary approaches. What he actually had was luck and timing. He'd made some good calls early on, riding waves that any competent analyst could have caught. But when the market shifted, when luck ran out, he didn't have the skills to adapt. His board was a collection of old college friends and distant relatives who knew even less than he did. They'd been hemorrhaging clients for 8 months. 3 of their biggest accounts had pulled out completely. The rest were asking pointed questions about returns that kept shrinking. Caspian needed someone who actually understood financial architecture, someone who could rebuild the foundation while he kept smiling at investors and telling them everything was fine. He found me through a mutual contact, invited me to lunch at a restaurant where the menu didn't list prices, spent 2 hours telling me about his vision, his plans, his absolute certainty that the firm just needed the right restructuring. "I need someone brilliant," he said, leaning forward like we were conspirators. "Someone who sees the solutions everyone else misses." I told him I'd need to review their complete financial records before making any decisions. He had them couriered to my apartment that night. I spent 3 days going through everything. The picture was worse than I'd expected. They weren't just losing money on bad investments. They had a structural problem. Their entire operation was built on credit they couldn't sustain. They'd been using short-term loans to cover long-term obligations, and the banks were starting to notice. I called Caspian and gave him the assessment. "You're 6 weeks from defaulting on your primary credit line. Your collateral is overextended. No bank is going to refinance you with these numbers." Silence on his end. "Unless," I continued, "you completely restructure your funding model. You need a personal guarantee from someone with actual assets. You need to consolidate your debt under a single facility with better terms. And you need someone who can manage it properly. Can you do that?" His voice had lost all its smoothness. "I can, but it's going to cost you. Name your price, equity, 5% of the firm, and full authority over financial operations." He agreed within an hour. I should have known then. Should have recognized that someone who agrees that quickly is either desperate or planning to renegotiate later. But I was 31 years old and someone was finally offering me real authority. So I signed. The restructuring took 6 months of the hardest work I'd ever done. I started by going to my family's bank, the one that had held my grandmother's trust for 4 decades. I met with the senior loan officer, a woman named Bellamy who'd known my grandmother personally. "I need to use the trust as collateral for a commercial credit facility," I told her. Bellamy's expression didn't change, but I saw her fingers tighten on her pen. "How much?" "1.5 million. For what company?" I explained the situation, showed her my restructuring plan, demonstrated how I'd secured equity and authority in exchange. She reviewed everything for 3 days. Then she called me back to her office. "Your grandmother built that trust by never taking unnecessary risks," Bellamy said. "This isn't unnecessary. This is calculated. Your grandmother would ask why you trust this CEO. I don't trust him. I trust my own ability to manage the facility properly." Bellamy studied me for a long moment. "If this goes wrong, you understand what you're risking." "Everything." "Yes, I understand." She approved the facility. The paperwork took 2 weeks. I read every clause, every provision, every exit condition. There was one section I made Bellamy highlight for me. "Personal guarantor maintains unilateral right to withdraw from agreement with 72 hours written notice." "Why are you flagging that?" Bellamy asked. "Insurance," I said. I didn't tell her what I really meant. I didn't tell her I was marking my exit door before I even walked into the building. When the facility went through, Caspian's firm had breathing room for the first time in a year. I consolidated all their scattered debts, negotiated better terms with their creditors, and restructured their investment approach to focus on sustainable growth instead of desperate gambles. Within 3 months, clients stopped leaving. Within 6 months, we started attracting new ones. Within a year, the firm was profitable again. Caspian told everyone he'd turned the company around through visionary leadership. I watched him give interviews where he talked about his strategic pivot, his market insights, his ability to weather storms. He never mentioned my name. Not once. At first, I told myself it didn't matter. I had my equity. I had my authority over financial operations. I had the satisfaction of knowing the work was solid. But then the board meetings started. There were 8 board members, all men, all old friends of Caspian's family or early investors who'd bought in when the company was just an idea. I wasn't invited to board meetings. Your operations, Caspian explained when I asked. Board meetings are for strategic oversight. You handle the execution. Execution. Like I was just following orders instead of designing the entire system. I let it go. Told myself titles didn't matter. Then the annual retreat came up. Every year, the board spent a long weekend at a resort in the mountains. They discussed strategy, approved budgets, made decisions about the firm's direction. Every executive attended, the chief investment officer, the head of client relations, even the marketing director. I assumed I'd be going. I'd prepared a presentation about expanding into a new market sector. I'd spent 4 months analyzing opportunities, building financial models, stress testing every scenario. The expansion would require extending our credit facility by another $700,000. I'd already done the preliminary work with Bellamy, confirming the trust could support it. 3 days before the retreat, I still hadn't received the travel details. I messaged Caspian's assistant. She responded with a confusing non-answer about still finalizing the attendee list. I went directly to Caspian's office. He was on the phone, but waved me in. Finished his call with a laugh that sounded practiced. Pharaoh, what can I do for you? The retreat. I haven't received the travel information. His expression shifted, just slightly, a microscopic tightening around his eyes. Right, about that. He stood, walked to the window, kept his back to me. I've been thinking about the attendee composition this year. We're trying to keep it focused. Core leadership only. I manage all financial operations. And you do it brilliantly. But the retreat is really about board relationships, investor relations, high-level strategy. The expansion proposal is high-level strategy. I'll present that for you. You've done excellent work on it. Something in my chest went very quiet. You'll present my work. Our work. This is a team effort. He turned back, gave me a smile that probably worked on clients. You're invaluable, Pharaoh, but not everything requires your direct involvement. I left his office without responding, went back to my workspace, and tried to focus on the quarterly reports that needed finishing. That night, at 9:43, the message came through. You're not board material. Stay home. I read it in my apartment, still wearing my work clothes, surrounded by papers covered in my handwriting, my analysis, my projections. Stay home. Like I was a child being excluded from adult conversations. Like I hadn't personally guaranteed the money that kept his company alive. I sat there for 27 minutes, not moving, not thinking, just existing in the moment where everything crystallized. Then I picked up my phone and typed my response. Understood. My hands were perfectly steady. I opened my banking app, pulled up Bellamy's direct line. It was nearly 10:30, but Bellamy answered on the second ring. Pharaoh, I need to invoke the withdrawal clause on the credit facility. Silence. Tonight? Yes. Can I ask why? Because I'm done being invisible. More silence. Then, I'll start the paperwork. You're certain? Completely. This will freeze the facility within 48 hours. They'll have 72 to secure alternative collateral, or they default. I know, Pharaoh, your grandmother, would tell me never to let anyone treat me as disposable. Process it, Bellamy. I heard her typing. Done. Official notice will be filed at market open tomorrow. They'll receive notification by 10 a.m. Thank you. I hung up. Then I did something I hadn't done in 3 years. I turned off my phone, made chamomile tea, and sat by my window watching the city lights blur into abstract patterns. For the first time in longer than I could remember, my shoulders weren't tight. My jaw wasn't clenched. I felt weightless. The next morning, I slept until 9, made breakfast, did yoga, read 3 chapters of a novel I'd started 8 months ago and never finished. At 2 p.m., I turned my phone back on. The screen exploded with notifications: 68 missed calls, 42 voicemails, 109 text messages. I scrolled through them slowly, like reading a story about someone else's catastrophe. The financial controller: emergency, call immediately. The chief investment officer: what's happening with the credit facility? 3 messages from board members I'd never heard from before, and 17 from Caspian. The most recent one, sent 40 minutes ago: Pharaoh, whatever I did, we can fix this. Please call me. I deleted all of them without listening to the voicemails. Then I got dressed and drove to the office. Security looked confused when I walked in. The guard, whose name was Terrence, actually stood up from his desk. Miss Pharaoh, I thought you were. I didn't see you on today's access list. I'm just collecting some personal items, I said. He hesitated, then nodded. They'd removed me from the retreat attendance, but hadn't thought to revoke my building credentials. Amateur hour. I took the elevator to the 7th floor. The offices were mostly empty. Everyone important was at the retreat, discovering that their financial foundation had just evaporated. I walked through the space I'd inhabited for 3 years, past the workstations, where I'd spent countless nights rebuilding their systems, past the meeting rooms where I'd explained concepts to people who nodded like they understood but clearly didn't. My workspace was exactly as I'd left it: organized, efficient, impersonal except for one thing. On the shelf above my computer sat a photograph of my grandmother, taken when she was 65, standing in front of her textile mill. She wasn't smiling. She looked directly at the camera with absolute certainty about who she was and what she'd built. I took the photograph, left everything else. As I walked back toward the elevator, I heard shouting from the conference room. Multiple voices, overlapping, panicked. I paused outside the door. Can't just freeze the entire facility. Need alternative collateral by Monday or we default. Where is Pharaoh? Someone get Pharaoh on the phone. I kept walking. My phone rang as I reached my car. Caspian. I let it ring 4 times before answering. Pharaoh. His voice was ragged. Thank God. Where are you? Leaving the office. You need to come to the retreat. Right now. We have a situation. I'm not board material, remember? I should stay home. This isn't the time for... Look, something happened with the credit facility. The bank is saying you withdrew your guarantee? That's correct. Dead silence. You can't just do that. I can. Clause 17, Section 3, personal guarantor maintains unilateral withdrawal rights with 72 hours notice. Pharaoh. He said my name like he was trying to calm a dangerous animal. You're upset. I understand. The message last night was poorly worded, but you can't tank the entire company over being told I'm not board material. It came out wrong. Did it? I leaned against my car, watching clouds move across the sky. Or did it come out exactly right? Did it finally say what you've been communicating for 3 years without the courtesy of words? That's not fair. Fair? You want to discuss fairness? My voice stayed level. Calm. Let's discuss how I rebuilt your company's entire financial infrastructure while you collected awards. Let's discuss how I personally guaranteed $1.5 million of debt using my family's trust while you told investors about your visionary leadership. Let's discuss how I spent 4 months developing an expansion strategy that you were planning to present as your own work to a board retreat I wasn't invited to attend. I was going to credit you, the way you've credited me for everything else. I heard other voices in the background, someone saying his name urgently. Hold on, Caspian said. Not to me. Then back to me. Pharaoh, I have the entire board here. The financial controller just confirmed that without your guarantee, the bank is freezing our facility. We have 48 hours to secure alternative collateral, or we default on $1.2 million in drawn funds. Sounds like you have a problem. This is your company too. You have equity. 5% equity in a company that's about to default. Yes, I've done the math. I'll lose approximately $73,000 in theoretical value. You'll lose everything. Silence. long enough that I thought he might have hung up. Then, what do you want? Nothing. Everyone wants something. You want board access? You're on the board. You want a better title? Name it. You want more equity? We can restructure. Caspian. I cut him off. You're not listening. I don't want anything from you. I wanted basic respect. I wanted recognition for the work I did. I wanted to be treated like I mattered. You had 3 years to offer any of those things. You chose not to. So, now I'm choosing to. This is insane. You're destroying the company over your ego? I laughed. Actually laughed. My ego? That's extraordinary coming from someone who spent 3 years accepting applause for work he didn't do. If this facility defaults, it ruins both of us. No, it ruins you. My grandmother's trust is protected. The withdrawal clause is clear. I'm released from all liability the moment I filed notice. The bank confirmed it this morning. You planned this. His voice changed. Harder. You've been planning this. I planned for the possibility that you'd eventually reveal who you actually are. Turns out I was right. Pharaoh, please. The hardness cracked. I made a mistake. One message. You can't end everything over one message. It wasn't one message. It was 3 years of messages. Last night was just the only one you bothered to type out. I heard someone in the background say something about emergency board votes. I have to go, Caspian said. But this conversation isn't over. We're going to fix this. No, I said quietly. We're not, because there is no we. There never was. I hung up, drove home through afternoon traffic, listening to a podcast about marine biology, something completely unrelated to finance, to business, to any of it. My phone kept buzzing. I turned off the sound. At home, I made dinner. Actual dinner, with vegetables and protein and grains, instead of the takeout containers that had filled my recycling for 3 years. I ate slowly, tasting everything. Then I opened my laptop and checked my email. 3 messages had arrived in the past 2 hours. The first was from Bellamy. Withdrawal processed. You're officially released from the facility as of 5 p.m. today. Your grandmother would be proud. The second was from a headhunter I'd worked with years ago. Heard through the grapevine that you might be exploring new opportunities. Several of my clients would be very interested in speaking with you. The third was from someone named Vex. I didn't recognize the name, but the email signature identified him as CEO of a competing investment firm, one of the larger ones in the city. The message was brief. I've been watching your work for 2 years. We should talk tomorrow, if you're available. I stared at that message for a long time. Then I replied, I'm available. The next morning, I woke up to 63 new missed calls. I made coffee, showered, dressed in clothes I actually liked instead of the armor I usually wore to the office. My phone rang. A number I didn't recognize. I answered. Is this Pharaoh? A woman's voice. Professional, but strained. Yes, this is Hollis. I'm on the board at Caspian's firm. We've never met, but I need to speak with you urgently. I'm listening. The credit facility situation. Caspian explained that there was a miscommunication, and you withdrew your guarantee in response. There was no miscommunication. I was told not to attend the board retreat because I'm not board material. I responded by removing myself from all involvement with the company. That seems extreme, does it? If I'm not qualified to attend a board retreat, why should I be qualified to personally guarantee $1.5 million in company debt? Silence. You make a fair point, Hollis said finally. But the company is facing default. Caspian says you're the only one who can fix this. Caspian is mistaken. He can fix this himself. He can use his personal assets as collateral. He can approach his family for guarantees. He can demonstrate the financial acumen he's been claiming to have for 7 years. His assets are already fully leveraged. His family won't. She stopped. We both know he can't secure this facility on his own. Then I guess he has a problem. Pharaoh, I'll be direct. I've reviewed your work. I know what you've built here. I know Caspian has taken credit for things you designed. But if the company defaults, a lot of people get hurt. Employees who had nothing to do with this. Clients who trusted us. That landed differently than I expected. I thought about the analysts who worked under me, the support staff, people just trying to do their jobs. The employees will find new positions, I said. Most of them are talented. The clients will recover their funds through the dissolution process. The FDIC insurance covers the deposits. And Caspian? Caspian will learn what happens when you treat people as disposable. Hollis sighed. For what it's worth, I agree that he's handled this appallingly. Several of us have tried to push for your inclusion in strategic decisions, but the board has dynamics, old relationships, family connections, people who owe Caspian favors or vice versa. It's not right, but it's reality. Then reality is about to change. Is there anything that would make you reconsider? I thought about it, actually thought about it. If Caspian resigns as CEO and the board offers me full operational control, I'll consider reinstating the guarantee. Hollis went quiet. You're asking for his complete removal. I'm answering your question about what it would take. That's what it would take. He founded this company. With family money and borrowed credibility, I rebuilt it with actual skill. Which of us is more essential? I need to discuss this with the other board members. You have 36 hours before the default becomes permanent. I hung up, met with Vex that afternoon. His office was in a building downtown, smaller than Caspian's but newer, more functional than flashy. Vex himself was younger than I expected, maybe 40, with an intensity that felt authentic rather than performed. I'm going to skip the small talk, he said, after we'd shaken hands. I know what's happening with your current situation. The whole industry knows by now. Word travels fast. When someone pulls the foundation out from under Caspian's company, yes, it travels fast. He leaned forward. I've been trying to recruit you for 18 months. You never returned my calls. I was busy holding together a company that didn't appreciate it. So I gathered. Here's what I'm offering. Chief Financial Officer. Full authority over all financial operations and strategy. Seat on the board. Equity starting at 8%. And your name on everything you build. Why me? Because I've watched you restructure a failing company into a profitable one, while the CEO took victory laps. Because I've seen your work on the market analysis that Caspian presented as his own at last year's investor summit. Because I'm building something real here, and real things require people who can actually do the work. What's the catch? No catch, just honesty. We're smaller than Caspian's firm. We don't have the flashy reputation yet. We don't throw parties or get featured in magazines. We focus on sustainable growth and actual returns. It's less glamorous. Glamour hasn't been working out well for me. He smiled. Is that a yes? It's an interest. I need to see your financial structure, your client base, your actual numbers. Fair. He slid a folder across the desk. Everything's in there. Take your time. But the offer expires in 72 hours because I need someone in this role quickly. I took the folder home, read through it that night. Everything Vex had told me was accurate. Smaller operation, solid fundamentals, no debt beyond manageable credit lines, clean books, boring, in the best possible way. My phone rang at 11 p.m. Caspian. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. The board voted, he said without preamble. They're offering you Chief Operating Officer, board seat, 10% equity, full authority over financial operations and expansion strategy. And you? I remain as CEO, but you'd have equal voice in all strategic decisions. Not interested. Pharaoh, that's a significant. I told Hollis what it would take. Full operational control. Your resignation. This company is my legacy. Then you should have treated it like one instead of using it as a stage for your ego. I built this from nothing. You built it from family money and other people's work, specifically my work. And now you're watching it collapse because you confused charisma with competence. His breathing was ragged. You're really going to do this? Destroy everything? I'm not destroying anything. I'm simply no longer holding it up. There's a difference. I'm begging you. Those 3 words hung between us. You had 3 years to make me feel valued, I said. You had 3 years to include me, credit me, respect me. You chose not to. Those choices have consequences. What if I resign? I paused. You'd actually do that? If it saves the company? Yes. The board would need to offer me CEO position. Full authority. 5-year contract with performance incentives tied to company growth, not stock manipulation. I can recommend that. And you'd need to publicly acknowledge that the financial restructuring that saved this company was my work. Press release, investor memo, all of it. Silence. That humiliates me, he said finally. No, that's just honesty. Humiliation is being told, You're not board material after personally guaranteeing the debt that keeps the lights on. More silence. I'll talk to the board, he said. But I can't guarantee they'll agree. Then I guess we'll see how badly they want to avoid default. I hung up, didn't sleep well that night. Not from anxiety, from something else. Something that felt like watching a storm approach and knowing you're the one who called it. The next morning, Hollis called. The board has agreed to your terms. Caspian will resign effective immediately. You'll be offered the CEO position with the contract specifications you outlined. Caspian will issue a statement acknowledging your role in the company's restructuring. And the guarantee? We're asking you to reinstate it so we can avoid default while the transition happens. I thought about the employees, the analysts who'd worked late nights beside me, the support staff who kept everything running. I'll reinstate it on one condition. The company commits to transparent attribution of work going forward. Every presentation, every investor memo, every public statement credits the people who actually did the work. Agreed. Put it in writing. Send it to my attorney. I gave her the contact information. We need your answer today. You'll have it when I receive the signed documents. The documents arrived by courier at 3 p.m. I read every word. My attorney read every word. Everything was there. CEO, position, authority, contract terms, the acknowledgement clause. I signed. Then I called Bellamy. I'm reinstating the guarantee. Same terms as before, but with a modification. I want the facility in my name with the company as the borrower. Not a personal guarantee, a facility I control. That changes the structure significantly. I know. Can it be done? If the company agrees to subordinate their rights to yours. Yes, they'll agree. They did. By 6 p.m., the new facility was in place. The company was saved from default. I was the CEO, and Caspian was gone. The press release went out the next morning. After 7 years of leadership, founder Caspian is stepping down as CEO. The board has appointed Pharaoh as his successor. Caspian wishes to acknowledge that the financial restructuring, credited with saving the company during its critical period 3 years ago, was designed and implemented by Pharaoh, whose strategic vision and personal financial commitment provided the foundation for the company's current stability. My phone exploded with messages, reporters wanting interviews, industry contacts wanting to congratulate me, competitors wanting to know if I was hiring, and one message from Caspian, I hope you're happy. I didn't respond. 3 weeks later, I was sitting in what used to be Caspian's office, reviewing the expansion proposal I'd developed. The board, my board now, had approved it unanimously. We were extending into the new market sector, carefully, sustainably, with proper risk assessment and contingency planning. Vex had called to congratulate me and to say the offer still stood if things didn't work out. I think I'm where I need to be, I told him. Fair enough, but if you ever want to talk about partnerships between our firms, I'm listening. I'll keep that in mind. The company stabilized over the following months. Several of Caspian's board allies quietly resigned. New members came in, people with actual expertise rather than just personal connections. The employees responded to the change with what looked like relief. Productivity increased. Turnover decreased. We started winning new clients based on performance rather than charm. 6 months after taking over, I received an envelope at my office. No return address, just my name written in familiar handwriting. Inside was a single sheet of paper. You were right, about all of it. I spent 7 years building something I didn't understand on foundations I didn't create. I thought leadership meant being the face of things. I didn't realize it meant being the structure underneath. I don't expect forgiveness, but I wanted you to know that I finally understand what I lost. Not just the company, the chance to learn from someone who actually knew what they were doing. I hope you build something extraordinary. Caspian. I read it twice, then I filed it away and went back to work. A year after becoming CEO, I stood in front of an investor conference, presenting our annual returns. 32% growth, client retention at 94%, expansion into 3 new market sectors. After the presentation, a young woman approached me, mid-20s, nervous energy. Miss Farrow, I'm Coral. I just finished my MBA, and I've been following your work. The way you restructured your company's financial model is exactly what I wrote my thesis on. Did you now? Yes, and I was wondering. I know this is incredibly forward, but are you hiring? I'd work in any capacity. I just want to learn from someone who builds things the right way. I looked at her, saw something familiar in her expression. Hunger mixed with competence. Ambition tempered by actual skill. Send me your resume, I said. And your thesis. I'll review them. Really? Really? But I should tell you, if you work here, you'll get credit for what you do. Your name on your work. Your voice in the strategy. But you'll also work harder than you've ever worked in your life. That's exactly what I want. She sent her materials that night. I hired her 2 weeks later. Watching her walk into the office on her first day, I thought about the message I'd received that started everything. You're not board material. Stay home. 7 words that were meant to diminish me. 7 words that instead freed me to rebuild everything on my own terms. Sometimes the worst thing someone can say to you becomes the best thing that ever happened. Not because it didn't hurt, but because it forced you to stop waiting for someone else's permission to claim your own value. I walked past Coral's workspace, where she was already deep in analysis, filling notebooks with calculations. You're here early, I said. She looked up, startled. I wanted to get a head start on the portfolio review. Good instinct. But pace yourself. This is a marathon, not a sprint. I will. Thank you, Miss Farrow. Call me Farrow. We don't do formalities here. We do work. She smiled. I went to my office, sat down, and looked at the photograph of my grandmother on my shelf. She still wasn't smiling in the picture, still looked directly at the camera with absolute certainty. I understood that expression now. It wasn't about happiness. It was about knowing exactly who you are and what you've built and not needing anyone else's validation to confirm it. My phone buzzed. A message from Hollis. Board meeting tomorrow at 9. Agenda. Q3 review and discussion of your proposal for the international expansion. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Your proposal, not our proposal that I'd have to watch someone else present. Mine, I typed back. I'll be there. Then I opened my laptop and got back to work, because that's what you do when you've stopped waiting for permission. You build, and you put your name on every single thing you create. Thank you for staying with this story all the way to the end. If you felt every moment of this journey, if you've ever been made invisible by someone who needed you to succeed, drop a comment below. Share your story. Tell me how you've reclaimed your value. And subscribe, because there are so many more stories of people who stopped accepting less than they deserved and started building something that's truly theirs. Your support means everything. Until next time.
The dining room gleamed with cold perfection. Polished marble floors, an impossibly long glass table, and silver flatware that still bore the department store tags. I'd flown in that morning after Mallory's last-minute reminder text. You're still coming. Right, Dorian will expect you there. The implication, as always, was that my presence was optional, but absence would be noted. Still I came. I brought a bottle of Bram's 1978 Burgundy something he'd once said we'd save for Dorian's milestone moment. I'd wrapped it in linen and tucked a handwritten note inside the label. I wasn't expecting a grand gesture, just acknowledgement. Mallory wore crimson and diamonds. She gave her toast with the confidence of someone certain every camera in the room was pointed her way. She praised Dorian's new business acquisition, his leadership, his discipline. Then with a flick of her manicured wrist, she gestured for him to speak. Dorian stood, holding a glass of champagne, not the Burgundy I brought, and smiled as his gaze swept the table. Well, he said, chuckling, I'm grateful for all of you being here. And honestly, the best gift this year would be if Mom stopped hovering. His eyes met mine for just a second. Or better, left my life altogether. Laughter. A few gasps masked as chuckles. Even Mallory raised her flute in mock applause. I didn't blink. I placed my fork gently beside the untouched filet mignon, folded my napkin, stood up. No dramatic exits, no tearful gasps, just me sliding the chair back, smoothing my skirt, and saying with quiet grace, "Thank you for dinner." Then I turned and walked toward the door. No one followed. No one called my name. Back at the guest room,
I zipped my suitcase without folding anything. The burgundy sat unopened on the counter. The only sound was the wheeled suitcase bumping down each wooden stair as I carried it outside. The sound of the sea greeted me before I even stepped inside. Not the romantic kind, the kind that seeps into your bones low and cold, and always just on the edge of rising. My house had always felt warm despite its age, but that evening the walls seemed to retreat from me. Maybe they were waiting to see if I'd brought grief home again. I didn't cry. I didn't speak. I hung my coat, turned the heat up a notch, and poured a cup of lukewarm tea I'd left in the pot 2 days before. Then I went into the bedroom, sat at the edge of the bed. Bram and I once shared, and slipped off my shoes with a quiet sigh. I reached beneath the bed and pressed my palm flat against the teak floorboard near the center. A soft shift. The wood lifted just enough for my fingers to slip under. Beneath it, nestled in the same space that once hid anniversary gifts and emergency cash, was the tan folder. I hadn't touched it in years, not since Bram and I first drafted the plans when Dorian got engaged. The label still read, Contingency. Personal. I placed it on the bed and opened it slowly, each page as familiar to me as my own handwriting. The first sheet deed to my house in my name alone. The next, the living trust for Dorian's home funds, transferred through my firm years ago, but the controlling interest had never been released to him. I'd always meant to hand it over when I turned 75, but 71 is old enough. I reread the clause about revocation rights, my initials beside Bram's signature, the lawyer's stamp. Everything Dorian thought was his wasn't. I closed the folder and ran my hand over the worn manila cover, not with vengeance, but with a quiet steadiness. I didn't need to rage. I didn't need to explain. I just needed to act. I slid the folder into my bag along with my checkbook and the old maroon ledger Bram had always kept tucked in his desk drawer. It began with a call after Bram died. Dorian had an idea, a promising app, something to do with scheduling logistics for restaurants. I didn't understand the tech, but I understood the passion in his voice. He needed help with development costs, and of course, I said yes. The second startup came 2 years later. That one didn't even make it to launch. I covered the office lease, bought the website domain, and paid off a silent partner who threatened legal action when things unraveled. When he got engaged, I offered to help with the down payment on the condo. A head start, I called it, though I quietly paid in full and let him think it was partial. He was proud. I didn't want to take that from him. I just wanted him to feel safe. Mallory was always polite, never warm. After the wedding, she sent a typed thank you card, unsigned. When she opened her boutique, she called it Mallory James Atelier, and came to me 2 weeks in panicked about unexpected expenses. I wrote a check without asking for details. They never said we need you. They said things like it'd just be easier, or we'll make it up to you, or we were hoping you might step in just this once. But it was never just once. The calls grew shorter, edged in impatience. Dorian no longer asked about my garden or sent photos of their vacations unless there was a receipt attached. Mallory's voice was always cool clipped, like my presence in their life was a formality they tolerated. It wasn't the money I whispered aloud, now fingers tracing the edge of the ledger. It was the expectation I'd always say yes. And I had, for too long. I flipped open the maroon book and turned to the most recent page, a list of transactions each marked personal transfer. 27 of them spanning 8 years. Not one had been repaid. I picked up my pen and drew a single line under the last entry. The first act of saying no didn't need to be loud, just final. The office smelled like eucalyptus and laminate. My attorney Peter was younger than my coffee maker, but he was sharp and discreet. I handed him the folder without preamble. I'd like to finalize the trust amendments, effective immediately. And I want to transfer ownership of my primary residence to the holding company, Lochwin Property Management. He blinked once, but said nothing. Just nodded and began scanning the documents. I'd pre-filled most of the forms. Old habits. Peter paused over one page. You're removing Dorian as contingent beneficiary, yes. To no one. For now. It took under an hour. He didn't ask questions after that. I appreciated that. Before leaving, I handed him a sealed envelope labeled, to be opened only upon my death. From there, it was just mechanics. I called the realtor I used to play bridge with, told her to quietly list the house, but only sell to Lachlan. The sale would loop back to a trust under my name. It was a transaction that looked like surrender on paper. It wasn't. Next, I visited the credit union. I froze 2 accounts and redirected others to new holdings. The card Mallory used for her boutique expenses would stop working by morning. The final step, a text to Dorian. Short. No blame. You said I should leave. I'm honoring your birthday wish. No forwarding address, no emotion. I packed what I needed, a few clothes, Bram's watch, the ledger, the tan folder, and one photo of him and me on Cannon Beach, back before Dorian was born. I left behind the oak dining table where we used to play cards. I left the wedding photo on the mantel. I left my good dishes, my tea tins, and the quilt Bram's mother sewed when we were newlyweds. And I left one envelope taped to the back of the pantry door. It wasn't labeled. The next morning, I signed a year-long lease on a furnished condo in Lincoln City under the name Cora Wynn. The keys felt cool in my palm. Mallory was standing at the register of a high-end boutique when her business card was declined. Twice. She laughed politely, blamed the machine, and tapped it again. Declined. She tried her phone app. Access denied. By the time she got home, she was flushed and fuming. You need to call the bank, she snapped at Dorian, tossing the card on the marble counter like it had betrayed her. He shrugged, half listening. But when he opened the mortgage portal and saw the payment had bounced and then found himself locked out of their joint account, his face drained of color. He tried calling the credit union. Wait times. Then more questions than answers. That evening, Mallory found the envelope. It was in the mailbox wedged between a real estate flyer and an overdue HOA notice. No return address. Just Dorian's name handwritten in looping cursive that had once signed his field trip forms. He opened it at the dining table, lips pressed tight. Inside was a single sheet of cream paper. No greeting, no sign-off, just one sentence. You asked me to disappear. I simply obeyed. Mallory scoffed. She's being dramatic. Dorian didn't answer. He read the line again. And again. He held the paper like it might change under his fingers. She's bluffing, Mallory said, standing. She'll be back. Or begging for forgiveness. You'll see. But Dorian didn't believe that. Because he knew. The house, the accounts, the foundation of his company. All of it was held together by silent threads Corvina had woven through the years, gently, invisibly, without ever asking for control. And now, those threads had been cut. He opened his laptop, clicked into his business dashboard. Red warnings blinked where green numbers used to be. The expansion loan he'd signed last month, secured against family assets, was now a loose promise. He reached for his phone, thought about calling her, thought about apologizing. But he didn't even have her number anymore. Up the coast, I sipped tea as waves rolled against the shore and opened the ledger to a fresh page. The rain had come in waves that morning, soft and rhythmic, against the window panes. I sat at the small table near the glass ledger open, reading by natural light. The maroon cover had faded along the spine, but inside, every page was intact, neat, dated, precise. I turned to the last section Bram had ever written in. It was from the final month of his life, when he could barely hold a pen, but still insisted on tracking every detail. His handwriting trembled, yet the words were steady. If our son ever forgets kindness, Corvina will remember law. He had written it just after Dorian had canceled a visit. said he was too busy to fly up for his father's birthday. Bram didn't say a word aloud, but he wrote that sentence and underlined it twice. I ran my fingers over the ink, feeling the quiet weight of it settle in my chest. For years, I believed kindness would be enough. That love, even when stretched thin, could still hold its shape. But kindness without boundaries becomes currency, and eventually, people forget it ever had value. I placed a fresh sheet in the printer tray, began making copies of every financial transfer, every loan I forgave, every promise Dorian made in writing and never kept. His signature showed up far more than mine. Once the packet was assembled, I sealed the first copy in a thick envelope marked Trelwyn, private. That one would go into my safety deposit box. The second stack I fed into the scanner one page at a time. There was a journalist I remembered from years ago. I'd helped her fight a legal loophole that was cheating single mothers out of subsidized housing. She'd sent a thank you note that read, "If you ever need a story told, I'll be listening." I found her email. She still wrote under the same byline. I drafted a message brief and measured. "I think I have a story for you. One about trust silence and where the money really came from." I attached the files, clicked send, and turned back to Bram's handwriting. The headline dropped on a Tuesday. "Fintech stars' hidden ties to untraceable family funds." It wasn't a smear job, it was precision work. The journalist had done her homework. Pulled dates, cross-referenced financial transfers, even quoted one of Dorian's early investors who'd assumed the funds came from venture capital, not a parent's retirement. There were no direct accusations of fraud, just the kind of sharp, clean exposure that raised every eyebrow in a boardroom and shook every hand that once signed a check in his favor. I didn't celebrate. I didn't even smile. I simply closed the article, folded my hands, and sat in stillness. By Wednesday, his company's website went offline for maintenance. By Thursday, 3 investors had issued public statements distancing themselves from the brand. By Friday, Mallory packed a single suitcase and left a single note. "I married a man who needed a mother, not a wife." The irony wasn't lost on me. That weekend, Dorian drove to my old house. I know this because the neighbor I once lent sugar to emailed me confused. Said a man in a navy blazer had knocked twice, looked through the windows, and sat on the porch steps for nearly an hour. He'd aged in the photo she sent. Less polish, more panic. The house, of course, was empty. The deed no longer read Corvina Trelwyn. It now belonged to Lockwin Enterprises. The lights were off. The garden was overgrown. He tried the mailbox, but there was nothing there. The neighbor said he didn't say a word when he left. Just drove off slowly, one hand at his mouth, the other tight on the wheel. I stood by my window that evening watching the tide roll in. Forgiveness wasn't something I owed. Closure wasn't something he could demand. Some things, once untethered, drift far beyond reach. I brewed a fresh pot of tea and sat with the quiet. The wind rattled the windows, but inside, everything held. The knock came to his office door early in the morning. 2 men in plain suits, soft-spoken, but firm. They handed Dorian a sealed notice and requested access to his financials. The IRS doesn't arrive with sirens. They arrive with files. At first, he played it off. Delays, miscommunications, maybe an outdated EIN. But when they mentioned multiple flagged accounts tied to a non-disclosed family trust, I imagine his mouth went dry. The trust was never in his name. He'd signed documents over the years, of course, but never read them fully. I always left him the illusion of control. And he never questioned what didn't resist. That illusion had expired. I received the update indirectly from my attorney. The firm had been contacted for clarification, which we had already anticipated. Everything was in order, legal binding airtight, and quiet. That afternoon, my attorney mailed Dorian a letter. Certified. Signed. It read, "Dear Mr. Trelwyn, Per the original trust agreement executed under Lockwood Holding, please refer to Clause 18B. In the event of emotional misconduct or breach of dignity toward the trustee, assets may be reallocated at the sole discretion of said trustee. The reallocation has been completed. No appeal will be granted. He read it 3 times, then called. Straight to voicemail. He tried again, then opened his laptop, typing out an email. Something between apology and plea. I never saw it. All he received was a short reply from the server. This inbox is no longer active. That night, I opened my own inbox to a confirmation the remaining assets had successfully been redirected. My name removed from Dorian's holdings, the final accounts rolled into a charitable trust under Bram's name. It didn't feel triumphant. It felt like sealing a door. Outside, the tide had risen again, foam licking at the stones. I sat in the quiet, lit a single candle, and pulled the donation ledger close. The scholarship details were almost ready. The papers arrived in a thin manila envelope, neatly tabbed and ready for signature. The fund would bear Bram's full name, Bramwell Elias Trelwyn Memorial Scholarship. It would support students studying financial stewardship with a clause requiring a focus on elder guardianship and ethical estate planning. A small amount at first, enough for 1 student a year, but permanent. Protected. My name wouldn't be listed as founder, just an anonymous donor. It was better that way. I didn't want gratitude. I wanted a shift in the current subtle but certain toward care, not convenience. I signed the last page, sealed the envelope, and walked it to the corner postbox myself. No courier, no announcement. On the way back, I passed the little gallery near the wharf. A new piece hung in the window, a soft charcoal etching of a woman standing alone on a cliffside, the wind tugging her coat toward the sea. Her face was turned away, but her posture was familiar. Steady. Not bowed, not broken. Just still. I stopped in front of it and stood there for a long while. Tourists passed behind me, their chatter muffled by glass and distance. I didn't move. Bram would have liked the piece. He always said good art tells the truth without trying to be loud. Some stories end in silence, I murmured, not forgiveness. I didn't need a portrait on anyone's mantle. I didn't need my name carved into plaques or mentioned in speeches. I had something else now. Peace. I turned from the gallery window, pulled my scarf tighter, and continued home along the path that edged the dunes. The wind had picked up salt hanging in the air, the kind that reminded you everything eventually returns to the sea. Back at the condo, the candle had burned low, a halo of wax puddled around the base. I blew it out, gently tucked the leftover documents into a drawer, and opened the envelope that had arrived earlier. White no-return address. The handwriting inside was shaky, but I recognized it immediately. A year to the day. Dorian stood before a weathered headstone nestled in a small private cemetery outside Portland. The engraving was simple. Lockwood beloved, by none known by few. She lived 72 years and left it all to education. He read it twice. He hadn't known what to expect. But something inside him, some childish thread of hope, had convinced him he'd find her name etched in stone, maybe even a quote, a date, a chance at closure. Instead, just a name she once used in filings, a shell company, an alias, not a mother, no flowers, no photo, no sign that anyone ever came here but him. Later that afternoon, he sat in a corner booth of a small cafe in downtown Ashland, far from cameras, far from headlines. A single almond tart rested on the porcelain plate in front of him. He didn't touch it. The pastry was her favorite to bake. Light, not too sweet, with just the right density in the crust. He hadn't eaten one in years. It used to annoy him the way she insisted on baking from scratch when store-bought was quicker. Now, the smell alone made his chest ache. His phone buzzed. A missed call from the bank. A message from Mallory, just a question mark. He turned the screen face down. The coffee beside him had gone cold. He was alone now. Not publicly, there were still people around him, but truly, quietly, irrevocably. And somewhere far from him, I walked the coastal trail that curved along the dunes of Lincoln City. The wind was brisk, but the sun warm on my cheek. I bent down and picked up a small pink shell, perfect and whole. I held it to my ear, not to hear the ocean, but to remember how silence can be both echo and answer. I didn't need to visit any graves. I was still very much alive. He wanted me gone, so I gave him exactly that and everything that came with it.
My name is Olivia Watson, and I am 28 years old. The first thing my older sister said when I reached for the serving spoon was, "Don't fill your plate. You didn't pay for this." She said it loudly enough for every relative at my parents' party to hear. A few forks stopped in midair. My mother glanced at me, then smiled as though the insult were harmless. "Real family comes first," she said, turning back toward my sister. I had spent 3 weeks arranging that dinner, approved every menu change, and placed my own card on the reservation. Yet no one at the table knew, because I wanted the evening to feel like a gift, not a performance. My sister believed my silence made me powerless. She leaned back with the satisfied expression she always wore when she thought she had put me in my place. I looked at the untouched food on my plate, then at the people waiting to see whether I would defend myself. For years, I had explained, forgiven, and paid without asking for credit. That night, I understood that another explanation would only give them a new chance to dismiss me. So I nodded, folded my napkin, put on my red coat, and walked out. In the lobby, I asked the manager to remove my payment authorization from the final bill. I was willing to lose the deposit, but I would not finance another minute of humiliation. Moments later, he carried the folio back to the table. Through the glass doors, I watched my sister's smile disappear as he said, "The woman in the red dress canceled the reservation payment and asked me to hand this to you." Their faces drained of color, but the bill was only the beginning. Before I tell you what happened after I walked out, and what my family discovered when they opened that bill, tell me, what time is it where you are? Where are you watching from? And what is the weather like there? I'm curious to see how far this story will travel. 3 weeks earlier, my mother, Joan, had called to say she wanted one simple dinner for her 60th birthday. In our family, simple never stayed simple for long. My father, Thomas, suggested the Seabrook Terrace, a private dining room inside a coastal hotel where my parents had celebrated their anniversary years ago. My older sister, Grace, immediately announced in the family group chat that she would handle the vision, then disappeared whenever the hotel asked for a deposit, menu selection, guest count, or signed agreement. I had recently received a promotion at the architecture firm where I worked, and I decided to cover the dinner as my gift to Mom. I did not tell the family the amount. I only told Grace that the reservation was secured and asked her to send me any dietary restrictions by Friday. She replied with a thumbs up, then posted, "Everything is taken care of. Mom deserves the best." Relatives thanked her. Mom sent 3 heart emojis. I stared at the screen longer than I should have, wondering why it still hurt to watch Grace receive praise for work she had not done. This was not new. When I was 16, I designed the program for our grandparents' anniversary, and Grace told everyone she had organized the event. At college graduation, she gave a toast about how she had guided me through school, although we had barely spoken that year. Whenever I corrected the record, Mom said I was being sensitive. Whenever I stayed quiet, Grace treated my silence as permission. Why did I keep hoping generosity would make people fair? I wish I could say I had a noble answer. The truth was uglier. I still wanted my mother to look at me with the uncomplicated pride she gave Grace. I wanted one family evening where no one compared us, corrected me, or turned my effort into evidence that I was trying too hard. So I signed the contract, paid a $2,000 non-refundable room deposit, and authorized my card for the estimated balance after service. The original dinner package was just under $8,000. Then Grace began making changes. She added a premium wine pairing, a seafood tower, custom floral arrangements, and 6 guests I had never met. Each time the event coordinator copied me on an email, Grace wrote back first, "Approved. Olivia knows." I called the coordinator, a calm man named Daniel, and made it clear that no additional charge could be finalized without my written consent. He apologized and marked the file. I approved the flowers for Mom and rejected the rest. 2 days later, Grace called me. "Why are you making this difficult?" she asked. "Mom only turned 60 once." I reminded her that she was welcome to pay for upgrades herself. She laughed. "You always make money so awkward." That sentence told me everything. Grace wanted the authority of a host without the cost of being one. Still, I kept the reservation. I chose a blue and silver cake because those were Mom's favorite colors, prepared a short slideshow of family photos, and arranged transportation for our grandparents. I even asked Daniel not to announce who had paid. "I don't want a speech about me," I told him. "This is for my mother." The night of the party, I arrived early wearing a red dress and matching coat. Daniel reviewed the final estimate with me, $9,400, including service, tax, and the flowers I had approved. My card would be charged after dessert. I signed the updated authorization and slipped the copy into my purse. Grace arrived 20 minutes later in white, kissed Mom on both cheeks, and began directing the photographer as if she owned the room. She moved place cards, complained that the centerpieces were too low, and told 2 relatives that she had worked tirelessly to create the evening. I heard her, but I said nothing. Part of me was saving the truth for later. Another part was still trying to protect Mom's birthday from becoming another battlefield. At dinner, Grace took the seat beside Mom and placed me near the end of the table. When I quietly moved my place card back to the host's seat Daniel had assigned me, Grace raised one eyebrow. "That's for whoever organized this," she said. I met her gaze and asked, "Are you sure you want to make that the rule?" She smiled because she thought I was bluffing. I sat down anyway. For the first course, she talked over me. During the second, she accepted compliments about the venue. By the time the main dish arrived, she had rewritten the entire evening with herself at the center, and Mom was helping her do it. Then I reached for the serving spoon, and Grace decided that taking credit was not enough. She needed to humiliate me too. "Don't fill your plate," Grace said, tapping the serving spoon with one manicured finger. "You didn't contribute a penny to this dinner." She did not whisper. She wanted an audience. The conversation around us collapsed into silence, and I felt the old family reflex take over. Everyone looked at me to see how gracefully I would absorb the insult. Mom smiled into her wine glass. "Grace is only teasing," she said, then added, "Real family comes first. We should be grateful to the people who actually showed up for me." I had arrived before everyone. I had signed every document. I was sitting 2 seats away because Grace had moved my place card. Yet Mom's words made me feel like an uninvited guest. I asked her calmly, "Who do you believe paid for tonight?" She looked surprised that I had answered at all. Grace laughed before Mom could respond. "Please, you probably booked the room with Dad's hotel points and expect a parade." A cousin lowered his eyes. My aunt pretended to adjust her napkin. Dad studied the label on the wine bottle as though it contained instructions for escaping the table. I could have opened my purse and placed the contract beside Grace's plate. I could have listed every call, every payment, every detail she had claimed as her own. But a question stopped me. If proof was the only language they respected, why was I still volunteering to pay for people who had already decided I was worthless? I set down the serving spoon. You're right, I said. Grace blinked. She had expected an argument. I shouldn't eat food I didn't contribute to. Mom gave a relieved little laugh, believing I had surrendered. I folded my napkin carefully, placed it beside my empty plate, and stood. Grace's smile widened. Don't be dramatic. I'm not, I said. I'm correcting the arrangement. I put on my red coat and walked toward the lobby. No one followed me. That hurt more than Grace's insult, but it also made the next decision easier. Daniel was at the reception desk reviewing service notes. I asked whether the final charge had been processed. He said no. The authorization would convert after dessert. I told him to remove my card from the folio. He reminded me that the room deposit was non-refundable and that the remaining balance would become due immediately from the party. I understand, I said. Please keep the deposit. Consider it the price of learning. He hesitated. Would you like me to tell them there has been a payment issue? Tell them the truth, I replied. The woman in red canceled the reservation payment and asked you to deliver the bill. Daniel studied my face, then nodded. I walked toward the valet desk, but before I reached the outer doors, I heard my father call my name from the dining room. I turned. Through the glass partition, I saw Daniel place a black leather folio beside Grace's plate. Her smile vanished. Mom leaned toward him, confused. Daniel repeated the sentence exactly as I had requested. Even from the lobby, I could see the color leave their faces. Grace opened the folio, scanned the total, and snapped it shut. Dad pushed his chair back and came toward me. Olivia, what did you do? He asked. Not what did they say to you. Not why did you leave. What did you do? I looked past him at the table. I stopped paying for a dinner I was told I had not contributed to. He lowered his voice. This is your mother's birthday. It was also my gift, I said. Grace rejected the gift in front of everyone. I'm respecting her decision. Behind him, Grace stood and waved the bill. This is insane. She can't abandon us with this. Daniel remained composed. The host removed her payment method before settlement. The outstanding balance is $9,486. Grace stared at him. I'm the host. Daniel opened his tablet. The contract, deposit receipt, menu approvals, and card authorization are all in Olivia Watson's name. A murmur moved around the table. One relative whispered, I thought Grace paid. Another said, that's what she told us. Grace's head snapped toward them. I coordinated everything. Daniel scrolled once. The event file shows that Ms. Watson coordinated the reservation. It also shows several upgrade requests from your email that were denied because you were not financially authorized. Grace's face turned red. Mom looked from Daniel to me as if the room had shifted under her feet. Olivia, come back inside, she said. We can discuss this privately. You were comfortable humiliating me publicly? I replied. Why should the truth require privacy? That was when my grandfather, George, slowly removed his glasses and set them on the table. He had been quiet all evening, but his silence was nothing like Dad's. He was watching, measuring, remembering. Before anyone asks Olivia for another thing, he said, Grace should explain why she collected money from several of us for a dinner Olivia already paid for. Grace froze. I did too. I had known she was taking credit. I had not known she had taken contributions. George reached into his jacket and placed his phone beside the bill. On the screen was a message from Grace. Send me your share by Friday. I'm covering the party, but every little bit helps. Below it was a transfer receipt for $500. My aunt checked her own phone. Then my cousin did the same. Within seconds, 4 relatives had found payments totaling more than $2,000. The room was no longer looking at me. Every eye had turned toward Grace. Grace looked at the transfer receipts as if they had appeared by magic. That money was for extras, she said. Flowers, transportation, tips. Things Olivia probably forgot. Daniel turned his tablet so the nearest relatives could see the itemized contract. Transportation was paid directly by Ms. Watson. The floral invoice is included in the venue total. Gratuity is also included. My aunt asked Grace where her $300 had gone. My cousin asked the same about his $200. Grace's answers collided with each other. First, she said the money was still in her account. Then she said she had spent it on a surprise. Then she insisted everyone had misunderstood her message. George lifted one hand and the questions stopped. "There is nothing unclear about 'send me your share,'" he said. "You allowed this family to believe you financed the evening. You insulted the person who actually did, and you collected money on top of it." Grace turned toward me with panic replacing arrogance. "Olivia set this up. She knew exactly how this would look." I almost admired the speed with which she tried to make my boundary into her conspiracy. "I didn't know about the transfers," I said, "but I do know you told the hotel you were authorized to add charges." Daniel nodded. "There is one more matter." He opened an email chain and read the subject line, "Birthday Presentation Revision." Grace had contacted the venue that afternoon and requested a new cake plaque reading, "With love from Grace and the family." She had also asked the photographer to place her beside Mom for every formal picture and instructed the staff not to mention my name during the toast. The final line of her email said, "Olivia prefers to stay out of the spotlight." I felt something inside me go still. Grace had not simply accepted mistaken praise. She had designed my disappearance. Mom read the email twice. "You told me Olivia didn't want to be involved," she said. Grace's mouth opened, but no answer came. Mom looked at me. "Is that why you didn't give the birthday speech?" "Grace told me you wanted her to do it," I said. "She told me you thought I made events too much about myself." Mom's face tightened. Dad finally returned to the table, no longer able to hide behind a bottle label. "Grace, pay the bill," he said. The directness of his voice surprised everyone. Grace laughed once, a brittle sound. "With what? I didn't agree to $9,000. "Neither did the relatives who sent you money under false pretenses," George replied. "Yet you accepted theirs." Grace pulled a credit card from her purse and handed it to Daniel with a flourish meant to restore control. "Fine. Charge it. Then everyone can stop acting like I committed some unforgivable crime." Daniel took the card to the terminal. We waited. The machine beeped. He tried again, then returned and quietly said the transaction had been declined. Grace's face went from red to gray. She offered a second card. That one was declined too. No one laughed. Their silence was worse. It stripped away the image Grace had spent years polishing, the successful daughter, the generous organizer, the person who always knew better. Mom looked devastated, but for once she did not rush to protect her. "You told me you had paid for the venue," she said. "You let me thank you in front of everyone." Grace's eyes filled, but her voice remained sharp. "I was going to make it work. Olivia always has money. She enjoys rescuing everyone." That sentence ended whatever sympathy remained in the room. I stepped back through the glass doors and returned to the edge of the table, not to rescue them, but because I wanted Grace to hear me clearly. "I did enjoy helping," I said. "What I did not enjoy was being erased while you spent my money as evidence of your generosity." Grace whispered, "You're really going to leave Mom with this bill?" I looked at Mom. "No. Grace is." She claimed the dinner, accepted the credit, collected the contributions, and told me not to eat. Ownership comes with a price. George asked Daniel to separate the charges Grace had requested from the original package. Daniel explained that the party could settle the bill using multiple cards. Dad paid a portion. Mom used money from a savings account. Several relatives applied their earlier contributions only after Grace transferred them back. Grace stood at the table making repayment after repayment while everyone watched the balance in her account fall. She had to borrow the final amount from Dad, who told her it would be documented and repaid monthly. The dinner continued only because the venue had already served most of the food, but the celebration was over. No one asked Grace to make the toast. The photographer removed her requested shot list. The cake plaque was replaced with the original message I had approved. Happy 60th, Mom. When Daniel offered me a slice, I declined. I had lost $2,000, but I had gained something I had never been able to buy: a clean answer. They had not failed to recognize my effort because I had explained it poorly. They had failed because my silence was convenient for them. As I left for the second time, Mom followed me into the lobby. "Please don't let this destroy the family," she said. I turned to her and asked the question I had avoided my entire life. "Why is the family only considered destroyed when I stop accepting the damage?" She had no answer. I went home alone, but for the first time, I did not feel abandoned. I felt finished. The messages began before I reached my apartment. Dad wrote, "Your mother is crying." Grace wrote, "You humiliated me on purpose." Mom called 6 times, then sent a voice message asking me to come back and end the night with Grace. The wording would have been funny if I had not heard the accusation beneath it. They still believed peace was something I produced by swallowing the truth. I turned off my phone and slept better than I had in months. The next morning, I found 37 messages in the family group chat. Grace had posted a long explanation claiming she had collected contributions because she intended to reimburse me later. George replied with one sentence, "Then show the transfer you plan to make." She did not answer. My aunt asked why Grace had changed the cake plaque. My cousin shared a screenshot of Grace telling him Olivia barely helped, so I'm covering almost everything. Mom asked everyone to stop discussing private matters in the group. George wrote, "The deception happened in this group. The correction belongs here too." I did not add anything. For once, the facts were working without my labor. On Monday, Grace came to my office lobby without an appointment. She wore sunglasses and held an envelope. I met her downstairs because I did not want her near my colleagues. She pushed the envelope toward me. Inside was a check for $2,000, the amount of my lost deposit. "There," she said. "Now we're even." I handed it back. "We're not even. Money is the easiest part." She removed her sunglasses. Her eyes were tired, but her anger was intact. "What else do you want? An audience? A public execution?" "I want a public correction," I said. "Tell the family I planned and funded the dinner. Tell them you collected money while claiming you were paying. Return every contribution. Reimburse Dad for the amount he covered. And stop speaking for me." She stared at me as though I had asked for something cruel. "You want me to destroy my reputation?" "No. I want you to stop using mine to protect yours." Grace lowered her voice. "Mom will never forgive you for this." That was the moment I understood she had not come to apologize. She had come to restore the old arrangement. She would offer a token, I would accept blame for the conflict, and everyone would move on without changing. I slipped the check back into the envelope and placed it in her hand. "Then Mom can make her own choice." Grace left without another word. 2 days later, Mom asked me to attend a family meeting at my parents' house. I agreed under one condition: nobody would ask me to apologize for leaving the dinner. When I arrived, George was already there with a folder. Dad sat beside Mom, looking 10 years older. Grace took the chair across from me. Mom began with the usual speech about sisters, misunderstandings, and how one painful night should not erase a lifetime of love. I listened until she said, "Olivia, you could have handled it privately." "I tried private for years," I replied. "Every time Grace took credit, insulted me, or changed the story, you told me to let it go. Privacy did not solve the problem. It protected it." Dad looked at the floor. Mom started to defend herself, but George opened his folder. Inside were printed copies of the venue emails, the transfer messages, and several older group chats. One was from my graduation, when Grace had told relatives she paid for my celebration. I had paid for it myself. Another was from a holiday trip, when she had claimed I canceled at the last minute. In reality, Grace had given me the wrong departure date, then used my absence to call me unreliable. George had asked family members to send him examples, and the pattern filled 23 pages. Grace's face changed as each page turned. This was no longer one dinner she could dismiss as confusion. It was a history. Dad finally spoke. "I knew some of this," he admitted. "Not the money, but the way you two were treated differently. I stayed quiet because every confrontation became exhausting." I looked at him. "Your silence was a decision. It just made Grace's life easier and mine harder." He nodded slowly. Mom began to cry, but I did not move to comfort her. That was another role I had performed automatically. Grace asked, "So, what happens now?" George answered before I could. "You repay what you owe, you correct the lies, and until trust is rebuilt, you will not manage family money, reservations, group gifts, or events." Mom looked startled. Grace looked furious. For years, organizing family occasions had been her throne. Losing that role hurt more than the declined cards. Dad agreed. Then Mom, after a long silence, agreed too. Grace looked at me, waiting for me to soften the consequence. I did not. Revenge, I realized, was not the moment her card failed. It was the moment the family stopped asking me to protect her from the truth. Grace waited 4 days before posting the correction. It was not graceful. She wrote that emotions had been high, communication had failed, and certain assumptions had been made about the party. George replied privately to her, then she deleted the post and tried again. The second version was shorter and honest. Olivia planned the dinner, paid the deposit, authorized the reservation, selected the menu, arranged transportation, and approved the decorations. I falsely allowed everyone to believe I was the host. I also collected contributions without telling her, and used her silence to make myself look generous. What I said at the table was cruel and untrue. I am returning the money and repaying what others covered. I read it twice, waiting for the familiar urge to reassure her. It never came. Relatives responded with restrained messages. Nobody attacked her, but nobody rushed to erase the consequences either. My aunt asked for repayment by Friday. My cousin said he needed space. Dad created a written schedule for the money Grace owed him. Mom removed Grace from the family event account and gave the records to an outside bookkeeper, something she should have done years earlier. The punishment was not dramatic, but it was complete. Grace lost control of the story, the money, and the role that had made her feel untouchable. A week later, Mom came to my apartment alone. She carried the blue and silver birthday cake topper Daniel had saved after the dinner. She set it on my kitchen counter and said, "I owe you an apology without asking you to make me feel better." That was the first promising sentence she had spoken. She admitted that she had favored Grace because Grace demanded attention, while I seemed capable of taking care of myself. "You made competence look easy," she said. "I treated that as permission to give you less." I told her competence was not the absence of need. I had needed her to defend me. I had needed her to ask one question before believing Grace. I had needed her not to smile when I was humiliated. Mom cried quietly. This time, I handed her a tissue, but I did not tell her everything was fine. "I love you," I said. "That does not mean we return to normal. Normal is what hurt me." We agreed to meet once a week for coffee and to stop using family gatherings as a shortcut for real repair. Dad called separately and apologized for treating avoidance as neutrality. I told him the same thing I had told him at the hotel. Silence chooses a side when only one person benefits from it. He began attending counseling with Mom, which mattered more to me than any speech. Grace did not contact me for nearly a month. During that silence, I received an email from Daniel at the hotel. He attached a final document I had never seen, a proposed toast Grace had sent to the event staff. In it, she planned to thank Mom for teaching her that the people who truly contribute never need recognition, then announced that she had personally saved the party after I became too busy with work. The cruelty was deliberate, polished, and scheduled between the main course and cake. I forwarded the document to George, Mom, and Dad with no commentary. Mom called Grace immediately. I did not hear the conversation, but I learned later that Mom canceled a planned weekend trip with her and told her they would not resume their usual closeness until Grace addressed the pattern honestly. That was the loss Grace had feared most. She was no longer the protected daughter whose motives were automatically trusted. When Grace finally asked to meet, we chose a public cafe. She arrived without an envelope, an excuse, or sunglasses. I read the toast again, she said. I don't recognize the person who wrote it. I do, I replied. I have known her for years. She winced, but she did not argue. She admitted that my promotion had triggered something in her. She had been struggling financially and had built her identity around being the impressive one. Instead of admitting fear, she tried to reduce me. I thought if everyone saw you as selfish, I would still look valuable, she said. I asked whether she was sorry for hurting me or sorry the plan failed. She took a long time to answer. Both, she said finally. It was not the perfect answer, but it was honest. I told her I was not ready to forgive her and might never trust her with money or my reputation again. She nodded. What can I do? Change when nobody is watching, I said. And stop expecting access to me as proof that you changed. We left separately. There was no hug, no music, and no instant healing. That made the moment more real than every family promise we had made before. 6 months later, Mom invited me to a small family dinner at the same hotel. My first instinct was to refuse. Then she sent the reservation confirmation, the paid receipt, and a guest list with no surprises. You do not need to organize anything, her message said. You only need to decide whether you want to come. That distinction mattered. I accepted. When I arrived, Grace was already seated, but she had not touched the place cards, the menu, or the photographer's schedule because there was no photographer. The dinner was simple, fully paid, and intentionally ordinary. Mom had arranged it herself with Dad. George sat at the head of the table, watching everyone with the faint smile of a man who knew progress was less impressive than performance, but far more valuable. Grace greeted me politely. She did not attempt a dramatic apology. Over the previous months, she had repaid every relative and completed 3 payments to Dad. She had also stopped managing family events and begun meeting with a therapist. I knew these things because Mom occasionally mentioned them, not because Grace used them to bargain for forgiveness. That difference mattered too. During the main course, a serving dish was placed between Grace and me. For one suspended second, I remembered her finger tapping the spoon and her voice telling me not to fill my plate. Grace remembered as well. She moved the dish toward me and said, "You first." It was a small gesture. I did not mistake it for transformation, but I accepted it. I filled my plate without apology. Later, Mom stood to make a toast. She thanked Dad for helping with the dinner, George for insisting on honesty, and Grace for taking responsibility. Then she looked at me. I used to praise Olivia for being strong when what I really meant was that I expected her to survive without support, she said. I was wrong. Her generosity was never an obligation, and her boundaries are not a punishment. The room remained quiet, but this silence did not erase me. It made space for the truth. Mom did not ask me to respond. She simply raised her glass. That restraint was part of her apology. After dinner, Grace found me near the lobby windows. "I know we're not fixed," she said. "I also know I spent years making you smaller because I was afraid of feeling small." I told her that understanding the reason did not remove the damage. "I know," she said. "I'm going to keep doing the work anyway." I believed she meant it in that moment. I also knew belief did not require immediate trust. We walked back to the table separately. The family never returned to the old version of normal. Grace was no longer treated as the automatic leader. Dad no longer disappeared when conversations became uncomfortable. Mom checked facts before defending anyone. I stopped funding celebrations to earn affection, stopped accepting jokes that were really insults, and stopped explaining boundaries to people committed to misunderstanding them. Some relatives called me colder. George called me clearer. He was right. Clarity did not make me cruel. It ended the tradition of treating my pain as the price of everyone else's comfort. The night Grace told me not to eat because I had not contributed a penny, she expected me to defend the cost of my plate. Instead, I stopped paying for the entire illusion. The bill exposed her lies, but the real consequence was larger. She lost the protection that had allowed those lies to thrive. I did not get revenge by ruining her life. I got it by refusing to let her build her life on my silence. Forgiveness, if it came, would be earned slowly and privately. Respect came first. And every time I remember walking out in that red coat, I no longer think about the money I lost. I think about the part of myself I finally stopped giving away. So tell me honestly, if someone in your own family took credit for your sacrifices, humiliated you in public, and expected you to keep paying for the privilege, would you forgive them once they apologized? Or would you make them prove they had changed before letting them back into your life?
We hope the story gave you both drama and something meaningful to think about. This fictional narrative was created only for entertainment, education, and dramatic reflection. We hope it reminds you that when someone takes your presence for granted, your absence may become the lesson they never expected. But the real victory is not their regret, it is your freedom.
My name is Haley Bennett. I'm 34 years old, and last Thanksgiving, I drove 5 hours through a snowstorm to surprise my family at the cabin I had been helping them pay for. I arrived carrying a homemade pecan pie, 2 bottles of wine, and gifts I had bought for everyone. When I knocked, my younger sister opened the door only 3 inches. Warm light spilled across the porch, and behind her I could hear laughter, silverware, and the football game playing inside. She looked at the pie, then at me, and smirked. "You were never invited," she said. "We're keeping it small this year." Before I could answer, she closed the door in my face. I stood there for 10 seconds, listening as someone inside asked whether I was gone. Then they laughed. I returned to my car without knocking again. 15 minutes later, my phone buzzed. Her husband had accidentally sent me a message meant for someone else. What a clown. She actually showed up. Beneath it was a photo of my entire family raising glasses around the Thanksgiving table. My place had been filled by one of their wealthy friends. That was when something inside me became perfectly still. I opened my banking app and canceled the mortgage payment for the cabin, my parents' insurance transfer, my sister's car payment, the utilities, and every subscription connected to my card. Then I froze the emergency account they had been using without permission. By sunrise, I had 62 missed calls. The final voicemail came from my mother. She was no longer laughing. "Haley, please don't do this. We could lose everything." What she didn't know was that I had already discovered why they excluded me, and the unpaid bills were only the beginning. Before I tell you what happened after that, tell me where you are and what the weather is like. Where you are. I just want to know how far my story can travel. I didn't answer any of the calls. I drove away from the cabin with the untouched pie secured in the passenger seat and my phone vibrating in the cup holder every few seconds. My mother called 11 times. My sister called 19. Her husband called from 3 different numbers. Even my father, who rarely contacted me unless he needed something fixed, left 4 voicemails. None of them asked whether I had survived the storm. None apologized for leaving me outside in freezing weather. Every message was about money. The mortgage payment is scheduled for tomorrow. The car company says the transfer was reversed. Your mother's insurance could lapse. You can't punish everyone because your feelings got hurt. That last message came from my sister. I nearly laughed. My hurt feelings had apparently become powerful enough to threaten their entire lifestyle. The truth was, I had been funding that lifestyle for almost 6 years. It started when my father's contracting business lost a major client. My parents told me they needed temporary help with their mortgage. I agreed to cover 3 months. 3 months became a year. Then my sister and her husband announced that they were struggling after his restaurant investment failed. I paid off 2 credit cards and covered the down payment on their SUV because my sister claimed she needed a safe vehicle for future children. There were never any children. There was, however, a second designer handbag 2 weeks after I sent the money. Whenever I questioned an expense, my mother reminded me that I was the successful daughter. "You're the one who can handle it," she would say. "Your sister has always been more sensitive." Sensitive was the family's favorite word for selfish. Responsible was their word for exploitable. I had spent years accepting those definitions because I believed generosity might eventually earn me a place at their table. Thanksgiving proved that I had never been family to them. I was infrastructure. I was the invisible system keeping their lights on while they laughed behind a closed door. About an hour into my drive, I pulled into a 24-hour gas station because the storm had worsened. While I waited for the road crews, I checked the family account I had created for emergencies. There should have been $28,000 in it. The balance was $814. I stared at the screen, convinced I was reading it wrong. Then I opened the transaction history. Over 11 months, dozens of transfers had been made to an unfamiliar company called North Ridge Consulting. The withdrawals ranged from $900 to $4,000. Each had been labeled as medical care, property tax, heating repairs, or my father's business expenses. The authorization code belonged to my sister. I had given her emergency access 2 years earlier when my mother underwent surgery. She had apparently never stopped using it. I searched the company name and found a business registration connected to my brother-in-law's personal address. North Ridge Consulting had no website, no employees, and no public clients. It was a shell company. They hadn't merely taken advantage of my kindness. They had created a system to steal from me while convincing me I was protecting our parents. My hands began to shake, but not from grief. This was anger stripped of confusion. Suddenly, the Thanksgiving rejection made sense. They had not excluded me because they wanted a small gathering. They excluded me because several people at that dinner were connected to North Ridge. They could not risk me asking questions. I downloaded every statement, saved screenshots of every transfer, and emailed copies to a secure account. Then I called my bank's fraud department. The representative asked whether I knew the person who had made the transfers. "She's my sister," I replied. Saying it aloud made the betrayal sound even worse. The representative froze the account, opened an investigation, and warned me not to confront anyone until their security team completed an initial review. Minutes later, my sister sent a new message. "Please call me before you do something you'll regret." I looked at the empty highway, the snow collecting along the windshield, and typed my first response of the night. "I've already seen North Ridge Consulting." 3 dots appeared immediately. They vanished. Then appeared again. No message came. 5 minutes later, her husband called. I declined it. My sister called next. I declined that too. Finally, my mother sent a text that revealed more than she intended. "Whatever you found, we can explain. Don't involve your father." That sentence confirmed she knew. I had expected dishonesty from my sister and her husband, but I had still imagined my mother as a passive participant, someone who benefited without understanding. Instead, she had been protecting them. Maybe she had helped them. I thought about all the times she had called me crying over an urgent expense: the leaking roof, the hospital deductible, the property tax deadline. Had any of those emergencies been real? How many times had I worked late, canceled vacations, or delayed my own plans so people who mocked me could spend my money? At dawn, I checked into a roadside hotel. Before sleeping, I canceled the cabin's internet, television service, propane delivery, snow removal contract, and maintenance plan. The cabin was legally owned by my parents, but every recurring expense had been charged to me. I did not take anything that belonged to them. I simply stopped volunteering to carry it. By then, the missed calls had reached 62. The 63rd came from my father. His voicemail was only 9 seconds long. "Haley, I don't know what they did, but don't believe everything your mother tells you." I replayed it 3 times. My father had sounded frightened, but not surprised. And for the first time that night, I wondered whether he was another liar or another victim. I returned home the next afternoon and placed the untouched pie in my freezer. I didn't want to eat it or throw it away. It reminded me of the woman I had been: hopeful, useful, and willing to cross a snowstorm for people who would not open a door. On Monday, I met a financial crimes attorney named Dana Whitmore. I brought bank statements, messages, payment records, and the registration for Northridge Consulting. After reviewing everything, she asked whether I had ever authorized my sister to transfer money into her husband's company. When I said no, she explained that this could involve fraud, unauthorized access, falsified records, and possible tax violations. Hearing legal terms attached to my family cleared away the emotional fog. The law did not care that my sister was younger, favored, or supposedly sensitive. It cared whether she had permission. She did not. Dana told me to document everything, so I created a timeline. At 26, I co-signed an apartment for my sister, and she stopped paying after 4 months. At 29, I gave my parents money for a roof repair that insurance had already covered. At 31, my sister claimed her husband needed surgery, so I sent $12,000. The operation had already been paid through insurance. Every time I discovered the truth, my mother warned that refusing forgiveness would destroy the family. They had turned forgiveness into an accounting system. Each apology erased the debt, and I was expected to deposit more. That evening, my mother invited me to a video call titled Family Emergency. Dana listened silently on another line. My mother sat in the cabin kitchen beside my sister while her husband paced behind them. My father was nowhere visible. My sister immediately accused me of freezing accounts they depended on. I asked what Northridge Consulting actually did. She said, business development, but could not name a single client. I shared my screen and displayed $27,000 in transfers from my emergency account. Nobody spoke. Then my sister claimed they intended to repay me. I reminded her that they had bought a boat in June. Her husband called it an investment. I asked whether calling me a clown was also part of their investment strategy. My mother interrupted, saying everyone had made mistakes. "I didn't make a mistake," I replied. "I stood outside while you ate dinner in a cabin I was paying to maintain." My sister admitted investors had attended Thanksgiving and said I made people uncomfortable when I discussed money. Dana messaged me to ask for names. They refused. When I said the bank could identify the guests through the transfers, panic crossed my brother-in-law's face. My mother ordered me to withdraw the complaint, restore the payments, stop speaking to lawyers, and keep everything private for my father's health. I asked what was wrong with him. She gave vague answers and could not name his doctor. My sister shouted that my obsession with receipts was why nobody wanted me at Thanksgiving. There it was. I remembered things. I asked questions. I could not be manipulated once I saw the numbers. After the call, Dana warned me not to communicate with them alone again. The next morning, I published a blog entry about the difference between generosity and financial coercion. I used no names, but the post spread quickly. Hundreds of readers shared similar experiences. One anonymous account commented that people often rewrite family history to look innocent. The profile picture showed part of my sister's kitchen. 3 days later, Dana called. Northridge had paid 2 men who attended Thanksgiving, a real estate broker and an employee of the title company holding a lien on my parents' cabin. She believed they were preparing to sell or refinance the property using fraudulent documents. The cabin was not merely where they rejected me. It was where they had been planning the next stage of the fraud. Dana obtained documents showing that someone had recently applied for an additional $300,000 loan against the cabin. The application listed me as a willing guarantor and included an electronic signature that resembled mine. It was forged. The contact email differed from mine by 1 letter, and the phone number belonged to Northridge Consulting. My sister and her husband had not only drained my emergency account, they had tried to attach my income and credit to a new loan without permission. Thanksgiving had included a broker, a title employee, and a private investor interested in part of the property. My presence would have threatened the deal, so they needed me embarrassed and gone. They believed humiliation would keep me quiet. I filed an identity theft report and gave the lender a sworn statement. The refinancing stopped, the title employee was suspended, the investor withdrew, and Northridge's accounts came under review. My brother-in-law emailed me, claiming an assistant had added my signature by mistake, even though his company had no registered employees. He offered to return $6,000 if I restored the family payments, and told the lender there had been confusion. Dana replied that all future communication must go through counsel. My mother then began calling relatives, telling them I had abandoned my sick father and frozen money needed for his medication. An aunt called me vindictive. A cousin said lawyers should never be involved in family disagreements. Nobody asked why a disagreement required forged documents. I ignored them and published another blog entry titled, "The Emergency They Create When You Stop Paying." It explained how manipulators turn consequences into crises and use illness, guilt, relatives, and public shame to restore financial access. A local educator reposted it, and a regional radio host quoted it during a segment on family financial abuse. My mother called immediately. She accused me of trying to destroy them. I reminded her that I had used no names. "People know," she replied. I asked how they knew. She had no answer. Only guilty people recognized themselves. When she again claimed my father was seriously ill, I asked for his hospital records. She accused me of distrusting my own mother. "I don't trust you," I said. Her crying stopped almost instantly. She said my sister's marriage could collapse because her husband blamed her for giving me too much information. When I asked what information she meant, she tried to change the subject. My sister grabbed the phone and accused me of jealousy. I refused to argue about childhood. "This is about who used my signature," I said. She went silent. When I asked whether it was her or her husband, she whispered, "You don't know what he's capable of." Worry, then ended the call. Later, she asked to meet alone and promised to tell me everything. Dana arranged a meeting in a public restaurant while waiting nearby. My sister arrived looking exhausted and delivered a polished apology. She admitted closing the cabin door had been cruel, blamed her husband's message on alcohol, and said she missed me. I asked about the forged signature. She finally admitted that her husband's business was drowning in debt and that my mother had supported using the cabin to save it. She claimed she had only forwarded him an old document containing my signature. When I asked why she had done that, She said he promised it was temporary. She offered to give me evidence against him if I withdrew the report and restored the payments. Before I could answer, her phone lit up with a message from her husband. Did she agree? Don't leave without getting it recorded. The meeting was another trap. They wanted audio they could edit into proof that I controlled the family financially. I stood to leave. My sister grabbed my arm and announced that our father had collapsed that morning. She smiled faintly, believing she had found the one threat that could still control me. I called the hospital from the parking lot. My father had been admitted, but not for a heart attack. He had suffered dehydration, severe anxiety, and a dangerous reaction caused by mixing medications. One prescription had been filled days earlier through a clinic he had never visited. The medical crisis was real, but someone had helped create it. I went to the hospital without notifying my mother or sister. My father looked frail and ashamed. His first words were, "I'm sorry." He explained that after Thanksgiving, my mother had taken control of his medications because he was supposedly too stressed to manage them. A new bottle appeared in his organizer, and he assumed his doctor had changed the dosage. He became dizzy and confused, but my mother delayed taking him to the hospital. A neighbor finally called an ambulance. My father admitted he knew Northridge was failing and had discovered the refinancing plan before Thanksgiving. He refused to sign, and my mother assured him the plan had been abandoned. He never warned me because he was ashamed and believed I would eventually rescue everyone. I told him that illness did not erase his choices. I would help arrange proper medical care, but I would not pay the cabin mortgage, cover business debts, or withdraw the investigation. He accepted that. Then he handed me a flash drive containing files copied from my mother's computer. Dana reviewed them that night. They showed that my mother had coordinated the manipulation for years. She kept a spreadsheet estimating how much money I could provide without becoming suspicious. One column was labeled Haley Resistance Level. Another listed pressure tactics: father's health, holiday guilt, sister in crisis, and family reputation. The forged loan had been planned for months. My mother wrote that I would complain, but eventually protect the family, as always. My sister recommended excluding me from Thanksgiving because I had started requesting receipts. Her husband suggested humiliating me if I arrived, believing embarrassment would keep me silent. The messages about my father were even worse. After he opposed the loan, my mother wrote that they might need medical documentation showing he lacked the capacity to manage the property. A clinic connected to one of Northridge's investors issued the new medication without examining him. Whether they intended to harm him or merely make him appear confused remained unclear, but he nearly died. The evidence expanded the investigation. My father revoked my mother's medical authority and agreed to cooperate. When she discovered I had visited him, she called from the hospital lobby and accused me of turning him against her. I told her the emails had done that. Then she made her true beliefs unmistakable. "Your sister has more to lose than you," she said. "You're unmarried. You don't have children. You can rebuild your finances." My savings were not considered the result of work or sacrifice. They were treated as spare resources belonging to people whose lives she valued more. "You didn't protect her," I said. "You taught her that consequences belong to someone else." The next day, my brother-in-law disappeared. His vehicle was found near an airport, and 2 Northridge accounts had been emptied. He left my sister responsible for unpaid taxes, vendor claims, and personal guarantees exceeding $400,000. She called me crying, asking me to come to the cabin because creditors were threatening legal action. I told her to contact an attorney. She said she could not afford one. "Sell the boat," I replied. It had already been repossessed. She begged me to remember we were sisters. I reminded her that she had forged my signature, stolen my money, helped manipulate our father, and tried to secretly record me. She blamed our mother and her husband. I told her she was 31 and responsible for her own choices. The only help I offered was cooperation with investigators. She refused because it might expose her role. Then you've chosen your consequence, I said. Soon afterward, foreclosure proceedings began on the cabin. My mother posted online that her oldest daughter had frozen family funds during a medical crisis and forced her parents from their home. With Dana's approval, I published redacted screenshots of the resistance spreadsheet and the forged signature report. I still used no names. My mother deleted her post within an hour. I later spoke anonymously on the radio about financial abuse within families. By then, the truth was clear. I had not destroyed my family by stopping the payments. I had simply stopped shielding the system that was already destroying us. 3 weeks after Thanksgiving, my sister asked me to meet her at the cabin before the foreclosure inspection. My father's attorney needed several personal documents from the property, and investigators believed original loan papers might still be stored in my brother-in-law's office. I agreed to go only after arranging for Dana, my father's representative, and a county deputy to arrive shortly after me. My sister believed I was coming alone. When I reached the cabin, a foreclosure notice was taped beside the same door she had once closed in my face. Inside, boxes covered the floor, furniture had been sold, and collection notices filled the kitchen. My mother sat at the dining table gripping a folder. She immediately asked whether I was enjoying their suffering. Then she demanded that I pay the overdue balance and stop the foreclosure. Even surrounded by evidence of fraud, she still believed the solution was my bank account. I refused. My sister proposed that I sell my city apartment, use the money to save the cabin and settle Northridge's debts, then rent somewhere smaller. I asked what she planned to sacrifice. She gestured around the cabin as though losing property she had never paid for made her heroic. "I'm losing everything," she said. "You already spent what you're losing," I replied. My mother accused her husband of deceiving everyone. I asked whether he had created the spreadsheet on her computer or written the messages instructing her to use my father's health against me. She had no answer. When I said their real crisis was learning to live without stealing from me, my mother stood and slapped me. I stepped back and looked toward the driveway as the deputy and Dana arrived. My mother's face drained of color. "You set us up," my sister whispered. "No, I documented you." My father's representative presented authorization to collect his belongings. Dana asked my mother to surrender the folder. She refused, but my sister lunged for it, sending pages across the floor. They included original loan drafts, copies of my signature, blank medical forms, and handwritten pressure strategies. One page outlined how to claim my father lacked capacity so my mother could control the cabin. My sister stared at the evidence and accused our mother of lying about destroying it. Their alliance immediately collapsed. My sister learned that our mother had warned her husband about the investigation, giving him time to move money and disappear. My mother claimed she had only tried to protect the family. My sister accused her of protecting him while leaving her with the debt. They began exposing each other. My sister admitted that humiliating me on Thanksgiving had been our mother's idea. My mother revealed that my sister had laughed about using my income for the refinance. My sister disclosed several false medical emergencies. My mother accused her of keeping more stolen money than she admitted. For years, they had been united by access to me. Once that access disappeared, resentment tore them apart. My father joined by video call from rehabilitation. He asked my mother whether she had helped his son-in-law escape. She admitted warning him, but denied knowing his location. My father told her their marriage was over, and that he had already instructed an attorney to protect his remaining assets. He then asked my sister whether she had given her husband my signature. She admitted she had. "Then you answer for it," he said. My mother looked at me as though I had caused everything. "You lost your family," she said. I looked around the empty cabin and the scattered documents. "No. I lost the job you called family." Then I collected my father's belongings and walked out. The cabin was sold at auction 2 months later. After the mortgage, liens, unpaid taxes, and legal expenses were deducted, almost nothing remained. My mother moved into a small rental owned by one of her cousins, though the arrangement lasted only 3 months because she refused to contribute consistently. She eventually took a part-time administrative job, her first paid employment in more than 20 years. Relatives who had once condemned me became noticeably quiet after investigators interviewed several of them about loans they had been encouraged to invest in through North Ridge. Some apologized, most simply disappeared. I accepted neither apology nor disappearance as proof that they understood what happened. They had believed the first story because it allowed them to pressure the person least likely to fight back. When I did fight back, they called it cruelty. My sister faced civil claims from creditors and criminal scrutiny over the unauthorized transfers and forged documents. She eventually agreed to cooperate with investigators in exchange for consideration of her role and provided access to encrypted messages revealing where her husband had moved part of the money. He was located several months later using a false business identity. His arrest did not restore the stolen funds, repair our family, or erase the night outside the cabin. Revenge rarely restores what was taken. What it can do is remove the thief's certainty that you will remain silent. My sister avoided the most severe charges by cooperating, but she did not escape the consequences. Her marriage ended. Her SUV was repossessed. The boat was sold. She declared bankruptcy and moved into a small apartment above a laundromat. For the first time in her adult life, she had to calculate rent, food, insurance, and transportation without assuming I would cover the shortage. She sent me a letter 6 months after Thanksgiving. It was 12 pages long. The first 4 pages described how frightened and controlled she had felt in her marriage. The next 5 blamed our mother for teaching her that I existed to solve problems. Only near the end did she write, "I chose to participate." That sentence was the first honest thing she had given me. She asked whether we could someday rebuild our relationship. I replied with 3 lines. I believe you were manipulated, and I also believe you manipulated me. Both can be true. I am not ready for a relationship, and I may never be. I did not include money. I did not provide encouragement designed to ease her guilt. I did not promise a future version of forgiveness. Boundaries are not punishments that expire when the other person becomes uncomfortable. They are decisions about what access someone may have after showing how they use it. My mother never apologized. She wrote twice, once to accuse me of breaking up her marriage, and once to ask whether I would pay the deposit on a better apartment. I did not respond. My father completed rehabilitation and moved into a modest senior community near his brother. He paid his own expenses. At first, he attempted to turn every conversation into an apology. I told him remorse mattered only when accompanied by changed behavior. He began therapy, created a transparent financial plan, and stopped asking me to communicate with my mother or sister on his behalf. Our relationship did not magically heal. We spoke once a week, then twice a month. Some conversations were warm. Others were awkward. I did not become his caretaker. I was his daughter, and that distinction protected both of us. He once asked whether I regretted canceling everything. I thought about the question carefully. I regretted driving through a snowstorm because I believed a surprise pie could repair years of disrespect. I regretted ignoring stolen money because confrontation felt more dangerous than overwork. I regretted confusing endurance with love, but I did not regret canceling a single payment. The mortgage, insurance, utilities, car loan, subscriptions, emergency transfers, and maintenance contracts had formed a financial web tying me to people who resented me while depending on me. Canceling them did not make me heartless. It made their choices visible. My blog continued growing. What began as a private account of betrayal became a resource about financial boundaries, identity theft within families, coercive guilt, and documentation. I worked with financial counselors and attorneys to create guides for readers who suspected relatives were using their accounts or credit. I always included an important warning. Emotional certainty is not enough. Save records. Review statements. Contact qualified professionals. Protecting yourself does not require public revenge, impulsive confrontation, or illegal retaliation. My revenge was not destroying their property or humiliating them with secrets. It was refusing to hide what they had done and allowing lawful consequences to reach them. A year after that Thanksgiving, I baked another pecan pie. This one was for a small dinner at my apartment with friends, colleagues, and 2 women I had met through the blog. Nobody expected me to pay their rent. Nobody measured my worth by the emergencies I could solve. When the doorbell rang, I opened the door completely. For a moment, I remembered standing outside the cabin with snow collecting on my shoulders as laughter continued behind the door. Back then, I thought the worst part was being excluded. I was wrong. The worst part was that I had spent years buying access to people who enjoyed reminding me that it could still be denied. My sister's accidental text freed me because it revealed the contempt beneath every request for help. What a clown. She actually showed up. He had been right about one thing. I had shown up again and again, long after they proved they did not deserve it. I showed up with money, solutions, forgiveness, and silence. But I was not a clown for loving my family. I would only have been a fool if I continued funding their cruelty after seeing it clearly. Before dinner, my father called. He wished me a happy Thanksgiving and told me he had cooked for several residents in his community. He did not ask where I was, who was with me, or whether I could send anything. He simply said he hoped I had a peaceful evening. I do, I replied. After the call, I placed my phone face down. There were no missed calls from my mother, no desperate messages from my sister, no fraudulent transfers waiting for approval. The silence that once frightened me now felt earned. People sometimes ask whether my family losing the cabin made me feel victorious. It didn't. A building is only a symbol. Their real loss was the person who had protected them from every consequence. They lost the daughter who canceled plans to handle their crises, the sister who transferred money without contracts, and the woman who accepted humiliation because she feared being alone. That version of me never returned from the snowstorm. The woman who drove home understood that love without respect becomes exploitation, forgiveness without accountability becomes permission, and family without boundaries becomes a debt no amount of money can repay. My mother once said I would have to live with myself if I refused to save them. She was right. I live with myself every day. I live in a home nobody can mortgage using my forged signature. I live with savings nobody can rename as a family emergency. I live with friendships that do not require payment, work I am proud of, and a voice that no longer disappears when someone cries. Most importantly, I live without waiting outside closed doors. So, what would you have done after receiving that message? Would you have restored the payments to keep the peace, or would you have allowed them to experience the life they built with your money? I once believed walking away meant I had lost my family. Now I understand the truth. I did not cancel everything because I hated them. I canceled everything because they had canceled my place in the family long before I ever opened my banking app. The only difference was that my decision finally came with consequences.
We hope the fictional story left you with something thoughtful to carry forward. This video was created only for education, entertainment, and reflection. We hope it reminds you that sometimes people do not change because they are sorry. They change their behavior only when they lose access to what you provided. Knowing the difference can protect you from repeating the same cycle.
Your position here is terminated, effective immediately, Oren declared. His finger pointed directly at my chest like a weapon. His voice cut through the conference room with surgical precision as 20 pairs of eyes shifted uncomfortably in my direction. I felt the blood drain from my face. My hands suddenly ice cold, gripped the leather portfolio I'd prepared for this quarterly meeting, filled with charts documenting our territory's record-breaking growth. 6 years, he continued, pacing slowly around the polished conference table. And what have we really gained from your contributions? The pause before the last word dripped with contempt. The meeting had begun normally. Coffee cups steamed, notebooks opened, the usual mumbled small talk floating around as everyone settled in. Then, Oren had moved to the presentation screen, bypassing the agenda entirely, and locked his gaze on me. "We need someone who delivers actual results," he announced to the room. "Someone innovative, someone who doesn't ride on others' successes." My mind raced through the previous quarter's numbers. My territories had outperformed every other division by 23%. The client retention rate had reached its highest point in company history. 3 major accounts that had been considered untouchable had signed under my guidance. "I don't understand," I managed, my voice embarrassingly small in the cavernous room. "My territories are..." Your territories?" Oren's eyebrows arched as several executives exchanged glances. "That's precisely the problem, isn't it? The collaborative approach I implemented is what turned those numbers around. Your resistance to the new framework has become problematic." My throat closed as I recognized the narrative he was constructing. The collaborative approach he referenced had been my creation entirely, a restructuring I'd designed after identifying critical gaps in our client engagement model. But the framework was my Vivica, he interrupted, using my full name rather than Viv, which everyone called me. "This isn't the time for debate. The decision has been made at the highest levels. We need forward-thinking leadership, not outdated methodologies." My vision narrowed as 20 colleagues, people I'd worked alongside for years, watched in silence. No one spoke, no one objected. The room felt suddenly vast and cold. "Be gone by noon," Oren concluded with the ghost of a smile touching the corner of his mouth. "HR will assist with your exit paperwork." I sat paralyzed, my career collapsing around me in real time. 6 years of 60-hour weeks, missed birthdays, canceled vacations, all culminating in this public execution. The projector hummed in the background. Someone's watch ticked. Someone else coughed softly into their hand. Then a chair scraped against the floor. "One moment, please." The voice came from the far end of the table where the junior staff typically sat, almost forgotten in these executive meetings. Clara, my intern for the past 3 months, stood with her laptop clutched against her chest. At 23, she looked impossibly young among the senior staff, her gaze steady despite the tremor in her hands. "This isn't appropriate, Clara," Oren said, dismissing her with a flick of his wrist. "Return to your seat." But Clara was already moving forward, her steps deliberate as she approached the head of the table. "Everyone should see this first," she said, placing her laptop down and turning the screen toward Oren. "It's relevant to this discussion." Oren leaned forward, annoyance etched across his features, until he saw what was on the screen. His expression shifted so dramatically it was as if someone had drained all color from his face. He stumbled back a half step, his hand bracing against the table for support. Clara looked directly at him and spoke 5 words that caused the entire room to freeze. "She's standing right behind you." Oren spun around so quickly he nearly lost his balance. There, filling the doorway with her commanding presence, stood Margot Renner, the legendary industry pioneer, whose visit wasn't scheduled until the following week. Her silver hair was pulled back in her signature severe bun, her penetrating gaze taking in the scene before her. Everyone recognized her instantly. Margot had transformed our entire industry over 3 decades, building an empire from nothing. Her rare visits to companies our size were considered career-defining opportunities, and she had just witnessed my public execution. "Interesting timing," Margot said, her voice surprisingly soft for someone whose decisions impacted thousands of careers. "I specifically came early to meet the innovator behind your company's remarkable territory transformation." Her eyes moved deliberately from Oren to me, then back again. "It appears I've arrived at a pivotal moment." The silence that followed stretched like an eternity, with 22 people barely breathing as we waited for what would happen next. If you're finding yourself caught up in this story of workplace betrayal, please take a second to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It helps more people discover these stories of justice and redemption, and your support means everything. Now, let's continue with what happened after Margot Renner walked through that door. My name is Vivica, Viv to anyone who knows me. I grew up in a small town where expectations for girls rarely extended beyond marriage and motherhood. My father ran the local hardware store. My mother taught second grade, and life followed predictable patterns until I won a national business competition my senior year of high school. That unexpected victory opened doors to a university education I otherwise couldn't have afforded. I studied marketing and business strategy, graduating at the top of my class despite working 2 jobs to cover expenses. While classmates networked at exclusive events, I served them drinks as a campus catering assistant. Those years taught me to observe, to recognize patterns in how people operated, what motivated them, what made them feel valued. After graduation, I joined a mid-sized company with big ambitions but outdated approaches. I started in the lowest position, answering phones and scheduling meetings, but I watched. I listened. I identified inefficiencies no one else seemed to notice. By my second year, I developed an alternative strategy for client engagement that addressed critical gaps. My direct supervisor, impressed by my analysis, allowed me to test my approach with our smallest, most challenging territory, the one everyone else had written off. Within 6 months, that territory's performance had increased by 37%. Within a year, it led all other divisions. My innovative framework, focused on personalized client journeys rather than generic touchpoints, became the template for other struggling territories. That's when Oren first noticed me. As Executive Vice President of Client Relations, he recognized a rising star when he saw one. He became my mentor, showcasing my work to senior leadership, inviting me to high-level strategy meetings, positioning me for advancement. "You have something special, Viv," he told me during one of our weekly coffee meetings. "You see connections others miss. This company needs that perspective." For 3 years, we worked as an effective team. I developed strategies. He provided the platform for implementation. My territories consistently outperformed projections. Clients requested me specifically for their accounts. My future seemed limitless. Then everything changed. The catalyst was an industry conference in Denver last autumn. I presented our territory transformation strategy to a packed room, explaining the personalized framework I'd developed. Afterward, several people approached with questions, including an elegant, silver-haired woman who asked particularly insightful questions about my methodology. "Your approach is refreshingly client-centered," she commented before handing me her card. "Most companies still focus on their internal processes rather than actual client needs." It wasn't until she walked away that I looked down and saw the name on the card. Margot Renner, founder and CEO of Renner International. My hands trembled as I slipped the card into my pocket. Margot rarely engaged with professionals at my level or companies our size. When I returned to the office the following Monday, I shared the encounter with Oren, excited by the potential connection. His reaction surprised me, his usual warm support replaced by tight-lipped calculation. "Margot Renner spoke to you specifically?" he asked, leaning forward in his chair. "What exactly did you tell her about our methodologies?" "Just an overview of the framework, the same material from my presentation," I explained, confused by his intensity. "Next time, direct those inquiries to me," he said. "As EVP, I should handle communications with industry leaders of that caliber." I nodded, though something about his reaction felt off. Later that week, I received an email from Margot's chief of staff requesting a follow-up conversation about our client engagement model. Following protocol, I forwarded the email to Oren. He responded immediately, "I'll handle this. Focus on your territories." 2 days later, I discovered Oren had scheduled a video call with Margot without including me. When I asked about it, he explained it was standard procedure for executive leadership to manage relationships with potential partners. But she asked specifically about my framework. I pointed out. "Your framework?" His tone shifted slightly. "Viv, you've done excellent work implementing our company's strategic vision, but let's be clear about ownership here." That conversation marked the beginning of the shift. Suddenly, my most successful strategies were described in team meetings as our executive approach rather than Viv's framework. My direct access to senior leadership became limited. Oren began joining my client calls, smoothly interjecting himself into relationships I'd spent years building. During presentations, he would stand slightly ahead of me, physically positioning himself as the authority. When clients praised specific elements of my strategy, he would nod appreciatively and say, "Yes, I developed that approach after noticing gaps others had missed." The first time he did it, I was too shocked to respond. By the third time, I recognized the pattern but struggled to address it without appearing territorial or unprofessional. Then came the account reassignments. First one major client, then another, transferred from my oversight to cross-functional teams that reported directly to Oren. The explanation was always the same: strategic alignment for optimal client outcomes. With each transfer, my performance metrics suffered. Territories I'd transformed were no longer counted in my results. New performance standards appeared that emphasized areas outside my reassigned responsibilities. I might have doubted my own perception if not for Clara. The intern had joined us 3 months earlier. Quiet, observant, seemingly unremarkable among the ambitious young professionals who cycled through our department. She had been assigned to me initially, then partially reassigned to assist Oren as well. "He's systematically pushing you out," she whispered during a lunch break 6 weeks ago. "I've been organizing his files. He's taking your most successful accounts, then changing how success is measured to make you look ineffective." "That can't be right," I said, though the pit in my stomach suggested otherwise. "We've worked together for years. He's always supported my advancement." Clara looked at me with unexpected intensity. "Until you became a threat, until Margot Renner showed interest in your work specifically." That afternoon, I accessed the shared calendar and discovered something that confirmed my worst fears. Margot Renner was scheduled to visit our offices in 3 weeks. The calendar entry, created by Oren, noted, "Presentation of Territory Transformation Strategy and Client Retention Framework." My strategy, with my name nowhere in the meeting notes. I confronted him that same day, stepping into his office and closing the door behind me. "I saw Margot Renner is visiting," I said, watching his expression carefully. "I'd like to prepare the presentation on the territory framework." "That won't be necessary," he replied, barely glancing up from his computer. "I'll handle the presentation." "But it's my framework," I said, the words falling between us like stones. "I developed it, tested it, refined it over 4 years." Finally, he looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Did you develop it using company resources, during company time, with company data?" "Yes, but..." "Then it's company intellectual property, implemented under my executive direction." His voice remained calm, reasonable. "Your contributions have been noted, Viv, but this presentation requires executive-level positioning." "You're taking credit for my work," I said plainly. His expression hardened. "That's an inappropriate accusation. I'm concerned about your perspective lately. In fact, I've been reviewing your recent performance metrics, and there are troubling patterns emerging. Because you've reassigned my successful accounts and changed the measurement criteria," I countered. "This defensive attitude is exactly the problem." He sighed heavily, as if disappointed. "Perhaps we should discuss your future here more broadly. Your approaches are becoming outdated, and your client relationships aren't delivering the results we need." I left his office in a daze, the threat unmistakable. Over the next 2 weeks, the isolation intensified. Team members who previously sought my input were directed elsewhere. My access to certain data systems became temporarily unavailable due to updates. Projects I'd initiated were reassigned for continuity planning. The morning of the quarterly meeting, the day Oren chose for my public dismissal, began like any other. I arrived early, prepared my presentation materials, and reviewed my territory numbers one last time. Despite the targeted reassignments, my remaining accounts still showed significant growth. I believed, naively perhaps, that facts would protect me, that 6 years of documented success would shield me from whatever Oren was planning. I was wrong. As I sat in that conference room, publicly labeled a failure before colleagues who knew better, but said nothing, I thought my career was finished. The humiliation burned through me like acid, rendering me temporarily mute, unable to defend myself against the calculated dismantling of my professional reputation. Then Clara stood up with her laptop. Then she spoke those 5 words that made Oren's face go white. "She's standing right behind you." And there was Margot Renner, watching it all unfold with those penetrating eyes that had built an industry empire. "I specifically requested to meet with Vivica," Margot said, entering the room fully now, her assistant following with a leather portfolio. "I was told she would be presenting the territory transformation framework she discussed at the Denver conference." Oren's recovery was impressively quick. His spine straightened as he stepped forward with an extended hand. "Ms. Renner, we weren't expecting you until next week. What a delightful surprise. I was just discussing some necessary organizational changes with the team." Margot ignored his outstretched hand, her gaze fixed on me instead. "Ms. Vivica, I've reviewed the materials you shared after our Denver conversation. Your approach to client-centered territory development is precisely what I've been seeking to implement across my own organizations." The room had gone completely still. 20 colleagues held their breath as Oren's carefully constructed narrative began to crumble. "There seems to be some confusion," Oren interjected, his voice tight. "The framework Ms. Renner is referring to was developed under my executive direction. Vivica merely implemented certain elements." "That's not what my records indicate," Margot interrupted, nodding to her assistant who produced several documents from the portfolio. "I have copies of the original strategy documents, complete with creation dates and revision history, all authored by Vivica." But how? I had never sent Margot those internal documents. They were accessible only through our secure company systems. As confusion washed over me, I caught Clara's eye from across the room. The slight nod she gave me caused the first crack in my understanding of what was truly happening here. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't luck. This was something else entirely. And suddenly I realized that everything from my humiliation to Margot's timely arrival was unfolding according to a plan I hadn't even known existed. As the room descended into uncomfortable silence, I watched Oren's confident facade begin to crack. A muscle twitched at the corner of his jaw, his hands clasping and unclasping at his sides. "Perhaps," Margot suggested, her voice carrying effortlessly through the tension, "we should continue this discussion more privately." Oren nodded quickly, gesturing toward the door. "Of course. My office would be more appropriate for—" "Not your office," Margot interrupted. "A neutral location, and I'd like Ms. Vivica to join us." Her eyes moved to me, then to Clara, "along with your assistant who seems quite informed about the situation." "Clara is just an intern," Oren dismissed with a wave of his hand. "Nevertheless," Margot insisted, "I'd like her present." 20 minutes later, we sat in the small conference room on the building's top floor, a space typically reserved for board meetings. Margot at the head of the table, Oren and I on opposite sides, Clara positioned beside me with her laptop open. "Let me be transparent about my purpose here," Margot began, her fingers steepled before her. 3 months ago, I began receiving communications about an innovative territory development framework. The strategy precisely addressed challenges my own company has been struggling with for years. As I explained in our previous discussions, Oren started, leaning forward eagerly. "I wasn't speaking with you." Margot cut him off without even glancing in his direction. "The communications came from 3 former clients of yours who now work with my organization. All 3 independently cited Vivica as the architect of the approach that transformed their businesses." My mind raced through client relationships, trying to identify which 3 had moved to Margot's company. Tarek from the healthcare division? Maybe Jasmine, who'd left for a senior position somewhere last year? "When I met Ms. Vivica in Denver," Margot continued, her explanation of the framework confirmed everything I'd heard. "That's why I reached out to schedule this visit, to discuss potentially implementing her methodology across my organization, possibly even bringing her on board as a consultant." Oren's smile had gone rigid. "While Vivica has certainly contributed to our success, the framework you're referring to was developed under my strategic direction. As I was explaining to the team before your arrival, we're making some organizational changes to better align with our future goals. By firing the creator of the very strategy that caught my attention, Margot observed dryly. Performance issues, Oren insisted. Recent metrics show, may I? Clara interrupted, turning her laptop screen toward Margot. These are the original performance metrics for Ms. Vivica's territories before the recent adjustments. Oren's head snapped toward Clara, his expression darkening. Those are confidential internal documents. Accessing them without authorization is grounds for immediate termination. Clara's face remained impassive. I have authorization. As Ms. Vivica's assigned analytics support, I have legitimate access to all historical performance data. You were reassigned to my office 3 weeks ago, Oren countered. Partially reassigned, Clara corrected. I maintained my original access permissions. Nothing I've accessed falls outside my authorized scope. Something in Clara's calm precision gave me pause. The timid intern who had watched silently from corners now faced down an executive without flinching. Who was this woman really? Margot studied the screen, scrolling through what appeared to be years of performance data. Fascinating. According to these records, territories under Ms. Vivica's direct management consistently outperformed all others by significant margins, until approximately 7 weeks ago, when several key accounts were suddenly reassigned. Strategic realignment, Oren insisted, and coincidentally, Clara added, pulling up another document, these reassignments began precisely 3 days after Ms. Renner's office first contacted the company about Ms. Vivica's framework. The implication hung in the air like smoke. Margot turned her penetrating gaze to Oren, who had begun to sweat visibly at his temples. It appears, Margot said carefully, that I've interrupted quite an orchestrated scenario. This is being grossly mischaracterized, Oren protested, his voice strained. These are internal matters that directly impact my interest in your company's approach. Margot finished for him. I came here specifically to meet the innovator behind a strategy I consider revolutionary. Instead, I witnessed that person's public termination by someone now claiming credit for their work. She turned to me. Ms. Vivica, I'd like to continue our discussion about your framework without interference. Would tomorrow morning be convenient? My hotel at 9? Before I could answer, Oren stood abruptly. This is highly irregular. Any discussions about company methodologies must include executive leadership. Mr. Brenner, Margot said, using his name for the first time, I believe Ms. Vivica's employment status was just terminated in front of 20 witnesses. Unless that decision has been reversed, she's free to discuss her expertise with whomever she chooses. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. If Oren rescinded my termination, he'd have to explain to leadership why he'd attempted to fire a valuable employee. If he maintained it, he'd lose control over Margot's interest in my framework. There may have been a misunderstanding, he said finally, visibly calculating his options. Perhaps we should postpone any definitive decisions about Ms. Vivica's position until after a more thorough performance review. How generous, Margot remarked, her tone making it clear she recognized the transparent maneuver. Ms. Vivica, my offer stands regardless of your employment status here. Thank you, I said, finding my voice at last. I'd be happy to meet tomorrow. As the meeting concluded, Margot departed with her assistant, leaving the three of us in a silence charged with unspoken threats. Oren's eyes had gone cold. Any pretense of mentorship or collegiality vanished. This isn't over, he said quietly. You've made a serious miscalculation. He left without another word, the door closing firmly behind him. I turned to Clara, seeing her clearly for the first time. Who are you really? I asked. And what just happened? Clara closed her laptop, her movements deliberate and controlled. I'm exactly who I said I am, your intern, but perhaps with a more specific purpose than you realized. You engineered this entire scenario, I said, the pieces falling into place. Margot's early arrival, the documentation, the timing. Not entirely, she said with a slight smile. I simply created the opportunity for truth to emerge at the right moment. Why? You've been here 3 months. You barely know me. Clara studied me for a long moment. Do you remember Peyton? The name struck me like a physical blow. Peyton Voss? From the Chicago territory? Clara nodded. My older sister. My mind flashed to Peyton. Brilliant, driven, with the same observant eyes as the woman sitting across from me now. She'd been part of my team 2 years ago, one of my most promising territory managers, until Oren forced her out, I said, the memories surfacing painfully. After she challenged him about taking credit for the Northwestern strategy she developed. She was systematically isolated, her successes attributed to others, her failures magnified, Clara said, her voice steady despite the emotion I could now see behind her eyes. She trusted the system to recognize her contributions. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. Her reputation was damaged beyond repair. She couldn't even secure references for new positions. I remembered how Peyton had gradually been excluded from meetings, how accounts she'd nurtured had been reassigned, how her once bright career had dimmed until she finally resigned. I'd tried to intervene, but had been overruled repeatedly by Oren, who cited personality conflicts and alignment issues. She's working at our parents' grocery store now, Clara continued, her finance degree collecting dust while she stocks shelves and processes deliveries. The depression nearly destroyed her. Guilt washed over me. I tried to help her, Clara. I really did. I know, Clara said, surprising me. Peyton told me you were the only one who stood up for her. That's why I requested placement specifically with you when I applied for the internship program. To what end? Revenge? Clara's expression softened slightly. Justice. And perhaps prevention. Peyton was his first victim I knew personally. You wouldn't have been the last. But how did you know what he was planning? How did you get those documents to Margot? I observed, Clara said simply. The same way you do. The same way Peyton taught me to. Patterns reveal intentions, especially when someone believes no one is watching. As for the documents and Margot's timely arrival, those answers would have to wait. Clara's phone buzzed with a text message. She checked it quickly, then stood. We should leave separately, she advised. Oren is currently meeting with the executive leadership team. He'll be attempting to control the narrative. By tomorrow morning, he'll have a strategy in place to counter what happened today. What do I do in the meantime? I asked. Prepare for your meeting with Margot, Clara said. And don't trust anyone at the company right now. Not until we see how this plays out. I watched her walk away. This unassuming young woman who had orchestrated what might be either my professional salvation or my complete destruction. Because despite Margot's interest, Oren still held significant power within the company, and he'd just been publicly humiliated by an intern and the employee he'd tried to discard. Men like Oren didn't forget such things, or forgive them. The next 12 hours passed in a blur of uncertainty. I returned to my apartment, mind racing with questions about Clara, about Peyton, about what Oren might be plotting in response to the day's events. I prepared materials for my meeting with Margot, unable to fully focus as the scene from the conference room replayed in my mind. My phone remained conspicuously silent. No calls from colleagues expressing support or seeking explanations. No messages from HR regarding my employment status. The isolation was both telling and terrifying. At 8:30 the following morning, I arrived at Margot's hotel, choosing the side entrance to avoid being seen by any potential company representatives in the lobby. As I approached the elevator, a hand caught my elbow. Not that way, Clara said, appearing beside me as if from nowhere. There's a service elevator that will take us directly to the executive floor. You're coming to the meeting? I asked, following her through a maintenance corridor. I've been here since 7, she replied. Setting up. Margot requested my assistance with some technical details. The service elevator opened to a private hallway leading to what appeared to be the hotel's premium suites. Clara led me to a door at the end, knocking twice before entering. The suite had been transformed into an impromptu meeting space. A conference table dominated the main room, covered with documents and multiple laptops. Margot sat reviewing materials, while 2 other people I didn't recognize worked at separate stations. Ms. Vivica, Margot greeted me, standing to shake my hand. Thank you for coming. We have much to discuss. For the next 2 hours, I presented my territory transformation framework in detail, explaining the methodology I'd developed, the problems it solved, and the results it had delivered. Margot and her team asked insightful questions, probing the limits of the approach and its applicability to different market segments. It was the most thorough, respectful, professional exchange I'd experienced in years. No one interrupted me. No one attempted to claim my ideas as their own. No one dismissed my expertise or questioned my authority on the subject I'd mastered. This is precisely what we need, Margot concluded as we finished. Your approach addresses the exact challenges we've been facing with our regional market penetration. Thank you, I said, feeling a weight lifting from my shoulders. Perhaps there was a path forward after all, away from Oren and the toxic environment he'd created. I'd like to offer you a position, Margot continued. Heading our client strategy division, you'd have full authority to implement your framework across all our territories, with appropriate attribution and compensation. The offer was beyond anything I could have expected, a significant promotion, presumably with a substantial salary increase, working directly with an industry legend. That's incredibly generous, I said, stunned by the opportunity. I would be honored to. My phone buzzed with an incoming call, the screen lighting up with company HR director. I hesitated, looking at Margot. You should take that, she advised. It might be important to your decision. I stepped into the adjoining room of the suite and answered the call. Vivica, this is Demira from HR, came the clipped, professional voice. I'm calling regarding yesterday's incident at the quarterly meeting. Yes? I prompted when she paused. The executive team has reviewed the situation and would like to meet with you this afternoon. They've placed Oren on administrative leave pending an investigation into certain allegations that have come to light. My heart raced. What allegations? I'm not at liberty to discuss the details, but it appears there may have been a pattern of inappropriate behavior regarding intellectual property attribution and performance evaluations. I see, I said carefully. And my position? That's what the meeting will address, Demira replied. But I've been authorized to inform you that the termination announced yesterday has been rescinded. The company is prepared to offer you a significant promotion and compensation adjustment to retain your services. The rapid reversal made me suspicious. Just yesterday, I'd been publicly fired. Now they wanted to promote me? What had changed in the interim? What time is the meeting? I asked. 3 o'clock. The entire executive leadership team will be present. I'll be there, I promised, ending the call and returning to the main room where Margot waited expectantly. Interesting development? She inquired. They've placed Oren on leave and want to meet about offering me a promotion, I explained, still processing the whiplash-inducing shift. It seems convenient. Indeed, Margot agreed, almost as if they've suddenly recognized your value now that another option has appeared. Clara, who had been quietly working in the corner, looked up from her laptop. They received notification of Margot's job offer to you 30 minutes ago. An anonymous email detailing the terms was sent to the entire executive team. I stared at her. How could anyone know the terms? Margot just made the offer. The terms were determined yesterday, Clara explained. The email was scheduled to deliver regardless of whether you accepted immediately. I looked between them, realization dawning. You're working together. This whole situation, Margot's interest, the job offer, the timing of the email, it's all part of some coordinated plan. Not a plan, Margot corrected. A correction. A rebalancing of scales that had been deliberately tipped against you, just as they were tipped against Peyton Voss and others before her. How many others? I asked, a chill running through me. 7 that we've confirmed, Clara answered. All women. All credited with innovative approaches that Oren subsequently claimed as his own. All eventually forced out through systematic isolation and manipulated performance metrics. And you've been tracking this pattern? I asked Margot. Not initially, she admitted. My interest in your framework was genuine. It was only after Clara contacted me with evidence of what was happening that I recognized the broader implications. Clara contacted you? I turned to my supposed intern, who met my gaze without apology. After Denver, she confirmed. When I saw Oren beginning the same pattern with you that destroyed my sister's career. The pieces were coming together, but something still didn't make sense. Why go through this elaborate scenario? Why not just report Oren's behavior to HR or the executive team? Because men like Oren rarely leave evidence that traditional channels can address, Margot explained. They operate in gray areas. They cultivate powerful allies, They control narratives. By the time conventional processes catch up, careers have been destroyed and innovations lost. So what happens now? I asked. Do I take your job offer or the company's promotion? Margot leaned back, studying me thoughtfully. That depends on what you want, Vivica. Justice? Advancement? Vindication? Something else entirely? I considered the question carefully. 6 years of my life had gone into building my career at the company. I'd created something valuable there, something that worked. But I'd also witnessed how quickly it could all be taken away, how little protection existed against someone like Oren, who knew how to manipulate the system. I began, then paused, realizing what truly mattered to me. I want to ensure this doesn't happen to anyone else. Not just at our company, but anywhere Oren might go next. Clara and Margot exchanged a look I couldn't quite interpret. That, Margot said with the first genuine smile I'd seen from her, is exactly what we hoped you would say. We've been gathering evidence for months, Clara explained, opening a folder on her laptop. Not just about what happened to Peyton, but a systematic pattern dating back over 5 years. She turned the screen toward me, showing a timeline meticulously documented with emails, performance reviews, meeting notes, and account reassignments. 7 women's names appeared in sequence, including Peyton's and now mine, each following an identical pattern: initial support and mentorship from Oren, followed by gradual isolation after they developed something valuable, culminating in either resignation or termination. How did you access all this? I asked, stunned by the scope of the documentation. I didn't need to hack anything, if that's what you're wondering, Clara said. Everything here was obtained through legitimate access channels. Oren's mistake was thinking no one was watching, or that someone with an intern badge was beneath his notice. But this still doesn't explain why Margot got involved, I said, looking between them. This goes beyond professional interest in my framework. Margot's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. The first name on that timeline is Elise Farrow. She worked under Oren at his previous company before joining mine 8 years ago. She never told me why she left, only that she could no longer work there. 3 years later, she took her own life. The room went silent as the weight of her words settled over us. Her journals, which her family shared with me afterward, detailed how Oren had systematically dismantled her confidence, claimed credit for her innovations, and isolated her professionally. She believed her career was irreparably damaged. Even working at my company, she never fully recovered from what he'd done. I'm so sorry, I whispered. I promised her family I would watch for patterns like this in my own organization. Margot continued. When Clara approached me with evidence that Oren was continuing the same behavior at your company, I recognized my opportunity to fulfill that promise more broadly. This isn't just about saving your career, Viv, Clara added. It's about stopping a predator before he destroys anyone else. I took a deep breath, processing everything. So, what's the plan for the meeting at 3? That depends, Margot said, on whether you want to return to your company or join mine. I'm not sure I can go back, I admitted. Even with Oren on leave, the culture that allowed him to operate won't change overnight. What if you could change it? Clara asked. What if you had the leverage to ensure it does change? What kind of leverage? Margot nodded toward a sealed envelope on the table. Inside is an offer letter from me, Senior Vice President of Strategy, double your current salary, full attribution for your framework, and a development team to scale it across all our territories. That's incredibly generous, I said. It's fair compensation for your expertise. Margot corrected. The offer is yours regardless of what happens next. But before you decide, you should understand the full situation at your current company. Clara pulled up another document on her laptop. This morning, 3 of your company's largest clients received detailed information about how their account strategies, which they've been repeatedly told were developed by Oren, were actually your creation. They've all requested emergency meetings with your CEO this afternoon. My eyes widened. You contacted our clients? Not directly, Clara said. Let's just say information has a way of finding the right people when properly channeled. Additionally, Margot added, an investigative business journalist received documentation about the pattern of intellectual property misappropriation within your company. They're preparing a feature story for next week's edition. But the most immediate concern for your executive team, Clara continued, is that 3 former employees, including my sister Peyton, have engaged legal counsel regarding wrongful termination and workplace discrimination. Their attorneys contacted your general counsel this morning. The strategic pressure points were perfectly targeted. Clients, public relations, and legal exposure all activated simultaneously. No wonder the company had suddenly discovered my value. So the meeting at 3 o'clock, I began, is damage control, Margot finished. They need you now, not just for your talents, but to demonstrate they value the innovation you represent, to show clients, the press, and potential litigants that they don't have a systemic problem. What exactly are you suggesting I do? Clara smiled for the first time, a genuine expression that transformed her serious face. Whatever you want, that's the point. For once, you have all the power in this situation. We've created the circumstances, Margot said. How you use them is entirely your choice. I sat back, contemplating options I'd never thought possible 24 hours earlier. I need to think. Of course, Margot agreed. The car will take you home and return for you at 2:30 if you decide to attend the meeting. Either way, my offer stands. As I gathered my materials, Clara handed me a small USB drive. Everything we've discussed is here, along with additional documentation you might find useful. Whatever you decide, you should be fully informed. The drive felt surprisingly heavy in my palm, the weight of secrets, evidence, and possibilities all contained in one small device. Thank you, I said, looking between them. Both of you. Whether this was about justice or revenge or something else entirely, you've given me choices I didn't have yesterday. Sometimes, Margot said as I reached the door, the line between justice and revenge is simply a matter of perspective. The executive conference room fell silent as I entered precisely at 3 o'clock. 9 people sat around the table, the entire leadership team, minus Oren. CEO Harlan Weiss rose to greet me, his typically intimidating presence softened by what appeared to be genuine concern. Viveka, thank you for coming. Please, have a seat. He gestured to the chair directly opposite the power position, I noted, not the subordinate placement I would have been assigned yesterday. I set my portfolio on the table, along with Margot's sealed offer letter, placing it prominently where everyone could see the Renner International logo. I understand there have been some developments regarding my employment status, I said, keeping my voice neutral. Yes, Harlan acknowledged, glancing at the offer letter. There appears to have been a serious misunderstanding at yesterday's meeting. We want to assure you that Oren's actions were not authorized by this leadership team. I see, I said. And you've placed him on administrative leave? Pending a full investigation, confirmed Demira from HR. We've already begun interviewing team members about his management practices, including past employees? I asked. A flicker of discomfort passed between several executives. We're expanding the scope as needed, Demira said carefully. And my position? Harlan leaned forward. We value your contributions enormously, Viveka. The territory transformation framework you developed has revolutionized our approach to client engagement. My eyebrows rose slightly at the unambiguous attribution. So different from yesterday's narrative. To demonstrate our commitment, he continued, we're prepared to offer you a significant promotion. Senior Director of Strategy Implementation, reporting directly to me, with a 40% salary increase and expanded team resources. The offer was substantial, though still below Margot's. But more telling was the direct reporting line to the CEO, bypassing the entire management layer where Oren had operated. That's generous, I acknowledged. May I ask what prompted this reevaluation of my contributions? The uncomfortable silence that followed told me everything. They knew about the client contacts, the potential media exposure, the legal threats, and they were scrambling. We've been impressed with your work for some time, Harlan attempted. Recent client feedback has only reinforced our appreciation of your innovative approaches. Recent as in this morning? I asked quietly. Harlan's facade cracked slightly. Viveka, let's be frank. We've received concerning information from multiple sources today that suggests we may have, or overlooked certain issues within our organization. We're committed to addressing these comprehensively. starting with retaining me now that I have other options, I observed, tapping Margot's offer letter. Your value to this company extends far beyond recent circumstances, Harlan insisted, though his eyes remained fixed on the Renner International logo. I opened my portfolio and removed a document I'd prepared during the hours between leaving Margot and arriving at this meeting. I've outlined some conditions for my continued employment, I said, sliding copies toward each executive. I'd like to discuss these before making any decisions. As they reviewed the document, expressions ranged from surprise to discomfort to grudging respect. My conditions were extensive: full attribution for my framework, review of all performance evaluations conducted by Oren over the past 5 years, establishment of an intellectual property attribution protocol, and creation of a mentorship program specifically designed to support women in strategy roles. These are substantial requests, Harlan said finally. They're requirements for my continued employment, I corrected, along with a public acknowledgement of my contributions to the Territory Transformation Framework in all client-facing materials. The CFO, Bennett, who rarely spoke in these settings, cleared his throat. These programs would require significant resources. The mentorship initiative alone, CAT, would help prevent the company from losing valuable talent, I interrupted, and potentially avoid expensive legal actions like the ones being prepared by former employees. The mention of legal action silenced further objections. Harlan studied me with new awareness, clearly reassessing the situation and my unexpected leverage. We need time to review these requirements properly, he said finally. Of course, I agreed. I have another meeting with Margot Renner at 5 to discuss her offer. I can provide my decision by 9 tomorrow morning. As I stood to leave, Harlan asked the question I'd been waiting for. What exactly happened with Oren? From your perspective? I paused, considering how to answer. He systematically claimed credit for innovations he didn't create, manipulated performance metrics to control narratives, and eliminated people he perceived as threats to his position, particularly women who demonstrated exceptional capabilities. And you have evidence of this pattern? Harlan pressed. Extensive documentation, I confirmed, as do others. The tension in the room was palpable as the implications settled over the leadership team. Whatever they had known, or chosen not to know, about Oren's methods, they could no longer claim ignorance. 9 tomorrow morning, Harlan confirmed. We'll have our response to your conditions by then. As I reached the door, I turned back with one final thought. You should know that Peyton Voss was right 2 years ago. The Northwestern strategy was entirely her creation. Oren didn't contribute a single element. I left them with that uncomfortable truth, knowing it would prompt them to question what else they'd missed or ignored. The next 24 hours unfolded in a whirlwind of negotiations, revelations, and decisions. Harlan called at 8 the following morning, accepting all my conditions with only minor modifications to implementation timelines. Margot graciously supported my choice to remain with the company, noting that transforming organizational culture sometimes required working from within. Clara, surprisingly, also chose to stay, transitioning from intern to a newly created position focused on analytics and attribution verification. Her background, it turned out, included specialized training in data forensics, making her uniquely qualified to trace the origins of strategic innovations within complex organizations. As for Oren, his administrative leave became permanent separation 3 days later, after the investigation revealed a pattern exactly matching what Clara had documented. The company reached confidential settlements with Peyton and the other former employees, including provisions for career rehabilitation, support, and positive references. The media story still ran, but with a significantly different angle, highlighting how the company had taken decisive action to address intellectual property attribution and create stronger support systems for innovative employees, particularly women. Over the following months, I implemented my territory transformation framework across all divisions, with proper attribution at every stage. The client response was overwhelmingly positive, with several specifically requesting presentations on the methodology behind our approach. 6 months after that fateful quarterly meeting, I stood at the front of the same conference room, presenting our year-end results to the full team, now expanded to include 4 new strategists, 3 of whom were women returning to the workforce after career interruptions. The territory realignment has exceeded projections by 27%, I concluded, gesturing to the final slide. Any questions before we wrap up? Clara, now officially our Attribution Analytics Director, raised her hand. Perhaps you could share the new mentorship program metrics? Those numbers are particularly impressive. I smiled, appreciating her strategic redirect to highlight one of our most successful initiatives. Absolutely. The program has already supported 12 team members across various departments, with 3 promotions resulting directly from projects developed during mentorship. As the meeting concluded and people filed out, Clara lingered behind, waiting until we were alone. "Have you seen this?" she asked, sliding her tablet toward me. On the screen was a job listing for a strategy director at a mid-sized company in Denver. The description outlined responsibilities remarkably similar to Oren's former role. "Is that?" I began. Clara nodded. "He's interviewing there next week." I studied the listing, noting the emphasis on innovative approaches and transformative client strategies. "I wonder if they know about his history," I mused. "They will," Clara said simply, taking back her tablet. "By this evening, their entire executive team will receive detailed documentation about his pattern of behavior, as will every board member, their HR director, and the 3 finalists for the position, all of whom happen to be women with impressive innovation backgrounds. You're still monitoring him," I observed. "Justice isn't a single action," Clara replied. "It's an ongoing commitment." I thought about Peyton, about Elise Farrow, about the other women whose careers had been damaged or destroyed by Oren's systematic appropriation of their work. "What about Margot?" I asked. "Is she still involved in this oversight?" Clara's expression softened slightly. "Margot understands personal costs better than most. She makes resources available when needed, but the monitoring is primarily my responsibility now." "And when does it end?" I asked. "How long do you track him?" Clara considered the question carefully. "Until the pattern stops, until he can no longer position himself to harm others, until the women he targeted have fully reclaimed their professional identities." She gathered her materials, preparing to leave. Elise Farrow believed she was alone, that what happened was her personal failure rather than systematic predation. Peyton thought the same until she found others with identical experiences. No one should feel that isolation. As she reached the door, I asked the question that had lingered since that first revelation 6 months ago. Was it worth it? All the planning, the documentation, the coordination with Margot just to stop one person? Clara turned back, her expression more open than I'd ever seen it. "Ask me that question when you meet Naomi Chen next week. She's interviewing for our new strategy position, brilliant innovator, forced out of her last company after developing an award-winning client approach that her male supervisor subsequently claimed as his own." "Another of Oren's victims?" I asked. "Different predator, same pattern." Clara replied, "She doesn't know yet that she's not alone, that what happened wasn't her failure, that her innovations matter and will be properly attributed here." I understood then that what Clara and Margot had engineered wasn't simply revenge against one man, but the beginning of a system to identify and counteract a broader pattern, creating spaces where innovation would be properly attributed regardless of gender or position. "The meeting is Tuesday at 10, Clara added. "I think you'll recognize something in her experience that resonates with your own." As she left, I remained in the conference room, contemplating how completely my professional life had transformed in 6 months. From public humiliation to leadership, from isolation to community, from powerlessness to agency. The company culture was changing, slowly, imperfectly, but measurably. Attribution protocols now ensured innovations were traced to their creators. The mentorship program was creating pathways for underrepresented voices, and most importantly, people like Oren could no longer operate unchallenged in the shadows. My phone buzzed with a text from Clara. "Confirmed. Denver company just pulled the strategy director listing. Board chair requesting emergency meeting about hiring practices." I smiled, picturing Oren receiving the news that yet another opportunity had vanished, not through bad luck or timing, but because his pattern had been exposed by a network of women he had underestimated. Women who had transformed their individual experiences of injustice into a system of accountability that would follow him wherever he went. The most fitting revenge wasn't a single dramatic moment of humiliation. It was the quiet, relentless dismantling of the conditions that had allowed him to thrive at others' expense. It was creating a world where his methods no longer worked, where claiming others' innovations became impossible because attribution was verified, where isolating targets became futile because support networks existed, where manipulating metrics failed because transparent evaluation systems were in place. Clara hadn't just helped me reclaim my career. She had shown me how to transform an individual victory into systemic change, how justice for one could become protection for many. And in doing so, she had given me something far more valuable than revenge: purpose. If this story resonated with you, please take a moment to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support helps more stories like this reach people who need to hear them. Have you ever witnessed someone taking credit for another person's work? Or have you experienced it yourself? Share your thoughts in the comments below. You never know who might find strength in knowing they're not alone. Leave if you want. You'll be begging to come back in 2 weeks. He said it the way someone might mention the weather outside. Casual, almost bored. Warren leaned back in his chair, his suit jacket still buttoned, his expression completely flat. I stood there, holding a folder with everything I'd prepared. Numbers, guest feedback, the patterns I'd spent weeks organizing. He hadn't opened it, hadn't even touched it. Then the laughter started. 7 people I'd worked alongside for 4 years. People I'd celebrated birthdays with. People whose children I'd asked about. They were all in that room with Warren, and every single one of them started laughing. Not the kind of laughter you share over something funny. This was different. This was the sound of people who'd been waiting for permission to mock someone, and Warren had just given it to them. The woman sitting closest to Warren actually wiped tears from her eyes. She looked at me while she did it, making sure I saw. My hands didn't shake. My voice didn't crack. I just looked at Warren and said, "All right." Then I walked out. My name is Lorelei. I spent 4 years building something at Grandshire Hotels that didn't have a name on any organizational chart. I was the head of guest experience, but that title didn't really capture what I did. When I started, Grandshire had 12 properties. Small, upscale places that attracted people who wanted something quieter than the big chain hotels but still wanted to feel taken care of. By the time Warren laughed at me, we had 47 properties. I knew the regulars, all of them, not just their names, but the things that mattered. The man who always requested the same type of pillow because of his back surgery. The woman who drank a specific brand of tea that we didn't normally stock, so I made sure we had it ready when she arrived. The couple who always asked for rooms on higher floors because they liked watching the sunrise. These weren't things written down anywhere. I just remembered. And I taught the people on my team to remember too. That's what made Grandshire different. When you walked into one of our properties, it felt like coming back somewhere you belonged. Not because the buildings were fancier or the rooms were bigger, because someone remembered you. Warren had called me into that meeting to talk about budget cuts. He wanted to reduce my department's funding by 70%. 70. He'd sent me a message the day before with just that number and a meeting time. I spent the entire night preparing. I pulled together everything that showed why what we did mattered. Guest return rates that were almost double the industry average. Satisfaction scores that had climbed every single year. The percentage of people who specifically chose Grandshire over our competitors, and why they said they made that choice. I walked into that meeting ready to explain, ready to negotiate, ready to show him that cutting my budget that much would destroy the one thing that made Grandshire special. He didn't look at any of it. He sat there, surrounded by his leadership team, and he told me he'd already made the decision. The meeting wasn't to discuss anything. It was to inform me. I asked him why he'd bothered bringing me in if he'd already decided. That's when he said it. "Leave if you want. You'll be begging to come back in 2 weeks." The laughter that followed wasn't just humiliating. It was deliberate. Warren had invited those 7 people to watch this happen. They knew what the meeting was about. They'd come there specifically to see how I'd react when he told me. Before I continue further, I want to say thank you for listening to this. I know there are thousands of stories out there, but you chose to listen to mine, and that means something to me. Tell me in the comments where you're listening from. I'd love to know. Now, back to what happened next. I didn't cry in that room. I didn't argue. I didn't slam anything or raise my voice. I just said, "All right," and left. I went back to my workspace, picked up my personal belongings, and walked out of the building. It was 2 in the afternoon. I didn't tell anyone on my team what had happened, didn't send messages, didn't make an announcement. I just left. My team found out when they tried to reach me later that day and I didn't respond. Warren sent someone to tell them that my position was being restructured, and I'd decided to pursue other opportunities. That was the official story. I'd decided to leave. The first week was strange. I kept waking up early, my body still programmed to the rhythm I'd kept for 4 years. I'd reach for my device to check the overnight messages from properties in different time zones, then remember I didn't need to do that anymore. The second week, I started getting messages from my old team. They were confused. Things were already falling apart in small ways. A regular guest had arrived at one of the properties, and nobody knew about his wife's severe allergies. Another guest, who'd been coming to Grandshire for 3 years, had requested her usual room setup and was told they didn't have that information available. I didn't respond to those messages. What could I say? Warren had made his decision. My team would figure things out or they wouldn't. By the third week, 2 people from my team had left Grandshire. Warren replaced them with people who had no experience in hospitality. He gave them my team's responsibilities and told them to handle it. I heard all this through people I'd worked with, not because I was asking. They reached out to me. They wanted me to know what was happening. The fourth week was when things got really bad for Grandshire. It was the start of their busiest season. Summer, families traveling, business groups booking entire floors for retreats, wedding parties reserving blocks of rooms, and nobody at Grandshire remembered how to handle any of it the way we used to. I got a message from someone who still worked there. One of the properties had a family arrive for a reunion, 15 rooms, all booked 6 months in advance. I'd personally worked with the grandmother who organized it. She'd told me about her grandchildren, about specific dietary needs, about how this was the first time the whole family would be together in 5 years. When they arrived, none of that information existed anymore. The grandmother asked about the arrangements we'd discussed, and the person at the front area had no idea what she was talking about. The family left after one night, 15 rooms, empty. The grandmother apparently stood in the lobby and said, "This isn't Grandshire anymore." That wasn't the only incident. Another property had a guest who'd been coming every year for the past decade. He always requested the same type of breakfast, the same newspaper, the same wake-up time. He'd told me once that coming to Grandshire was the only time all year he felt truly relaxed. He checked in and nothing was how he remembered. Nobody knew his preferences. He didn't complain. He just didn't come back the next year. Warren hired 3 different people to try to do what I used to do. I heard about each of them through people who'd stayed in touch with me. The first one lasted 3 weeks. The second one made it to 5 weeks. The third one quit after 2 weeks. None of them could figure out how to recreate what I'd built, because it wasn't about having the right title or the right instructions. It was about genuinely caring about the people who walked through those doors, about remembering them, about making them feel like they mattered. You can't fake that. You can't train someone to care. Either they do or they don't. By the 3rd month, Grandshire's guest return rate had dropped by 38%. People weren't just choosing other hotels. They were writing online about their experiences. Long, detailed posts about how Grandshire had changed, how it used to feel like home and now felt like anywhere else. One post I read said, "Grandshire lost its soul. Warren tried to fix it." I heard through people still at the company that he'd brought in outside consultants, paid them a fortune to analyze what had gone wrong. They gave him reports full of suggestions that meant nothing. Improve customer touchpoints, enhance guest relations protocols, implement personalized service standards. All words that meant nothing, because what Grandshire had lost couldn't be bought or implemented. It was gone. And then something happened that Warren never saw coming. His daughter was getting married. Her name was Colette. I'd met her twice. Once at a company event where she'd been polite but distant, and once 2 years ago when she'd booked the flagship Grandshire property for her engagement party. That second time was different. She'd come to me directly because she wanted everything perfect. She was nervous. She told me how important it was that her fiancé's family feel welcomed, how they came from a different background than hers, and she wanted them to feel comfortable. I spent hours with Colette planning every detail, not just the obvious things like flowers and food, but the small things, making sure there were drinks her future in-laws preferred, setting up the space so it felt intimate instead of formal, arranging for specific music that meant something to her and her fiancé. The engagement party was beautiful. Colette cried when she thanked me afterward. She said I'd made the most important night of her life perfect. So when it came time to plan her wedding, she chose Grandshire. Specifically, she chose the same property where we'd held her engagement party. I found out about this 4 months after I'd left. Someone who still worked there mentioned it to me, said Warren was walking around bragging about how his daughter's wedding would be the biggest event Grandshire had ever hosted. I didn't think much about it at the time. I'd moved on. I was doing other things, staying busy. But then the wedding weekend arrived, and everything Warren had destroyed came back to destroy him. Colette had planned her wedding for 14 months. I heard this from someone who saw the booking details. She'd reserved the entire property for 3 days, Friday through Sunday, rooms for 70 guests, spa treatments for the wedding party, a rehearsal dinner, the ceremony itself, a reception that was supposed to go until midnight. She'd made all these arrangements when I was still at Grandshire, but I'd already left by the time the actual weekend arrived. Nobody at Grandshire had any of the information I'd gathered when Colette and I talked about what she wanted. Those conversations had happened in person. The notes I'd taken were in my own system, organized the way I organized everything. When I left, all of that disappeared. The person who was supposed to handle the wedding weekend had been working at Grandshire for 6 weeks. She'd never planned anything close to this scale. Warren told her to figure it out. Colette arrived on Friday afternoon with her fiancé and his family. The first problem happened within an hour. The rooms weren't ready, not because housekeeping was behind, because nobody had arranged for early check-in, which Colette had specifically requested. The family stood in the lobby for 40 minutes waiting. Then the rooms themselves. Colette had asked for specific flowers in her suite. She'd told me about them during the engagement party planning, her grandmother's favorite flowers. Her grandmother had passed away 8 months before the wedding, and Colette wanted her memory present somehow. The flowers in her suite were generic, something ordered from whatever supplier gave Grandshire a standard arrangement. Colette didn't say anything to the person who showed her to the suite, but her mother, who was with her, asked about the flowers. The staff member didn't know what she was talking about. That evening was the rehearsal dinner. Colette's future in-laws had dietary restrictions, religious restrictions. I'd spent time learning exactly what they could and couldn't eat because Colette had been so worried about making them comfortable. The kitchen served food they couldn't eat. When Colette's fiancé quietly mentioned this to someone on the staff, they acted like it was the first they'd heard of it. They brought out alternate dishes, but the damage was done. The fiancé's parents sat there barely eating while everyone else enjoyed the meal. Colette smiled through it. She was good at hiding when she was upset, but I would have seen it. The people working that weekend didn't know her. They had no idea. Saturday was worse. The wedding party had spa appointments scheduled for the morning. Colette had been specific about what she wanted, certain treatments, certain products, things that mattered to her. When she and her bridesmaids arrived at the spa, nothing was available. The spa didn't have the treatments booked. They offered alternatives, but they weren't what Colette had asked for, what she'd planned for, what she'd been looking forward to for months. One of her bridesmaids apparently got upset on Colette's behalf, started arguing with the spa manager. Colette had to calm her down. On her wedding day, she had to manage someone else's frustration about things that should have been handled. The ceremony itself went fine. That was happening outside, and Colette had hired her own coordinator for that part. But the reception revealed more cracks. The music wasn't right. Not the volume or the timing. The actual songs. Colette had given Grandshire a list of specific songs that meant something to her and her fiancé. Songs from when they first met. Songs they danced to. Songs that told their story. The person managing the music didn't have that list. They played generic reception music. Colette kept requesting specific songs, and the DJ kept saying he didn't have them queued up. Her fiancé tried to make jokes about it, tried to keep things light, but Colette's smile was getting harder to maintain. Then there was the food timing. The kitchen brought out dishes at the wrong intervals, served dessert before some people had finished their main course. Small chaos that added up. By the end of the night, Colette was exhausted. Not the good kind of exhaustion from celebrating, the kind that comes from trying to hold something together that keeps falling apart. Sunday morning, during the farewell breakfast, Colette's mother said something to Warren. I heard about this conversation from 3 different people, so I know it happened. She told him that the weekend had been a disappointment, that Colette had been looking forward to getting married at Grandshire because of how perfect the engagement party had been. And this wasn't the same experience at all. Warren apparently made excuses, said they'd had some staffing changes, said they were working through growing pains, said it wasn't that bad. Colette's mother looked at him and said, "Your daughter cried in her room last night, on her wedding night, because 1,000 small things went wrong at your hotels." That's when Warren started to understand what he'd done, but he still didn't fully get it. Not yet. The calls to me started that afternoon. Sunday afternoon, while Colette and her new husband were supposed to be enjoying their last few hours before leaving for their honeymoon. My device showed Warren's name. I didn't answer. He called again an hour later, then again, then again. I turned off notifications from his number. Over the next week, he called me 17 times, left messages that got progressively more desperate. The first few were professional, asking if I'd be open to discussing opportunities at Grandshire, saying he'd reconsidered some previous decisions. By the 10th message, his tone had changed. He said there had been some issues during an important event, said he realized they needed someone with my specific experience, asked if we could talk. I deleted every message without listening to the whole thing. Then I started getting calls from other numbers, people from Grandshire's leadership team, the same people who'd laughed in that room. They left messages too, also asking me to call back, to consider returning. I blocked every number. 2 weeks after the wedding, Warren showed up at my building. I was coming back from getting groceries. He was standing outside the entrance. He looked different, older somehow, tired. "I need to talk to you," he said. I shifted the bags in my arms. "No, you don't. Please, just 5 minutes. You had 4 years to talk to me. You chose to laugh instead." I walked past him toward the door. He followed. "Colette won't speak to me," he said. I stopped, turned around. "My daughter won't answer when I call. She won't see me. Her husband's family thinks I humiliated them on purpose. The wedding was supposed to be perfect, and it was a disaster." His voice was shaking. Warren, who'd sat in that meeting so casually while his leadership team mocked me, was standing on the sidewalk looking like he might actually cry. "I need you to come back. Fix this. Fix what's broken." "No." I looked at him for a long moment. "What's broken isn't something I can fix. You made choices. You're living with them. I'll pay you whatever you want. Triple your old salary. Full control over your department. Anything." "You still don't understand?" I said. "This isn't about money. This isn't about title or control. You destroyed something that took years to build because you thought it was expendable. Because you thought I was expendable. I was wrong. Yes, you were. So come back. Prove I was wrong. Show everyone." I shook my head. "I don't need to prove anything. You already did that for me." I went inside. He called after me, but I didn't stop. He kept calling over the next month. I never answered. Eventually, the calls stopped, but the damage to Grandshire kept spreading. Colette told people about her wedding, not in a vindictive way. She was just honest when friends asked how it went. She told them about the small failures, the things that went wrong, how it didn't feel like the Grandshire she remembered. Her friends were all from families with money, the kind of families who held their own events at luxury properties, anniversary parties, birthday celebrations, business retreats. They started choosing other places instead of Grandshire. Within 2 months, Grandshire lost 8 major bookings, events that would have brought in substantial revenue, events that would have led to more bookings from the same social circles. The online posts about Grandshire got worse too. More people writing about how the experience had declined, how it wasn't worth the prices anymore, how they'd found better options elsewhere. Warren tried to stop the bleeding. He hired more consultants, fired people, restructured the whole guest experience department 3 times in 4 months. Nothing worked, because you can't manufacture authenticity. You can't hire someone to care the way I cared. You can't rebuild trust after you've shown people they don't matter to you. 5 months after I walked out of that meeting, I heard through someone still at the company that Warren was selling his stake in Grandshire. Not the whole company, but his controlling share. He was stepping back from running it. The person who told me said Warren looked defeated, said he barely showed up to the final meetings, said he'd aged 10 years in 5 months. I didn't feel victorious hearing that. I didn't feel satisfied. I just felt tired. But then something else happened. Something I hadn't planned. 3 of Grandshire's biggest competitors reached out to me, not to offer me positions like what I'd had before. They wanted me to help them understand what had made Grandshire special, what had made their guests choose us over them. They wanted to learn from what I'd built. I met with each of them, talked about the philosophy behind what I'd done, about remembering people, about making them feel seen, about building something that couldn't be copied because it was rooted in genuine care. 2 of them hired me to work with their teams, not as an employee, as someone who came in, taught their people, helped them shift their approach. The 3rd one asked me to help them design their entire guest experience from the ground up. I said yes to all 3. Within 6 months, I was working with properties that competed directly with Grandshire, teaching their people everything I'd learned, watching them transform the way they treated their guests. And guests noticed. Some of the regulars who'd left Grandshire started showing up at the properties I was working with. They recognized the approach, the feeling of being remembered, of mattering. One of them told me, "I kept looking for what Grandshire used to be. I finally found it again, just not at Grandshire." Warren's life kept unraveling in ways he never anticipated. About 7 months after I left, I heard he'd stopped attending industry events. The hospitality world isn't that large, especially at the level where people own multiple properties. Everyone talks. Everyone knows everyone else's business. People were talking about Warren. They were talking about how Grandshire had fallen apart, how his own daughter's wedding had been a disaster at his flagship property, how he'd lost the person who'd made his hotel special and couldn't figure out how to rebuild what she'd created. I heard these things because I was at those industry events, the same ones Warren was avoiding. People approached me, asked me questions, wanted to understand what I'd done at Grandshire and how they could apply similar thinking to their own properties. I became known for something Warren had dismissed as expendable, the invisible work of making people feel like they mattered. One evening, I was at a gathering for people who ran luxury properties. Someone I'd never met came up to me and said, "You're the one from Grandshire." Not, "You worked at Grandshire." Not, "You used to be at Grandshire." Just, "You're the one from Grandshire." As if I was the thing worth remembering. Not the company, not the buildings, me. That same night, someone else mentioned that Warren had tried to sell Grandshire entirely, but couldn't find a buyer willing to pay what he thought it was worth. The brand had deteriorated too much. The reputation was damaged. He eventually sold his majority share for significantly less than the company had been valued at 2 years earlier. He kept a small stake, but he wasn't running things anymore. Someone else was making the decisions now. I ran into one of the people who'd been in that room the day Warren laughed at me. The woman who'd wiped tears from her eyes while mocking me. She was at a hotel bar. I didn't seek her out. We just happened to be in the same place. She saw me and her whole body tensed, like she was deciding whether to leave or pretend she hadn't noticed me. I walked over to her. "I remember you," I said. She didn't say anything for a moment. Then, quietly, "I'm sorry for that day, for laughing." "Why did you?" Because Warren was laughing. Because everyone else was. Because it felt safer to be part of the group mocking you than to defend you. I nodded. "And now?" "Now I don't work there anymore. Haven't for 3 months. It wasn't the same after you left. Nothing was the same." She looked genuinely regretful. But regret doesn't undo what happened. It doesn't erase the sound of 7 people laughing while Warren told me I'd come crawling back. I hope you find something better, I said. And I meant it, not because I'd forgiven her, but because holding on to anger toward her felt pointless. She'd made a choice. She was living with it. The properties I was working with started to see results. Real, measurable changes. Their guest return rates increased. People started writing about their experiences in the same way they used to write about Grandshire. It feels different here, like someone actually cares. One of the properties gave me freedom to train their entire staff, not just the people who interacted directly with guests. Everyone, the housekeepers, the kitchen workers, the maintenance crew, because everyone contributes to how a place feels. I taught them to notice things, to remember, to care about the people walking through their doors as actual human beings, not just sources of income. The property's owner told me 6 months in that they'd never had such positive feedback, that guests were mentioning staff members by name in their reviews, saying things like, "He remembered my coffee order from my last visit," or "She asked about my daughter's graduation that I'd mentioned 3 months ago." These small acts of attention transformed the entire experience, just like they had at Grandshire. But this time, I wasn't building it alone. And this time, the people in charge understood the value of what we were creating. I was working with a third property, helping them design their guest experience from the beginning, when I got a message from Colette, Warren's daughter, the bride whose wedding had fallen apart. She'd somehow found my contact information. Her message was brief. She said she'd heard I was working with other hotels now. She said she wanted to talk to me if I was willing. I almost didn't respond. Getting involved with anything connected to Warren felt like stepping backward. But something about the message felt genuine. She wasn't asking for anything, just to talk. We met at a cafe near where she lived. She arrived exactly on time, looking nervous. "Thank you for meeting me," she said. "I wasn't sure you would. I wasn't sure I would either." She smiled, but it was sad. My wedding was supposed to be the happiest weekend of my life. It wasn't. Not because of anything big, just because of 1,000 small things that went wrong. I heard, "My father told me later that you'd left, that you were the person who'd made my engagement party so perfect, that you'd been planning to handle the wedding before you left the company." I didn't say anything. "He never told you I specifically requested you for the wedding, did he?" That surprised me. "No. When I booked it, I told them I wanted you handling everything. They said they'd make sure you knew. But I guess after you left, nobody passed that information along. Or maybe they did, and there was just no one there to receive it." She looked down at her drink. "My father destroyed his relationship with me over that weekend. Not because the flowers were wrong or the food timing was off, because he'd built something special and then he dismantled it. And he made me and my husband and his family feel like we didn't matter. I'm sorry you went through that. I'm not telling you this to make you feel bad. I'm telling you because I want you to know that what you built at Grandshire mattered to people. It mattered to me. And watching it fall apart showed me how rare it is to find places that actually care." She paused. "My father knows he ruined everything. He won't say it directly, but I can see it. He looks hollow now, like he's realized too late that some things can't be fixed." "Do you talk to him?" "Sometimes, not often. He apologizes every time. But apologies don't undo what happened." We talked for another hour. She told me about her marriage, about her life, about how that weekend had taught her what to value. She said she and her husband specifically looked for hotels now that felt personal, that felt like someone was paying attention. "You're still creating what you created at Grandshire," she said before we parted. "Just somewhere else. That's not revenge. That's just you being you." I thought about that a lot afterward. About whether what I'd done was revenge or just survival, just rebuilding in a new place. Maybe it was both. A year after I left Grandshire, one of the properties I was working with offered me a partnership, not employment, actual ownership stake. They said I'd fundamentally changed how they thought about their guests, and they wanted me invested in the long-term success. I said yes. Within another 6 months, I had similar arrangements with 2 other properties. I owned pieces of 3 different places, and I was helping them become the kind of hotels people remembered, the kind people returned to, the kind Grandshire used to be. I heard through someone who still kept track of these things that Grandshire was struggling to survive. The new ownership had tried several different approaches to resurrect the brand. Nothing worked. The soul of the place was gone, and you can't resurrect what you killed. Some of the properties closed, others got rebranded entirely. The name Grandshire became associated with decline rather than excellence. Warren apparently tried to start something new, a smaller project, just 2 properties. He wanted to prove he could rebuild, but investors weren't interested. His reputation preceded him, the man who'd destroyed something valuable because he didn't understand its worth. I didn't follow his trajectory obsessively. I just heard things, the way everyone in an industry hears things about people who rise and fall. My life became about building rather than proving. I worked with properties that wanted to create genuine experiences for their guests. I trained people who actually wanted to learn. I invested my energy in places that valued what I brought, and people noticed. Not because I was seeking attention, but because the results spoke for themselves. The properties I worked with became known for the same intangible quality that Grandshire had once possessed. That feeling of being seen, of mattering. I built a life that had nothing to do with Warren or Grandshire. A life where I wasn't trying to convince anyone of my value, because my value was evident in the work itself. Sometimes I think about that day in the meeting, Warren leaning back, the laughter, the assumption that I was replaceable. He was wrong about so many things, but mostly he was wrong about this. I didn't need Grandshire. Grandshire needed me. He learned that, eventually, when it was too late to matter. I never went back, not because I was being stubborn or proud, but because going back would have meant pretending that what happened was acceptable, that people could treat you as disposable and then expect you to save them when they realize their mistake. Some things can't be fixed. Some relationships can't be repaired. Some bridges, once burned, should stay burned. Warren wanted me to come back and fix what he'd broken. But what he'd broken wasn't just systems or processes or guest experiences. He'd broken trust. He'd broken respect. He'd broken the foundation of what made Grandshire work. You can't rebuild a foundation while the building is still standing. And I wasn't interested in trying. Instead, I built new foundations, with people who understood their value from the beginning, with properties that wanted to create something meaningful rather than just chase profit. And that, in the end, was better than any revenge I could have planned. I didn't destroy Warren. He destroyed himself. I just refused to save him when the consequences arrived. Thank you for listening to my story. If something in here resonated with you, if you've ever felt dismissed or undervalued and wondered whether walking away was the right choice, I hope this helped. Leave a like if this story meant something to you. Share your own experiences in the comments. And if you want to hear more stories like this, about people who chose themselves when others chose to dismiss them, subscribe. Your support means more than you know.
Move your things. We're the family now. My brother grinned, his fiancée already measuring wall space. Get used to sharing. We'll be living here from now on. I'm sure you'll love having us. I stood there holding the tray of leftover cupcakes from their wedding. In my kitchen, in my apartment, they had used it as their wedding venue last weekend. Free space, free view, free everything. I hosted, cleaned, smiled. And somehow, I was now the uninvited guest in my own home. My name is Eden Waverly. I'm 29. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. Because what happens when politeness becomes the rope they use to choke you? I watched them push past me with boxes. My brother, who hadn't paid a single bill in 5 years. His new wife, acting like she'd won a prize instead of married into debt. They waved at my neighbors like they'd just bought the place. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't argue. I just walked outside and nodded. That was the signal. My lawyer, parked at the curb in a black car, stepped out. He carried a folder. Inside, the lease termination letter, the cease and desist, and a formal trespassing notice. See, what they didn't know was this. I don't just own this apartment. I own the building. The papers were served before they could finish unpacking. My brother's smile cracked. His wife dropped the tape gun. He opened his mouth to protest, but the lawyer turned to me and asked, calm and clear, "Would you like them escorted out now, or in an hour?" I didn't blink. Now. And just like that, the wedding gifts weren't the only things getting removed. They were still arguing as the building's private security escorted them to the moving truck, the same truck they thought they'd unpack into my life. My brother kept shouting, "You can't be serious. We're family." His wife hissed under her breath, "She's bluffing. She's always been dramatic." But the papers weren't a bluff. They were notarized, filed, enforceable. I watched from the second-floor window as my building manager pointed them toward the exit. They looked small from up there, like the kind of people who live big in group chats and family barbecues, but shrink when faced with someone who finally stopped flinching. 2 hours later, my mother called. "Sweetheart, you didn't have to go that far. You know your brother is going through a lot." I didn't respond right away. She continued, "He thought it would be nice to live close. He's newly married. You should be happy for him. He thought he could steal my home," I said softly. "That's not closeness. That's entitlement." She exhaled sharply. "Don't turn this into a drama." Drama? I bit back a laugh. For years, I had played the easy daughter. The helper. The one who gave in. Paid for Dad's dental surgery. Helped my brother cover rent. Hosted every Easter. Every Christmas. And now, when I finally said no, I was dramatic. But I wasn't mad. No. I was awake. Because sometimes, peace doesn't come with forgiveness. It comes with locked doors and legal signatures. And for the first time, I didn't feel guilty for choosing myself. The group chat lit up that night like fireworks. Sister-in-law. Some people think money makes them better than family. Sad. Mom. She always thought she was smarter than the rest of us. Guess she's proving it. Uncle Ron chimed in. "Wasn't that apartment given to her in the will? That's family property." Family property? No. It was my investment. My sweat, my late nights, my side gigs stacked on top of a full-time job to buy this building before I turned 28. No help. No handouts. I watched them type lie after lie, all while sipping tea in the penthouse unit. The irony? They only loved this building after seeing wedding photos on social media. Now it was ours. I didn't respond, but I did forward screenshots to my lawyer, just in case they tried something stupid. And stupid came quickly. The next morning, my brother showed up again, this time with our mother. She rang the bell like she was ordering brunch. When I opened the door, she said sweetly, "We just want to talk, honey." Behind her, my brother was holding a stack of mail. "You still get family letters here. That means it's shared space, technically." I didn't flinch. Instead, I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. "Any further contact without an appointment will be treated as harassment," I said calmly, holding up the printed notice. "You've both been legally informed." My brother's face turned red. My mother's jaw clenched. And for the first time in my life, they had nothing left to say. They backed off, at least publicly. But passive aggression doesn't need a front door. The family chat became a shrine of sarcasm. Memes about ungrateful daughters. Quotes like, "Money is temporary, blood is forever." Photos of my brother's new apartment with captions like, "Not as fancy, but at least it's built on love." I stayed silent. Silence is a weapon they don't understand. Until one message broke the rhythm. "Dad." A voice note. He never texted, never defended me. But this time, his voice crackled through. "You went too far, kid. That apartment could have brought us closer together. Instead, you've divided this family. Are you proud of that?" Proud? No. Exhausted. I sat alone in my living room, a sunset spilling gold across the hardwood floors. The same floors I refinished myself. The same kitchen I tiled by hand after a 12-hour shift. They saw a building. I saw survival. Years of saying yes just to be allowed a seat at a table I helped build. Now they were mad because I built a new table and locked the doors. That night, I drafted a message. Not for revenge. For truth. To anyone who thinks I owe them space, time, or property, ask yourself when you last offered me help without strings. You remember holidays I hosted, but forget who cleaned up after your children, who paid the bills when no one else could. I'm not angry. I'm done. I hit send and went for a walk. Behind me, my phone buzzed nonstop. But for once, I didn't need to read it, because I already knew. A silence that speaks truth is louder than any screaming room. The fallout was immediate. Uncle Ron left the chat. My cousin Sarah texted privately. You're so brave. I wish I could do what you did. But the rest? They did what people always do when control slips away. They rewrote the story. Now I was mentally unstable, ungrateful, even possessed by bitterness. They didn't just want my apartment. They wanted the version of me that would hand it over with a smile and bake a pie after. The version who laughed at being used. That version no longer existed. But I didn't gloat. I got busy. I scheduled an inspection, updated all the building's locks, installed security cameras, motion lights, new signage, legally posted a notice. Private property. Trespassers will be prosecuted. Then I got an email from a reporter. She'd seen my public message making waves in a local community forum. Apparently, other women were commenting. Same thing happened to me. I thought I was crazy until I read this. You're not alone. The reporter asked for an interview. I hesitated, then said yes. Not for fame. For power. For every daughter who was told, give us everything, and if you ask for respect in return, we'll call you selfish. The article dropped on a Friday. Headline. Not ungrateful, just done. How one woman took back her voice and her property. That same day, I got a call from a lawyer I didn't recognize. Your family's been circulating rumors that you committed fraud to buy the apartment. Want help filing a defamation suit? I smiled. I'd been silent long enough. Now they were going to learn. A boundary isn't disrespectful. It's the start of self-respect. I didn't sue. Not yet. Because lawsuits give them a stage. And I wasn't offering tickets to my pain anymore. But I did file a cease and desist. Through the very lawyer they mocked years ago, when I said I wanted legal protection for my apartment. Funny how quickly silence becomes credibility. When it's printed on official stationery, the gossip slowed. But one person didn't stop. My brother. He sent a long message. 4 paragraphs. Guilt masquerading as love. You know I didn't mean to hurt you. I was trying to build something. I thought we could share. You have more than enough. Can't we be family again? Family. They always dangle that word like a shiny fishing hook. But I was done swallowing barbed bait. I didn't reply. Instead, I sent one sentence to my lawyer. Please begin drafting the ownership transfer clause reversal. Because here's the twist. Years ago, out of fear and love, I'd added his name to a shared inheritance clause. Not full ownership, but a foothold. I'd forgotten. He hadn't. He exploited it. But now? Now I had receipts. Evidence. Documentation of his attempted coercion. My lawyer called it textbook manipulation bordering on exploitation of trust. The reversal would take a few weeks, but it was in motion. And while the papers moved through the system, I moved through something too. A quiet, slow rebirth. I painted the front door blue, replaced the living room couch, got rid of the family photo wall, hung up landscapes instead. And every evening, I lit one candle. Same time, same spot. Not for them. For me. Because healing isn't loud. It's ritual, repetition, and reclaiming space one peaceful inch at a time. 3 weeks later, I received the envelope. Thin, white, quietly powerful. Inside it, the final approval. The reversal clause had been accepted. His name? Removed. Permanently. No more loopholes. No more visits. No more pretending shared blood means shared ownership. I placed the document on my kitchen table, then made myself a coffee like it was any other Tuesday. Because that's what healing feels like when you've earned it. Normal. Quiet. Complete. I didn't call anyone. I didn't announce it online. But my brother knew, because he showed up that evening. No moving truck. No suit. Just him. And a bouquet of cheap flowers, already wilting. He stood at the edge of the driveway, unsure. "Can we talk?" he asked, eyes darting toward the front door. I stepped outside. Closed the door behind me. Again. "This place means a lot to me," he said. "It's where we had holidays. It's where Dad—" His voice cracked like a cracked vinyl record, nostalgia warped by damage. "You tried to steal it," I said softly. "Not once. Repeatedly." He looked down. I was desperate. "Things aren't great at home." "I'm not your emergency exit," I replied. "And I'm definitely not your backup plan." He took a step closer. I didn't move. Because this time, I wasn't going to shrink just to avoid his guilt. He offered the flowers. I didn't take them. Instead, I opened the mailbox beside us and placed them inside. "Next time, write a letter," I said. "If I feel like reading it, I will." Then I walked back inside, locked the door behind me, and lit my candle. Because peace isn't always loud. Sometimes it sounds like a door clicking shut and staying that way. The next morning, I opened the blinds and let the light flood the apartment. My apartment. Every inch of it was earned, not just through documents and lawyers, but through boundaries no one thought I'd ever enforce. I stood in the living room where he'd once rolled in that oversized suitcase like he owned the place. Now it was quiet. Still. Mine. I watered the plant near the window, the one Mom gave me years ago, and forgot she had. It had survived 3 repottings, 2 droughts, and 1 near-death winter. Somehow it still bloomed. Kind of like me. Later that afternoon, I passed by the mailbox and noticed the flowers were gone. But a note had replaced them. "I'm sorry. You were right. I was wrong. Jay." No excuses. No manipulation. Just 6 words. Enough? No. But a beginning. I didn't reply. Because closure doesn't always mean reopening the conversation. Sometimes it's choosing peace over performance. Dignity over drama. That night, I sat on the balcony, watching the city breathe beneath me. My neighbor's wind chimes swayed like it always did, soft and irregular. I never noticed how peaceful it sounded before. For years, I was the family's doormat in heels, smiling, bending, accommodating. But now? Now I live in a home with locks I trust, walls I own, and silence that doesn't hurt. My story isn't revenge. It's reclamation. Not because I shut them out, but because I finally let myself in. The last door they slammed was the first door I truly closed. And that's where healing began.
The security guard's voice was calm but firm. "Ma'am, these people are not on the authorized list. Should I escort them off the property?" I looked at my 3 children standing at my front gate, their faces twisted with disbelief and rage, and I said the words I never imagined I'd say. "Yes, remove them from my property immediately." My name is Margaret. Most people call me Maggie. I'm 72 years old, and I've lived in Denver, Colorado my entire life. I raised 3 children in this city. I thought I'd built a family. I thought I'd done everything right. Before I tell you what brought me to that moment at the gate, I want to know, where are you watching this from? Drop your location in the comments. I'd love to know where my story is reaching. Now let me take you back to where this all began. I married young, 23, to a man named Richard who worked in construction. We weren't wealthy, but we were comfortable. Richard was a good provider, and I stayed home with the children like most women did back then. We had Jennifer first, then Michael 2 years later, and finally Lisa, our surprise baby who came along when I was 38. Richard and I, we built a good life. We saved every penny we could. We bought a modest 3-bedroom house in a neighborhood that was just starting to develop. Back then, it was the edge of the city. Trees everywhere, dirt roads, kids playing in the streets until the streetlights came on. I threw myself into being a mother. I was the room mom at school every year. I remember staying up until midnight sewing Jennifer's Dorothy costume for the Wizard of Oz, complete with ruby slippers I painted myself. I made Michael's Darth Vader costume from cardboard boxes and duct tape. He wore it so much that year, I had to make repairs weekly. I drove the carpool for soccer, dance, baseball, you name it. My van became a second home. I knew every child's favorite snack, every allergy, every inside joke. I packed lunches with little notes tucked inside, jokes for Michael, encouragement for Jennifer before tests, silly drawings for Lisa. I sat through every recital, every game, every parent-teacher conference. I was there for the spelling bees and the science fairs and the awkward middle school dances where I chaperoned. When Jennifer got bullied in 7th grade, I was the one who sat with her every night, helping her process her feelings, teaching her to stand up for herself. When Michael broke his arm playing football, I was at every physical therapy appointment. When Lisa struggled with algebra, I hired a tutor and sat in on the sessions so I could help her with homework. I didn't just raise them, I was present for them. Every single day, every single moment that mattered. When Richard died of a heart attack, sudden, just like that at 59, I thought I'd collapse. The kids were adults by then. Jennifer was 32, Michael was 30. And Lisa was 24. They rallied around me at the funeral. They held my hands. They told me everything would be okay. And you know what? I believed them. After Richard passed, I had decisions to make. The life insurance wasn't enormous, but it was substantial. The house was paid off. Richard had been smart about his retirement planning, bless him. Between Social Security, his pension, and the investments we'd made, I was financially secure. More than secure, actually. I was comfortable. I could have downsized, moved to a smaller place, handed out chunks of money to the kids. But I didn't. Something in me said to wait, to be smart, to plan carefully. The neighborhood had changed dramatically over the years. That modest house we bought for $42,000 in 1976, the area had developed into one of Denver's most desirable neighborhoods. The value had skyrocketed. Real estate agents left notes on my door monthly begging to list the property. I had the house renovated instead, put in a new kitchen with granite countertops and stainless appliances, redid the bathrooms, finished the basement, updated the electrical and plumbing. It became my sanctuary, my pride and joy. The kids loved coming over after the renovations. "Mom, this place looks like a magazine," Jennifer would say. For a few years after Richard died, things were beautiful. The kids visited regularly. Every Sunday dinner was at my house. Holidays were loud and full of grandchildren's laughter. Jennifer brought her 2 girls, Sophie and Emma. Michael had a son, Tyler. Lisa was working on her career, not married yet, but she'd come over midweek sometimes just to have coffee with me. I was the matriarch, the center of the family. I thought it would always be that way. The change was so gradual, I almost didn't notice it at first. Jennifer got a promotion at her marketing firm. Suddenly, Sunday dinners became every other Sunday, then once a month. "Mom, I'm sorry, the girls have so many activities now, it's just crazy." I understood. Kids these days are busy. Michael and his wife bought a bigger house on the other side of town, 45 minutes away instead of 15. "The commute is tough, Mom. We'll see you soon, though." Soon stretched longer and longer. Lisa met someone, a man named Brandon who worked in tech. Within 6 months, they were engaged. Within a year, married. She moved to his place in Boulder. "It's not that far, Mom, just a quick drive." But that quick drive happened less and less frequently. I told myself it was normal. This is what happens when children build their own lives. They get busy. They have responsibilities. I had to adjust my expectations. So I did. I stopped expecting Sunday dinners. I stopped assuming they'd call just to chat. I started being the one who reached out. I'd call Jennifer on her drive home from work. "Just wanted to hear your voice, honey." I'd text Michael pictures of his dad that I'd found going through old albums. "Thought you'd like to see this." I'd invite Lisa to lunch, offering to drive to Boulder myself. The responses got shorter. "Thanks, Mom, but I'm swamped." "Can't talk now, Mom, I'm in a meeting." "Maybe next month, Mom, we'll see." I started to feel like I was bothering them, like my calls were interruptions instead of connections. But I pushed that feeling down. "They're busy," I told myself. They still love you. They're just living their lives. Then came March of last year. I woke up one morning with chest pains. I'm not the type to panic, but I'm also not stupid. Chest pains at 71 years old? That's not something you ignore. Richard's heart attack was burned into my memory. I wasn't taking chances. I called 911. The ambulance came. Turned out it wasn't a heart attack. It was severe anxiety and acid reflux, but the scare was real. They kept me in the hospital overnight for observation. From my hospital bed, I called Jennifer. It went to voicemail. I left a message. "Honey, it's Mom. I'm at Presbyterian Hospital. I had chest pains this morning. I'm okay. They say it's not my heart, but I'm here overnight. Call me when you can." I stared at my phone. Watched the minutes tick by. The nurse came in to check my vitals. Still no call. Another nurse brought dinner. Gray chicken and overcooked vegetables. I couldn't eat. My phone sat silent on the rolling table beside me. 2 hours later, she texted back, "OMG, Mom, so glad you're okay. Crazy day at work, we'll try to call later." Crazy day at work. Her mother was in the hospital, and she had a crazy day at work. She didn't call later. Not that evening. Not that night as I lay awake in that uncomfortable bed, listening to machines beep and nurses whisper in the hallway. I called Michael. Same thing. Voicemail. I left a similar message, trying to keep my voice steady, trying not to sound desperate or needy. He texted 6 hours later. "Glad you're fine, Mom. Get some rest." 3 words of actual concern. Glad you're fine. Like I'd told him I had a cold, not that I'd been rushed to the hospital in an ambulance thinking I might be dying like his father did. Lisa didn't respond until the next day. "Sorry, Mom. Phone was off. You're okay though, right?" Phone was off. For 24 hours. Who turns their phone off for an entire day in this age? Something cracked inside me in that hospital room. Something that had been bending for a while finally snapped. I was released the next morning. A kind nurse asked if someone was picking me up. "Oh, yes," I lied. "My daughter's on her way." I took an Uber home. After the hospital incident, I started paying closer attention. Really paying attention. When I did manage to get Jennifer on the phone, her conversations had a pattern. She'd ask how I was doing, but she'd cut me off. Halfway through my answer, "That's great, Mom. Hey, I need to ask you something. Did Dad have any life insurance policies we don't know about?" Michael started conversations about finances. "Mom, have you thought about estate planning? You should really have everything organized, for when the time comes. It would make things so much easier for us." For us, not for me. For them. Lisa was more subtle. She'd visit once every few months and walk through the house like she was appraising it. "Mom, this house is way too big for you. Have you ever thought about moving into a senior community? You could sell this place and the money would set you up so nicely." I started to realize that their interest in me came with an agenda. They weren't calling to see how I was doing. They were calling to check on their inheritance. The house, I learned from some casual research online, was now worth close to $900,000. My investments and savings added up to another $600,000. I had a life insurance policy worth $250,000. I was worth nearly $2 million to them. To them, I wasn't Mom anymore. I was a retirement plan. In September, I had what I thought was a reasonable request. My next-door neighbor, sweet Mrs. Patterson, fell and broke her hip. I saw what a struggle it was for her, getting to doctor's appointments, picking up groceries, basic things. It scared me. Not because I couldn't take care of myself, I was managing fine, but because I realized how alone I was. If something happened to me, something serious, who would be there? I called a family meeting, not in person, I knew better by then, but a 3-way call. "I need to talk to you all about something," I said when I got everyone on the line. "I've been thinking about the future. I'm getting older and I need to know I can count on you all if something happens. Mrs. Patterson next door broke her hip and—" Jennifer cut me off. "Mom, please don't start this again." "Start what?" I asked, my heart already sinking. "I'm just saying I need to know—" "You need to know we'll drop everything and come running whenever you call." Michael's voice had an edge to it I'd never heard before. Sharp, impatient. Mom, we've talked about this. We have our own lives. I'm not asking you to drop everything, I said, my voice shaking. I'm asking if I can count on you if something serious happens. Like when I was in the hospital and none of you— Here we go with the hospital thing again, Jennifer interrupted. Mom, you were fine. The doctors said you were fine. You keep bringing this up like we abandoned you or something. You didn't even call me back. The words burst out of me. I was scared. I thought I was having a heart attack like your father. I was alone in that hospital room all night, and not one of you picked up the phone. We texted you. Lisa's voice was defensive. We knew you were okay. Texting isn't the same as— Mom, listen. Lisa's voice was the one that hurt most because it was so cold, so detached, like she was speaking to a difficult client, not her mother. We love you, but we can't be at your beck and call. We have jobs, we have families, we have responsibilities. I'm your family, I whispered. I'm your mother. I took care of you your whole lives. I was there for everything, every scraped knee, every broken heart, every middle-of-the-night crisis. And now I'm asking for just a little bit of that back, and you're acting like I'm asking for the world. Silence. Heavy, uncomfortable silence. Mom, you need to be more independent, Jennifer said finally. Maybe it's time to look into assisted living or— I don't need assisted living. My voice was louder than I intended. I can take care of myself. I just need to know that my children, my own children, would be there if I really needed them. You don't really need us, though, Michael said. You just want attention. There's a difference. The words hit me like a physical blow. Want attention, like I was a toddler acting out. Is that what you think? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. That I'm just looking for attention. Mom, you're fine, Lisa said. You're healthy. You have money. You have a beautiful home. You don't need us hovering over you. I'm not asking you to hover. I'm asking you to care. There was silence. Then Michael spoke, and his words are branded into my memory. Mom, stop calling us every time you feel lonely or scared. We have our own lives. We can't keep doing this. You're fine. You're healthy. You have money. Figure it out yourself. I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, tears streaming down my face. So that's it? I asked. That's what 50 years of motherhood gets me? Figure it out yourself? Mom, you're being dramatic, Lisa said. We're not saying we don't love you. We're saying you need to stop being so needy. Needy. They called me needy. I hung up. I sat in my kitchen. The kitchen I'd renovated, the kitchen where I'd made thousands of meals for these people, and I cried harder than I'd cried since Richard died. But somewhere underneath the tears, something else was growing, something cold and clear and sharp. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying every conversation, every dismissal, every casual cruelty. And I made a decision. If they wanted me to figure it out myself, that's exactly what I'd do. But I'd do it on my terms. The next morning, I called my lawyer. His name is Thomas Brennan, and he'd handled Richard's estate. Good man, fair, no nonsense. Tom, I need to make some changes, I said when I got him on the phone. Significant changes. We met at his office that afternoon. I came, prepared with documentation. My will, my investment accounts, my property deed, everything. Talk to me, Maggie, Tom said, pouring me coffee. What's going on? I told him everything. The hospital, the phone calls, the clear interest in my assets versus no interest in me as a person. I didn't cry. I was done crying. Tom listened, nodding occasionally, his expression neutral. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair. Okay, let's talk about your options. Over the next 3 weeks, Tom and I reconstructed my entire estate plan. We met 4 times, long meetings where he'd pour coffee and we'd go through every single asset, every single document, every possible scenario. First, the will. I removed all 3 children as primary beneficiaries. Tom warned me they could contest it. They'll claim undue influence, diminished capacity, all the usual arguments, he said. Let them try, I replied. I'm of sound mind. I have documentation of their behavior. I have witnesses. You do, he agreed. Mrs. Patterson would testify to the gate incident. The hospital has records of your stay and the lack of family contact. The security system has timestamps and recordings. He smiled slightly. You've been meticulous. I learned from the best, I said. Richard had always been organized about paperwork. We divided my estate as follows: 40% to the American Cancer Society in Richard's memory. He'd have liked that. 30% to the Denver Women's Shelter, because I'd learned what it meant to need protection from your own family. 20% split among my grandchildren, to be held in trust until they turned 30. 10% to Mrs. Patterson, my neighbor who'd shown me more kindness in 6 months than my children had in 6 years. The grandchildren's money came with conditions. They'd receive it only if they maintained a relationship with me, defined as at least one in-person visit per month, or, if circumstances prevented that, a weekly phone call of at least 15 minutes. Tom assured me it was enforceable. Incentive trusts are perfectly legal. Courts uphold them all the time. What if the children try to use the grandchildren to get to me? I asked. That's why we're setting the age at 30, Tom explained. By then, they'll be adults capable of making their own decisions, free from parental pressure. Second, the house. I transferred ownership into an irrevocable trust with me as the sole trustee and beneficiary during my lifetime. Upon my death, the house would be sold, with proceeds going directly to the designated charities. My children would get nothing from it. The trust was structured so it couldn't be challenged or altered. This is the nuclear option, Tom warned me. Once this trust is established, you can't undo it. Even if you reconcile with them, the house is locked in. I understand, I said. Do it. Third, the financial accounts. I moved everything into payable on death accounts that would transfer directly to the charities, bypassing my estate entirely. No probate, no opportunity for challenge. This is brilliant, Tom said. POD accounts supersede wills. The money goes where you designate, period. Fourth, and this is where I got creative, I hired a property management company that specialized in estate security. I had a state-of-the-art security system installed, cameras at every angle, keypad entry at the gate I had custom built, motion sensors throughout the property, the works. The system was monitored 24/7. I hired James, a retired police officer Tom recommended, who did twice-weekly checks on the property and was on call for any incidents. I also changed every lock, every passcode, every entry point. The keys my children had? Useless. The garage door code they knew? Changed. The alarm code they might remember? Reset. Finally, I drafted a letter. Tom advised against it. Maggie, anything you put in writing can be used against you if they contest the will. I don't care, I said. They need to understand why. The letter was 3 pages long. It laid out exactly why I was making these changes. It was clear, factual, and devastating. I listed dates, the hospital stay, the phone call, their requests for financial information, their sudden interest in my transition to assisted living. I quoted their own words back to them. I didn't send it. Not yet. But I had it ready, notarized and everything. Maggie, Tom said when we finished, looking at me over his reading glasses. Are you absolutely sure about this? There's no going back once we file these documents. This will change your family forever. I looked him straight in the eye. My family changed the moment they told me to stop calling. I'm just making it official. He nodded slowly. Then let's make it official. We filed everything. The trust, the pod accounts, the will, all of it ironclad, all of it legal, all of it permanent. For 3 months, life was quiet. I didn't tell the kids anything. They didn't call, so there was nothing to tell them anyway. I started living differently, really living, not just existing in the spaces between their occasional acknowledgments. I joined a book club at the library. We met every Tuesday evening. The first book we read was Educated by Tara Westover. I sat in that circle of 8 women discussing family trauma and the courage it takes to choose yourself over toxic family bonds, and I realized I wasn't alone. 3 of the women had similar stories: children who drifted away, who only called when they needed something, who treated aging parents like obligations rather than people. I took a watercolor painting class at the community center, Thursdays from 2 to 4. I'd never painted before. My first attempts were terrible, muddy colors and shaky lines. But by week 6, I'd painted a landscape of the Rocky Mountains that the instructor said showed real promise. I hung it in my living room, right where a family photo used to be. I volunteered at the food bank twice a week, Mondays and Fridays, 8 to noon. I sorted donations, packed boxes, helped families shop for groceries. I met people who had so little but were so grateful. It put things in perspective. I had a beautiful home, financial security, and my health. What did I really have to complain about? I made friends, real friends. Sarah from book club, who was a retired teacher with a wicked sense of humor. Linda from painting class, who'd lost her husband the same year I lost Richard. Tom and Marie from the food bank, a couple in their 80s who still held hands while sorting canned goods. These people wanted to spend time with me because they enjoyed my company, not because they were waiting for me to die, not because they wanted something from me, just because they liked me. Mrs. Patterson and I became close. We had coffee every morning on my back patio when the weather was nice. She was the one who noticed the change in me. "You seem lighter, Maggie," she said one October morning, her arthritic hands wrapped around her coffee mug. "More yourself, or maybe more yourself than you've been in years." "I feel lighter," I told her. Like I put down something heavy I'd been carrying for years and didn't even realize the weight of it until it was gone. "Your children?" she asked gently. "My expectations," I corrected. My hope that they'd become the people I raised them to be. Once I let that go, everything got easier. The security system became something I appreciated more than I expected. The cameras gave me peace of mind. I could see who was at my door before answering. The gate gave me control over who entered my space. My home felt like mine again, not like a property my children were waiting to inherit. I thought maybe that would be it. Maybe they'd just drift away completely, and we'd become strangers, and that would be the end of it. I was wrong. The call came 2 weeks before Christmas. Jennifer. "Hey, Mom, so we're all planning to come to your place for Christmas. Like old times, isn't that great?" My stomach dropped. "All of you?" "Yes, me and Mark and the girls, Michael and Tina and Tyler and Lisa and Brandon. We thought it would be nice to have a big family Christmas at your house. We'll all stay over, make a long weekend of it." They hadn't visited in over a year. Now they wanted to stay for a long weekend. "Why now?" I asked. "What do you mean, why now? It's Christmas. Family time." Her voice had that forced cheer that set my teeth on edge. "Jennifer, you told me to stop calling. You said I was being needy. You said you had your own lives." Brief pause. "Mom, that was months ago. Don't be like that. We want to spend Christmas with you." No apology. No acknowledgement. Just an expectation that I'd forget everything and welcome them back. "What's really going on?" I asked. Another pause. Longer this time. Then her voice changed, got sharper. "Fine. You want to know? We've been talking. The 3 of us. We're worried about you. You're getting older and this house is too much for you to handle. We think it's time to discuss your future. We want to help you transition to a more manageable living situation." There it was. The real reason. "Transition to a more manageable living situation," I repeated. "You mean you want me to sell the house?" "Mom, it's not about the house." "Yes, it is. It's completely about the house. And my money. And what you think you're entitled to. We're your children. We have a right to be concerned about..." "About what? My assets? Because you certainly haven't been concerned about me." "That's not fair, Mom." "You're right," I said, and my voice was cold. So cold. What's not fair is raising 3 children who see their mother as a bank account instead of a person. "You're being ridiculous," Jennifer said, her voice rising. We're coming for Christmas whether you like it or not. We'll be there on the 23rd. No, I said. You won't. I hung up. My hand was shaking, but not with fear, with clarity. I should have known they wouldn't listen. On December 23rd at 2 in the afternoon, I got an alert on my phone from the security system. Vehicle at front gate. I pulled up the camera feed on my tablet. 3 cars, Jennifer's SUV, Michael's truck, Lisa's sedan. I could see them clearly on the screen. Jennifer in the driver's seat looking annoyed already, Michael getting out to examine the gate, Lisa checking her phone. My heart started pounding, but I was ready. I'd rehearsed this moment in my mind 100 times. I pressed the intercom button. Yes? Jennifer's voice came through, surprised and irritated. Mom, what is this? Since when do you have a gate and a security system? Since I decided I needed better security for my property. What are you doing here? We told you we were coming for Christmas. Open the gate. I told you not to come. I specifically told you I didn't want you here. I don't remember inviting you. Mom, stop being ridiculous and open this gate. Michael's voice now, angry. I could see him on the camera, hands on his hips. That expression on his face I remembered from when he was a teenager and didn't get his way. I took a breath. This was it. The moment I'd been preparing for. No. What do you mean, no? Lisa's voice, disbelieving. Mom, we're standing at your gate. We drove all the way here. Open it. No, you're not welcome here. Please leave my property. There was a moment of shocked silence. I watched on the camera as they looked at each other, confusion and anger spreading across their faces. Your property? Jennifer's laugh was sharp, bitter. Mom, we're your children. This is our family home. We have every right to be here. This is my home, I said, each word deliberate and clear. My name is on the deed. My money paid for it. And you made very clear you have no interest in it, or me, unless it benefits you financially. You're not coming in. This is insane, Michael shouted at the intercom. You can't keep us out. We're your family. Family shows up when you need them, I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Family calls you back when you're in the hospital. Family doesn't tell you to stop calling because you're being needy. You're not acting like family. You're acting like vultures circling, waiting for me to die so you can sell this house and split the money. I could see them on the camera, looking at each other in shock. Then Michael got out of his truck and walked up to the gate. He tried the keypad. Wrong code. He tried another combination. Still wrong. He tried 3 more times, getting more frustrated with each failed attempt. Mom, what's the code? There is no code for you. You're not on the authorized list. Authorized list? Jennifer was out of her car now, marching toward the intercom. What authorized list? Mom, this is crazy. You can't just... If you've been watching this, if you've felt what I felt, if you've ever been dismissed by the people who should love you most, hit that subscribe button right now, because what happens next is exactly what they deserved. Michael started climbing the gate. His hands gripped the bars, his feet found purchase on the crossbars. He made it about halfway up before a firm, authoritative voice called out, "Sir, I need you to step down from that gate immediately." My security consultant, James, a retired police officer I'd hired specifically for this possibility, had arrived for his scheduled check. He was in his uniform, professional and intimidating. "Who the hell are you?" Michael demanded, still clinging to the gate. "I'm private security for this property. You're trespassing. I need you to leave now, or I'll be forced to call the police." Trespassing? Michael climbed down, his face red with anger and exertion. "This is my mother's house. We're her children. We have a right to be here." James looked at his clipboard, calm and professional. "I have a list of authorized individuals for this property. Your names aren't on it. The property owner has clearly asked you to leave. You need to comply with that request." Jennifer was out of her car now, phone in hand, trying frantically to call me. I watched the phone light up on my end. I didn't answer. Mom, answer your phone. This is insane. You can't do this." Lisa was crying now, dramatic tears streaming down her face. The same tears she used to use when she wanted something as a child, not anymore. Those tears didn't work on me anymore. I pressed the intercom again. I can do this. I have done this. You told me to figure things out myself, so I did. This is what I figured out. You're not entitled to my home, you're not entitled to my money, and you're certainly not entitled to my time and energy when you've made it abundantly clear I'm nothing but a burden to you. We never said you were a burden, Jennifer shouted. You said I was needy. You said I was looking for attention. You told me to stop calling. Those are just prettier ways of saying I was a burden. Well, I'm not your burden anymore. I'm also not your inheritance plan. We're family, Jennifer shouted, her voice cracking. Family shows up, I said, and my voice was cold, so cold. Family cares. Family doesn't disappear for months and then suddenly show up demanding access when they decide they want to discuss my future, which we both know is code for getting me to sell this house. You're not family. You're strangers who happen to share my DNA and who are very interested in my bank account. James was on his phone now, clearly calling the police as backup. This is your last chance, I said. Leave voluntarily or leave in a police car. Your choice. They chose to leave voluntarily, but not quietly. The shouting continued as they got in their cars. The threats continued as they pulled away from the gate. I watched them disappear down the street on my camera feed. Then I sat down at my kitchen table and cried. But this time, they weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of relief. They tried calling. I didn't answer. They tried texting. I blocked them. They tried showing up again. James turned them away. Finally, I sent the letters Tom had drafted. Certified mail, all 3 of them. The letters explained everything. The changes to my will, the trust structure, the new security measures. The letters laid out their behavior in clear, factual terms. And the letters made one thing absolutely clear. This wasn't about punishment. This was about self-preservation. I included one option for reconciliation, family therapy. All of us together with a professional mediator to address the fundamental breakdown in our relationships. Real therapy, real work, real change. Not one of them took me up on it. Jennifer sent a legal threat. Tom responded with documentation of harassment. She backed down. Michael showed up at my church. I had James escort him out. Lisa tried going through Mrs. Patterson. Mrs. Patterson, bless her, told Lisa exactly what she thought of children who abandoned their mother and then showed up demanding entry to her home. The extended family took sides. Some relatives called me cruel. Others called my children entitled. I stopped caring what anyone thought, except the people who'd shown up for me when I needed them. Christmas came and went. I spent it with Mrs. Patterson, 2 women from my book club, and a volunteer coordinator from the food bank. We cooked together, laughed together, watched old movies together. It was the best Christmas I'd had in years.
Brother got a $12,000 villa down payment. I got, maybe try renting? You're not the type who owns things anyway. I smiled and left. I didn't tell them when I bought my first property, or my second, or my 5th. Then Mom Googled my name and suddenly, everything changed. My name is Clara Whitmore, I'm 30, and for most of my life, I was the family's afterthought, the quiet one, the good sport, the at least she tries sibling. My older brother, Ethan, was the golden boy, the kind of son parents brag about to strangers at dinner parties. Every milestone he hit came with applause. Every mistake came with excuses. When he turned 25, Dad handed him the keys to a brand new villa, a small investment to get you started. I was there that night, standing in the corner, holding the cake knife like it might cut through the ache in my chest. A week later, when I brought up wanting to save for my own home, Mom laughed gently and said, "Sweetheart, renting is fine for you. You're not the ownership type." I didn't argue. I just smiled, nodded, and tucked those words somewhere deep, a place I reserved for pain I planned to turn into power. I left that night with $63 in my account and a fire that could light an entire skyline. I worked in real estate administration by day, studied investment analytics by night, and flipped my first small apartment at 26. No gifts, no handouts, just discipline, spreadsheets, and an instinct for reading value where others saw risk. By 29, I owned 5 properties across the state. Quietly, efficiently, invisibly. I thought I'd made peace with their ignorance until Mom decided to Google me. And that's when the quiet game ended. Because some discoveries burn more than jealousy. They burn the illusion of superiority. Mom's text came late at night, short, clipped, and trembling with confusion disguised as politeness. Clara, call me when you can. I found something online about you, and I think we need to talk. I almost laughed. Found something online? She made it sound like she'd stumbled upon a scandal, not my success. When I didn't reply, the calls started. Then Ethan chimed in, his name flashing across my screen with that familiar mix of arrogance and entitlement. Mom's freaking out. She said you're buying properties in your name. You? Since when? I stared at his message, the way he wrote you like it was an insult. Then I typed back. Since you stopped noticing. The next day, I drove to the family home, the same one where I'd been told I was not the type who owns things. The same one where Ethan's framed photo stood in every hallway like a shrine to achievement. Mom greeted me at the door, clutching her phone like evidence. Clara, what is this? She demanded, thrusting it at me. My Zillow portfolio glowed on the screen, listings of my 5 properties, my name neatly printed under owner. I took a sip of the coffee she'd made and said calmly, "That's my work. That's my life." Her voice cracked. "Why didn't you tell us?" "Because you never asked." Ethan stormed in, face red. "You've been lying to us?" "No," I said, meeting his glare. "You just never believed I could do anything worth knowing." Dad walked in next, holding his newspaper like a shield. "You could have shared your success. Family supports each other." I smiled, the same polite smile they mistook for weakness for years. Family supports each other when it's mutual, Dad. I supported myself when no one else did. Mom's eyes darted between us, her voice trembling. "You own 5 houses?" I nodded. 6, actually. Closed on the newest one last week. The silence that followed wasn't shock. It was something heavier. The sound of a throne collapsing. The silence hung like humidity, heavy, unbreathable. Ethan paced the living room, his shoes echoing against the marble floors Dad loved to brag about. "This is ridiculous," he muttered. "You're making this up. There's no way you could afford 6 houses." I tilted my head, almost amused. "You think you're the only one who understands business?" He scoffed. "You work in real estate, Clara. You don't own real estate." I smiled faintly. "That's what you thought." Mom's voice cut through the tension, softer now, half disbelief, half wounded pride. "We would have helped you, sweetheart. You didn't have to do this alone." I met her eyes. "I did it alone because I had to. You helped Ethan when he failed 3 startups, remember? You even called it building character. When I failed, you called it wasting time." She flinched like I'd struck her. "That's not fair." "Neither was growing up invisible," I said quietly. Dad folded his paper with precision. "You're being dramatic. We raised you both the same." That laugh that slipped out of me wasn't pretty. It was sharp, honest, uncontainable. "No, Dad. You raised Ethan to be a king and me to be his witness." Ethan's face reddened. "You're jealous." "Jealous." I repeated slowly. "No, Ethan. I'm exhausted. I just got tired of waiting for permission to be proud of myself." He stepped closer, jaw tight. "You think this money makes you better than us?" I met his stare, unblinking. "No. But it definitely made me free from you." Mom's hand trembled as she set down her cup. "You've changed." "I had to," I said. "The version you raised wouldn't have survived out there." Dad's silence said everything. Not regret, not love, just the cold calculation of a man realizing the hierarchy he built was cracking. And for the first time, I didn't feel small in that room. I felt like the earthquake that made them finally look up. That night, I stayed at their house longer than I meant to, mostly out of curiosity, watching how quickly admiration could curdle into resentment. Mom tried to play mediator, her voice sugary but brittle. "You have to understand, Clara. This is a shock for all of us. We're proud, really, but you could have told us before making such big decisions. Would it have changed anything? I asked. Would you have believed me if I said I could afford a home before Ethan? She looked down, silent. Ethan poured himself another drink, muttering under his breath. You think you're some big shot now because Google wrote about you? You're nothing without luck. I turned toward him slowly. Luck doesn't show up at 3 a.m. when you're studying interest curves and building spreadsheets in the dark. Luck doesn't answer calls from clients who only believe in you after results. You don't build an empire with luck, Ethan. You build it when nobody cheers for you. His glass hit the counter too hard, splashing bourbon across the marble. You've changed, he said. You used to be humble. No, I corrected softly. I used to be silent. Dad stood then, the room shifting under his authority. That's enough, he said. This competition ends here. We're family. Family? I echoed, my voice quiet but sure. Family didn't believe in me. Family didn't show up when I needed help. You only noticed me when I became useful. His jaw tightened, but he didn't deny it. That was the moment I knew I'd finally said the thing no one else had dared to. I grabbed my coat, my keys, and my calm. I didn't come here to fight, I said. I came here to prove that the girl you dismissed learned to stand taller than your expectations. Mom whispered after me, Clara, please don't leave like this. I paused at the door and turned back. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not leaving with anger. I'm leaving with proof. Outside, the night air was cold, but it tasted like justice. And somewhere behind me, I could hear the sound of denial finally cracking. By the next morning, my phone was a battlefield. Missed calls from Mom. 2 angry voicemails from Ethan. 1 text from Dad that simply said, You embarrassed your brother. He's family, Clara. Don't forget where you came from. I stared at it for a while before replying. Oh, I haven't forgotten. I just stopped living there. Then I silenced my phone and drove back to the city. My penthouse wasn't a showpiece. It was peace itself. Tall windows, quiet air, and the smell of coffee I made for myself, not for approval. The skyline shimmered like a reminder of how far I'd climbed on the ladder no one offered me. I sat on my balcony, laptop open, checking in on my newest purchase, an ocean view duplex in Miami. The deal had just closed. Property number 7. That's when an email notification flashed across the screen. Subject: You should be ashamed of yourself. It was from Ethan. I clicked it. You've always been jealous. You want to humiliate me because you couldn't handle being second best. Mom's crying. Dad's furious. You broke this family for money. I exhaled slowly, not angry, just tired. Then I wrote back 1 line.
No, Ethan.
I broke the illusion that money and love were the same thing in this family. And then I hit block. That night, I got another surprise, a news alert from a local magazine. Rising real estate investor, Clara Whitmore, expands housing grants for single mothers. The article featured my photo, standing in front of one of my buildings, smiling, proud. I didn't realize until I saw it how public my name had become. And I didn't realize until the next morning how visible that made me. When Mom called again, voice shaking, half pride, half panic. Clara, she whispered, everyone's talking about you. You're everywhere. I smiled softly. Guess you were wrong, Mom. She hesitated. About what? About the kind of person who owns things. Mom didn't know what to say after that. For once, she didn't have a comeback. No gentle insult, no patronizing advice. Just silence. Then she sighed softly. Clara, we didn't mean to make you feel less than your brother. We just thought he needed more help. I leaned against the balcony railing, staring out at the city. You didn't give him help, Mom. You gave him excuses. She went quiet again. I could hear dishes clinking in the background, like she was trying to fill the silence with anything but the truth. Finally, she said, Your father's upset. He feels like you're showing off. I smiled faintly. I worked half my life for the right to show up. If that looks like showing off, maybe you were never looking close enough. Her voice trembled. You've really changed. No, I said gently. I finally became who I was supposed to be. After the call ended, I sat down at my desk, opened my email, and read through dozens of messages, applications from women hoping for a chance at the new housing grant.
Teachers.
Nurses. Single moms. Women who'd been told, "You're not the type, just like me." Each story made me realize something deeper. I hadn't built a real estate empire just to prove a point to my family. I'd built it for people like us, those who'd been underestimated into silence. That evening, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a message from Dad. "Your mother and I saw the article. We're proud of you, Clara. Truly. But I wish you told us first." For once, his tone wasn't condescending. It was human. I typed slowly. "I tried telling you for 29 years, Dad. You just weren't listening." Then I turned my phone off. The world outside glittered, thousands of lights, each one a reminder that sometimes you have to outshine the people who told you to stay small. And the best part? You don't owe them an explanation when you finally glow. 2 weeks later, the inevitable happened. Mom invited me to a small family dinner to talk things out. The same house, the same table, the same people who once told me renting was my speed. I almost said no, but then I realized something. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about closure. When I arrived, the atmosphere was painfully polite, like everyone was afraid to breathe wrong. Ethan avoided my eyes, stirring his wine with unnecessary focus. Dad sat stiffly, his expression trying to balance pride and discomfort. Mom fussed with the napkins like they were the key to peace. "Clara," she began carefully, "we all made mistakes. Let's start fresh." "Sure," I said calmly, "but let's start honestly." Ethan groaned. "Not this again." I turned to him. "Don't worry, I'm not here to embarrass you. Just to thank you." He blinked. "Thank me?" "Yes," I said, leaning forward. "Because if you hadn't taken everything I ever wanted, the support, the chances, the praise, I might have grown up believing comfort was enough. You taught me to earn everything. So, thank you." For once, he had no comeback. Dad cleared his throat. "Clara, you've proven yourself. You've made us proud. But you have to understand, parents do their best with what they know." I nodded slowly. And children grow from what they survive. The table went silent. Mom's eyes welled up, but she smiled weakly. "Maybe we can still have you home for Christmas?" I thought about the word home. How it once meant walls that never echoed my name. How now it meant peace, wherever I created it. I smiled gently. "Maybe. But I'll bring my own table this time." They all looked confused, but I didn't explain. When I left that night, I didn't feel vindicated. I felt finished. Because closure isn't a door slam. It's a soft click, the sound of your heart finally locking what no longer deserves entry. And in that silence, I realized they'd built my limits, but I'd built my legacy. A few months later, my life had settled into a rhythm that finally felt like mine. The business was thriving, the grant program was expanding, and my morning started with peace instead of permission. One afternoon, I got an email from a real estate magazine requesting an interview. "We'd love to feature your journey, from being overlooked to owning a multi-million-dollar portfolio." I agreed, but only on one condition: the focus had to be on resilience, not riches. The article went viral within a week. The headline read, "From rejection to real estate empire. The woman who bought her freedom, one property at a time." Comments poured in. Thousands of women wrote about being told the same thing: "You're not the type." And for the first time, my story wasn't about envy or revenge. It was a mirror for every underdog who'd ever been underestimated. A few days later, Mom called again. Her voice was soft, not the brittle tone of guilt, just quiet understanding. "I read your interview," she said. "I didn't know how much you went through alone." "You didn't want to know," I replied gently.
She sighed.
"You're right. But I'm proud of you now, Clara."
Truly.
"I just wish we hadn't made you prove it first." That sentence, imperfect, fragile, real, was the closest thing to an apology I'd ever get. And somehow it was enough. That weekend, I visited them again. No arguments. No comparisons. Just conversation. Ethan was there too. Quieter, humbler. He handed me a small box. Inside was a keychain, a tiny silver house. He smiled awkwardly. Figured it was about time I congratulated you properly. For the first time in years, I smiled back, not with triumph, but with peace. Thanks, Ethan. As I drove home that night, city lights stretched across the skyline like a map of every no that turned into a victory. And when I parked outside my newest property, I whispered to myself, "You weren't the type who owned things, remember?" Then I laughed because now I owned everything they said I couldn't.